Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Are you just a puppet? Chapter 186. Are you just a puppet? Demons wreaked havoc on the defensive line. Giant rocks fell from the sky. The roars and rumbles sounded non-stop. Jiang led a group of people to stall the demons. One by one, the demons fell. However, it was of no use. It didn't even make a difference. There were just too many demons arriving. They were exhausted from fighting constantly. Their spiritual energy was drained. The demons were numerous. Boom! Jiang severely injured a golden core demon. He was pushed back in the process. He leaned against a broken tree. He was completely exhausted. It had been over 10 days, and he had relied solely on his determination to continue to fight. Yu and Xian also retreated. They were injured and bruised all over. Their faces were pale. Our defensive line has been breached. We won't be able to hold on much longer. Senior brother Jiang Long is in grave danger, said Yu as she coughed up blood. In the distance, Jiang Long fought against 3 golden core demons with all his might. Despite his strong defense, he couldn't withstand 3 demons at a time. At first, there were only 2 golden core demons, and he could still fight them. He even killed one. However, more kept coming. He didn't even have time to rest. His strength and energy were dwindling. Jiang Long wanted to retreat, but he had nowhere to turn. The strength of the demons far exceeded his ability to resist. If this continued, he would die. He felt despair. He hoped Yi Ji and Len Fang would succeed in getting rid of the demons at the core. Boom! Jiang Long was forced back. He was on the verge of collapsing with exhaustion. He looked back toward the direction of the sect, hoping that the sect would provide support soon. However, he didn't see anyone approach. The demon attacks became increasingly fierce, and Jiang Long tried to retreat slowly. Jiang's folding fan had already shattered into pieces. He watched bitterly as the demons attacked. Junior sister Yu, what do you think about junior brother Jiang? Yu held her huge sword and thought for a while. He has a good reputation. He tries to do what is right. He even treats the non-cultivators well. He never harms them. That's true. Jiang smiled. Let's keep holding on. Perhaps we still have hope. What do you mean? Yu was puzzled. Perhaps the nest of the demons might be destroyed, Xian said. Why? Yu still didn't understand. Because of what you just said. Jiang stepped forward to face the demons ahead. This made Yu even more confused. However, she didn't have time to dwell on it. She focused on fighting. The defensive line had already been breached. If they couldn't close the gap, everyone would face death. However, even though they fought back valiantly, the difference in numbers was too great. After half a day of fighting, Jiang couldn't take it anymore. With a loud bang, the bones in his hands cracked. He retreated. Xian suffered a severe leg injury, and Yu's huge sword broke. It injured the palms of her hands. The 3 of them were no longer able to fight the demons. They were filled with despair. It wasn't just them. Everyone on the front line felt the same way. The defensive line wouldn't last long. Jiang Long also knew that everything was futile. Without reinforcement, they would all end up dead here. At that moment, he wondered if it would have made a difference if Yi Ji and Len Fang were present. They were both in the Golden Core realm, after all. Unfortunately, he had no time to speculate. He wanted to survive. The demons attacked. He was pushed back. The 3 Golden Core demons joined forces, but Jiang Long had no power to defend. However, the attacks kept coming. Jiang Long wanted to escape. With another loud boom, Jiang Long was pushed back once again. He felt that something was strange. In the distance, Jiang and the others, who were heavily injured, fought back. Get up, he said to Xian and the others beside him. The demons are different. Different? Xian Yuyue struggled to get up. Yu attacked and found that the demons were slower than before. Yes, they're different, she exclaimed. Everyone realized the same. The demons were no longer as aggressive and ferocious as before. They were not acting on instinct alone. They had lost their previous formation and tactic. They weren't united like before. It's true, Jiang Shiji rejoiced. He was sure his speculation from before had been right. Although they're strong, we can fight them now. Xian Yuyue laughed. Yu was astonished. If the two seniors were to be believed, then Jiang Hao must have saved them. How is that possible? Don't slack off now. Fight with all your might. Let's drive them back, shouted Jin Long. Inside the wooden house in the Devil's Lair, Jiang Hao struck the stone and split it in two. The demon in front of him just stared at him. It didn't even make a move. When the stone broke, the demons guarding the place scattered. So, it was because of this stone. Jiang Hao was surprised. Yi Ji and the others had been right. This place was really the source of all the abnormalities in the demons. Jiang Hao looked at the demon in front of him. It was a Foundation Establishment Realm demon. You're too weak. I won't kill you if you just leave. However, the demon just stared at him. Jiang Hao sighed and he swung his saber at it. The demon fell to the ground. It was dead. Jiang Hao didn't sheath his saber. He turned around and stared at the empty corner. Don't look at me like that, said Jiang Hao. I didn't want to kill it, but you didn't let it leave. How did you figure it out? A voice asked. A small figure appeared in front of Jiang Hao. His eyes were red. He even resembled a demon. He had fangs and scales. His hair was messy and puffed up. Are you also a demon? Jiang Hao asked. As for how he figured it out, it had been easy. With the knowledge from the nameless manual, his abilities, and his strong perception, it wasn't difficult to figure everything out. The small demon stared at Jiang Hao angrily. We don't want to be closed off here. We want to go out too. Is that so wrong? Why do you all insist on exterminating us? Don't we have the right to pursue freedom? You're not wrong, said Jiang Hao softly. But you are attacking my sect. The sect has dispatched me to get rid of you because you are causing problems. I'm just following orders. Do you think I'm wrong for doing that? Don't you know what it means to be righteous? Asked the small demon. Are you just a puppet who follows orders? Chapter 187 Chapter 187 You Re in the Primordial Spirit Realm. Chapter 187 You Re in the Primordial Spirit Realm. Jiang Hao fell silent. What does it mean to be righteous? Being righteous is to create an equal world for all, said the small demon. Moonlight shimmered as Jiang Hao severed its neck with his saber. Jiang Hao appeared in front of the demon, but there was only a phantom there. There was no sign of blood. So fast, Jiang Hao was shocked. The small demon was in the primordial spirit realm and possessed a strange, elusive power. It could conceal itself impeccably. Jiang Hao had tried to trick it by making small talk. However, it seemed that the demon had the same plan. The moment Jiang Hao made a move, it escaped. Both of them had acted at the same time. It was always a mistake to underestimate one's enemy. Jiang Hao followed the demon. With his ability, he could keep up with the demon. As for the Golden Core demons and the other primordial spirit demons, Jiang Hao had no time to focus on them. This small demon was his priority. Although blue bubbles were rare, they were not non-existent. He could always find another way to get them. In the forest, Jiang Hao moved like a ray of light. He was difficult to see. In front of him, the small demon moved swiftly. The two of them moved at a breakneck speed. The demon seems to have some special power that helps him move very fast, thought Jiang Hao. It makes things tricky. Jiang Hao used his daily appraisal on the demon. Devil's Den ruins? Jiang Hao was surprised. He had never heard of such a place before. If the demon thought that the ruins could kill him, it must indeed be dangerous. Jiang Hao activated his reappearance of the hidden spirit ability for safety. He wanted to catch up with the small demon and kill him fast. However, the moment he activated his divine ability, the small demon was flustered and activated its demon's heavenly method. The speed at which it proceeded was unbelievable. If Jiang Hao hadn't learned the light and dust method, he wouldn't have been able to catch up at all. Fortunately, he still had an advantage. It wouldn't take long for him to catch up with the demon. After a while, the small demon stopped fleeing. Jiang Hao had caught up to it, and there was no point in running. You can't kill me yet," it shouted. "I have abilities that other demons don't have. I can do many things for you. I will tell you everything you want to know. I can also lead you to the core of the Devil's Denver. Please spare me." Whoosh! Moonlight streaked past. Jiang Hao wanted to kill it. He didn't want to leave loose ends. He was curious about the Devil's Den ruins and the core, but he thought it was better to ask Hongye about it than to believe a demon's words. The first strike missed the mark. It was the same with Jiang Hao's subsequent attacks. When the demon was about to strike back, he felt an immense pressure descending on it. Jiang Hao had used divine might to suppress the demon. The small demon panicked. It was at this moment that Jiang Hao slashed at its throat. The small demon clutched at its throat and fell to the ground. It stared at Jiang Hao. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" "No, it's just that you got entangled with an enemy stronger than you," said Jiang Hao. The small demon fell to the ground. Its blood stained the earth. "Please, see, can you spare me? If you don't attack me back, I can let you live." As for letting it go, it was up to the Heavenly Note sect. Jiang Hao had no say in the matter. The small demon's voice was weaker than before. "Why must we stay trapped here?" Jiang Hao didn't respond but stood quietly beside it. "Who doesn't want to explore a broader world? We are not lesser than anyone." Its voice faded away. Soon, there was only silence. Jiang Hao struck it twice more with his saber to make sure it was dead. With that, the source of the chaos had come to an end. The words of the small demon made no difference to him. In this world, everyone looked out for themselves. The strong dominated the weak, and if you couldn't figure out a way to survive, you ended up dead. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the direction of the core of the Devil's Den. Jiang Hao immediately turned to look. Radiant light was emanating from the direction of the core, followed by continuous explosions. An immense power occupied half of the sky and wreaked havoc. It made Jiang Hao realize the limit of his own strength. There were still many powerful beings among the demons that he couldn't fight. Jiang Hao moved away from the direction of the core. He thought about the ruins. After hesitating for a bit, he decided to go and take a look. Now that the small demon was gone, he felt more at ease. Perhaps it wouldn't be as dangerous as before. The matter with the Devil's Den would only be resolved after the core was calm again. He still had plenty of time. In the evening, Jiang Hao came across a strange structure. It looked like a grand hall, with an entrance leading underground. It seemed that the ruin was actually underground. Just as he was about to enter and investigate, something rushed past him and fell a few paces away from Jiang Hao. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a man in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He was injured. Blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Jiang Hao recognized the person. It was Lan Feng. Lan Feng also noticed Jiang Hao. He had been a bit cautious in the beginning but smiled when he saw that it was Jiang Hao. "Junior brother Jiang, you're still alive," said Lan Feng. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. He glanced behind Lan Feng to see if anyone else was coming out of the ruins. "Are you looking for junior sister Yi Ji? She's already dead. Only 2 of us survived," said Lan Feng after taking a moment to catch his breath. "I remember that you are in the late stage of Foundation establishment realm, right? Did you get injured?" Just some minor injuries, nothing serious, Jiang Hao said. I see. Lan Feng stared at Jiang Hao's storage treasure. Junior brother Jiang, you have had quite a few extraordinary encounters. You must have obtained some remarkable treasures. What do you mean, senior brother Lan? Jiang Hao asked calmly. The innocent should not be burdened with guilt, junior brother Jiang. I'm sure you understand that, Lan Feng said coldly. He extended his hands as though asking for something. Sometimes, giving up treasures can save your life. Jiang Hao smiled. Senior brother Lan, you can come and take it yourself. You have a death wish. Lan Feng's golden core realm aura erupted. He launched an attack on Jiang Hao with lightning speed. Jiang Hao remained unfazed. Just as he was about to be hit, he frowned slightly and released his spiritual energy. The pressure swept out like a storm and enveloped the surroundings. Lan Feng didn't seem as confident anymore. He felt something strike him. The aura that hit him surpassed even the golden core realm. He froze. Lan Feng's heart pounded in fear. He could hardly believe it. He stared at Jiang Hao in shock. How is this possible? You're in the primordial spirit realm? Senior brother Lan, do you have any last words? Jiang Hao asked calmly. No, please. Not like this. But the blade had already struck him. Lan Feng's vision blurred, and his consciousness faded slowly. Jiang Hao looked at Lan Feng's lifeless body on the ground, then glanced around and realized that there was no storage treasure to be found. He looked at the entrance of the ruin. There might still be people inside. Chapter 188 Chapter 188 Always One Step Ahead. Chapter 188 Always One Step Ahead. Jiang Hao was in no hurry to enter the ruin. The ruin was not safe, and he was not at his peak. He needed to recover his strength before entering the ruin. He also wanted to wait outside to see if anyone else would be coming out. Lan Feng, in the Golden Core realm, had managed to escape. Maybe someone else in the Golden Core realm could escape too. If that happened, it would be safe for him, as a primordial spirit realm cultivator, to enter the ruin. Jiang Hao didn't want to act recklessly. He took a few steps and began to restore his spiritual power. He would only enter the ruin once he was at his full strength. If it was too dangerous inside, he decided to retreat immediately. There was no need to take unnecessary risk. Inside the ruin, the sky was vast, and an endless abyss surrounded it. There were floating stone platforms and paths in the abyss. At the center were two men. They smiled and looked ahead. The people from the Heavenly Note sect are quite smart. One managed to escape while the other is still hiding, said the old, white-haired man. They had come to find Jiang Hao but had unexpectedly ended up here. They wanted to explore the place because they sensed treasure within this place. When they entered, they found some people already inside. They followed the group. However, they moved too slowly. The two men caught up to the group and tried to make them work for them. The group was too rebellious and refused outright. One of them used a formation to escape, and another disappeared into the mist. The remaining were all killed by the two men. This place is closed off. We should be careful. After getting the treasure, we still need to find someone, said the man with the goatee. The two men continued ahead. They had already passed several levels and should be close to the location where the treasures were hidden. The abyss is a bit strange. I wonder what will happen if someone falls into it, said the old, white-haired man. We should be careful. Someone from the Heavenly Note sect escaped. I wonder if he will send some powerful people our way. This area falls within the Foundation establishment region. Who can be powerful enough to come here? Even if someone is in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm, two of us can handle them. If the ones approaching aren't cultivators, we can just kill them, said the man with a goatee as he laughed. They walked faster. At this moment, on one of the floating paths, Yi Ji walked deeper as she clutched at her injured arm. Damn it! I can sense the two primordial spirit realm cultivators. She couldn't fight two primordial spirit realm cultivators together. If she hadn't escaped, she would have died by now. Everyone is dead. If anyone was alive, I could have used them as a distraction. This place requires someone sharp and perceptive. Jiang Hao would have been the best person to be used. With him around, I could definitely try and fight. Otherwise, I could just use him to distract the primordial spirit realm cultivators and escape. Lan Feng had escaped. Yi Ji envied him. Sometimes, knowing about different formations was useful. She sighed and continued to walk deeper into the ruin. She hoped she could survive. At night time, Ning Xian and the others rushed into the area surrounded by trees. They sensed the presence of many demons. There are many gold core and primordial spirit demons here, which means this is the place we're looking for, Mu Qi said. Ning Xian nodded, but she was puzzled. There's no problem with the demons here. It means that the person who was ahead of us didn't pass from here. Perhaps they went the wrong way? Asked the man who was with them. Hard to say. For now, let's lure the demons out one by one and kill them, Ning Xian said. With a plan in mind, they began to lure the demons out. After a long battle, the three of them finally got rid of all the demons. Although it took a bit of time, everything went smoothly. They saw a wooden house. If they were right, the house contained the reason the demons were acting strangely. The three of them entered the wooden house cautiously. They frowned when they looked inside. There was a dead demon on the ground and a broken stone on the table. The power in the stone was faint but discernible. They knew that this was the work of the person who was ahead of them. He had bypassed the defenses and reached the house easily. Who exactly is this person? Ning Xian picked up the broken stone from the table. The person left no trace, and his strength seemed to far surpass theirs. Mu Qi and the other man shook their heads. They were clueless. Let's go back. This stone was our goal. Since the person who came here didn't take it with him, it's ours now, said Ning Xian. Mu Qi and the other man had no problem with her suggestion. If they took credit for this, they could claim a lot of benefits. However, the mysterious person made them very curious. What exactly was that person after? Outside the ruins, Jiang Hao opened his eyes. He had completely recovered his strength and energy. No one had come out of the ruin during this time. He approached the entrance and made sure the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman was functioning properly. If he encountered danger, he could use the talisman to escape. The entrance was a staircase descending into complete darkness. He walked a total of 636 steps before reaching the bottom. At the bottom, there was a faint illumination from the starlight. The place was empty, with a boundless abyss surrounding it. Ahead, there were floating paths and some floating stone platforms. Each stone platform had formation traces. Even on the paths, there were formations present. It was unclear what would happen if he touched it. There were also some traps. Some had been triggered, while others were still hidden in the dark. It seems someone has been here. Jiang Hao walked along the safe path. He noticed that it didn't stop going down. After walking a while, he saw a corpse. It was a dead man. Jiang Hao recognized him as one of the early Foundation establishment realm cultivators who had been in his group when they started toward the core. A trap had killed him. Jiang Hao shook his head and continued forward. This time, he didn't go down but passed through a huge passage. There were more floating paths and formations. Occasionally, he came across some corpses. After safely passing several checkpoints, Jiang 101AO arrived at a foggy area. It was so dark that he could hardly even see his hands in front of his face. He slowed down and spent some time trying to sense the dangers around him. Finally, he passed through the mist and arrived at a massive floating platform. I still haven't seen anyone around here. Just how deep does this ruin go? So far, he hadn't encountered any treasures. The further down he walked, the more he felt an invisible force suppressing him. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. Don't you think I might have hidden trump cards? Chapter 189. Don't you think I might have hidden trump cards? Jiang Hao looked up at the sky inside the ruin. He couldn't see walls or anything else besides starlight. Even when he extended his divine senses, everything felt empty. Is this still underground? Wondered Jiang Hao. He could sense the suppressing feeling but couldn't figure it out. It affected his mind a little. There was no one and nothing around. Except for the sounds of his footsteps, he could hear nothing. Jiang Hao walked along a straight path. Surprisingly, there were no other floating objects this time, only a road leading forward, but he couldn't see the end of it. He felt strange walking on the path. He felt as though it might collapse any minute. Jiang Hao cautiously placed his hand at the edge of the abyss. There was a suction force. It seemed that if he strayed away from the path, he would be sucked into the abyss. What lay beneath the abyss was a mystery. Jiang Hao didn't want to unravel that mystery. He walked along the path and heard a faint laughter in the distance. Ha ha ha, are you running away? You really think you can run away? An old man flew over him and landed behind him. He was in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. His opponent was only in the early stage. However, the old, white-haired man was surprised when he saw Jiang Hao. Took some time, but we found you. A woman stumbled and ran. Yi was stunned when she saw Jiang Hao. She had almost despaired when the old, white-haired man appeared in front of her. She thought this was the end for her. Junior brother Jiang, has the sex reinforcements arrived? Jiang Hao recognized her. She was Yi. He noticed that she was injured, and her cultivation was unstable. She was in a dire situation. She was being targeted by two men in the primordial spirit realm, but she was still alive. That meant that she had some kind of treasure that was helping her, or the two men had no intention of killing her. Jiang Hao understood what had happened here. He wondered how capable the two were in combat. He had never faced someone in the primordial spirit realm before. Jiang Hao nodded. The sex reinforcements might have arrived. The source that was controlling the demons has been destroyed. The sex experts are dealing with the situation right now. Young man, who are you even trying to fool? Asked the old man with a goatee as he walked over to them. Do you really think the demons are that weak? Even if they are, our Heavenly Saints sect is not to be trifled with. Jiang Hao was surprised to hear that they were from the Heavenly Saints sect. He had walked right in their hands like a lamb to the laughter. Oh, you're Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, said the old, white-haired man as he stared at Jiang Hao. What did Yan Hua tell you before she disappeared? What is the secret hidden in the mine? Yi was stunned. She hadn't expected people from the Heavenly Saints sect to know about Jiang Hao. They seemed to think he was someone important. Yi was a little relieved. She might be able to escape, after all. Why do you assume that Yan Hua told me anything about the secret? Asked Jiang Hao. You were Lyle IDSL person Sni Iluyor Sni Kuspu. 11 Sni El Lenyu, who would she tell it to? Asked the old, white-haired man. Is it possible that she did that on purpose? Said Jiang Hao. She must have done it to make you target me while giving away the secret to someone else, said Jiang Hao. Yes, that might be possible. But if it isn't you, then who should we search for? Asked the old, white-haired man. Jiang Hao was speechless. Apart from me, who would have interacted with Yan Hua? Who else could they go after? But I really don't know about any secrets related to the mines, said Jiang Hao truthfully. Whether you know the secret or not is not important for now, said the old man with the goatee. Let's go in first. Jiang Hao hesitated. You must be curious about the treasure hidden inside, right? Jiang Hao walked forward. Yi followed him. She let Jiang Hao take the lead to pretend like he was in charge. She waited for an opportunity to escape. Jiang Hao had no idea about Yi Ji's intentions. He was genuinely curious about the treasure hidden inside. He also wanted to find out more about what the Heavenly Saint sect was planning. "I heard that your sect wants to attack our sect," said Jiang Hao. "Why?" "Huh." The old man with a goatee looked surprised. "I didn't say anything about that. Why do you think we would attack you?" He was pretending to make small talk while keeping a close eye on Jiang Hao. He didn't want to let Jiang Hao escape. Although Jiang Hao seemed to be only in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, there must be a reason why Yan Hua had chosen him. They didn't want to underestimate the enemy. "Because of me?" Jiang Hao guessed. "Partly." The old man with a goatee smiled. "Although many people want to capture you, and we do too, it wouldn't be wise for the Heavenly Saint sect to attack the Heavenly Note sect. We can't sacrifice ourselves just like that. We need to protect our Holy Master." Holy Master? Jiang Hao had no idea who the Holy Master was, but he knew a little about the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Saint sect. "Is the saintess of your sect prepared for the Holy Master?" The old, white-haired man chuckled. "You have so many questions." Jiang Hao continued walking forward. His hand was on his saber. He remained on high alert against the two people. "I'm as good as dead against the two of you. You don't need to be so cautious with me," said Jiang Hao. The old, white-haired man sneered. "That's true, but it's best if you don't know more about our Holy Maiden, the Saintess, and the Holy Master." "Actually, it's not that difficult," said the man with a goatee with a smile. "Just keep denying that Yan Hua told you anything, and we will take you with us to our sect. Then, you will be able to see everything yourself. But you will have to endure torture worse than death. We have already planned everything for the interrogation. Just hold on a bit longer." "Haven't you noticed that I'm very calm? Don't you think I might have my own hidden trump cards?" asked Jiang Hao. "Ha ha ha." The two men burst into laughter at his words. "I'm looking forward to your hidden trump cards, to be honest. You'll soon realize that everything is as fragile as paper in the face of absolute strength," said the old, white-haired man. "How arrogant," thought Jiang Hao. He learned something from the interaction. Power could blind some people. When that happened, arrogance would be the cause of untimely death. Jiang Hao decided not to let his own arrogance blind him. After a while, Jiang Hao arrived at a fork in the path. "Left," said the old, white-haired man. Jiang Hao walked to the left. He didn't know how they were so sure the left path was the correct one, but he didn't sense any danger. He continued forward. After walking for a while, they came upon a huge door. Jiang Hao frowned. There was a strange power trying to burst out of there. It was suppressed by an invisible force for now. "Enter the door," the old, white-haired said. They were excited. The door opened. Jiang Hao couldn't sense anything anymore, but he kept his hands on his saber and walked in. He carefully observed the door. There was a protruding stone that might have been a switch. Yi Ji intentionally lagged behind, but she saw the switch too. Her eyes flickered as if she had figured out a way to escape. Jiang Hao noticed it. "Is she trying to use me and trap us inside so she can escape?" As soon as he entered the stone door, Jiang Hao felt a red light shining on him. He instinctively activated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra to protect himself from whatever was inside. When the red light dissipated, a vast underground palace came into view. Stone blocks floated in the middle like stairs. It was like a pyramid with a red pearl at the top. The pearl emitted a faint red light. Strange power surged in all directions. The power ebbed and flowed with the red light. Jiang Hao felt that it was dangerous. It would be bad to get close to it. Without hesitation, he activated the daily appraisal. Chapter 190 Chapter 190 Senior Sister Hong. Chapter 190 Senior Sister Hong. Jiang Hao received feedback immediately. He felt a little afraid. Jiang Hao hesitated. It was no wonder he had felt the need to instinctively activate the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. It was to resist the power of misfortune. Once the misfortune engulfed him, it would greatly affect his cultivation. This ruin might have gathered the galaxy array and the power of mountains and rivers to suppress the pearl of misfortune. He dared not touch it. Taking it outside would be disastrous. However, the last sentence caught his eye. Perhaps he could take it away with him since he had the Hong Meng Heart Sutra, but if it backfired, he didn't know what kind of destructive power it would unleash. For a moment, he was curious whether Hong Yuye could resist the influence of the misfortune pearl. He could take it and give it to her. It was just a thought. At the very least, he had to wait until tomorrow. Then he could seal the misfortune pearl and then assess its safety. If it was dangerous, there was no need to take unnecessary risk. At this time, everyone had already entered through the door. Yi Ji stood beside Jiang Hao and positioned herself in a corner. The old, white-haired man and the man with a goatee entered. They looked at Yi Ji. "Young woman, I advise you not to make any sudden moves. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't even think about escaping." Yi Ji didn't say a word and just stood with her head down. The two men looked at the pearl. They were astonished. They didn't know what exactly it was but could feel its power. There were many formations around it. The formations are weakening. It will take some time to break through, the old man with a goatee said. Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry. He would wait for them to break through the formations before he set his plan into motion. "You two come here and try to break this formation," said the old man with a goatee after investigating the formations around the pearl. Jiang Hao didn't say anything, and Yi Ji still had a role to play. Someone had to try to take down the red pearl. It was safer to let someone else take the pearl down. Jiang Hao and Yi Ji remained quiet and walked to the formation on the left. "Junior brother Jiang, did you get injured on your way here?" Yi Ji asked as she broke the formation. She looked calm. "Just a minor injury," Jiang Hao said. "When you came here, were you able to avoid the demons on the path?" she asked. It was common knowledge that Jiang Hao was very perceptive in detecting the presence of demons. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. He had avoided most demons. He had only killed the golden core demons and primordial spirit demons. After he had killed the small demon, Jiang Hao had left the rest alone. "Junior brother Jiang, what kind of spiritual techniques do you cultivate?" "It's so powerful," said Yi Ji and then sighed. "We might not make it out alive." "So, you are after my spiritual technique?" Jiang Hao could guess her intentions. "It was taught to me by a senior sister, but it can only be taught orally," he whispered. "Which senior sister?" Yi Ji asked. She looked doubtful. "Senior sister Hong," Jiang Hao said. After that, Yi Ji was silent. She broke the formation and glanced at the old man on the other side. When the formation on the old man's side began to shake, she said to Jiang Hao, "Junior brother Jiang, come and take a look at this formation." Jiang Hao walked over to her. "What's wrong?" He touched the formation. It was a simple defensive formation. "Just move forward a little and you'll see," Yi Ji urged. At this moment they were on the stone platform with the abyss just at the edge. Jiang Hao took a step forward. Yi Ji stood behind Jiang Hao and slid a ring down her hand. In an instant everything was enveloped by the mist. Yi Ji struck out with her palm toward Jiang Hao. If he went flying down, his scream would attract the two men. Then, she could run toward the entrance and escape. She would then press the switch and trap them here. That was her plan. It was better than waiting for death. She had considered everything, but she hadn't expected the person in front of her to cause trouble. Her palm strike had missed, and Jiang Hao was nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? She was shocked. Yi Ji had used her golden core realm aura to suppress Jiang Hao just to prevent this sort of accident. "I'll push you lightly," It's only far after what you planned for me, said a voice behind her. Yi Ji felt a tremendous force pushing back against her. In an instant, she went flying. She was suspended over the abyss and felt a strong suction force pulling her in. She turned and looked at Jiang Hao on the stone platform. Yi Ji couldn't believe it. How? She couldn't understand how Jiang Hao had been able to dodge her attack. She didn't understand what kind of force he had used to push her down. Did my charm spells even work on him? She struggled as she fell, but the force pulling her was too strong. Junior brother Jiang, you are killing another disciple. Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the law enforcement hall? Shouted Yi Ji in fear. Chapter 191 Chapter 191 Nothing but ants under the primordial heavenly blade. Chapter 191 Nothing but ants under the primordial heavenly blade. Yi Ji fell into the endless abyss. Jiang Hao watched her fall. He didn't manage to get her storage treasure. The fog hadn't dissipated, but the old, white-haired man appeared by his side. Did you push your senior sister down? He sounded surprised. Jiang Hao turned to look at the old, white-haired man and briefly considered whether to push him down as well. He brushed off the idea. It wasn't the right time. He still needed the two men to break the formations. If brute force didn't work, he would have to give up on the misfortune pearl. He felt a little regretful thinking about it. I was just protecting myself, he said softly. I didn't expect that you could beat a golden core realm cultivator. Although she was seriously injured, I doubt she would have fallen at your hands, said the old, white-haired man in confusion. The mist finally dispersed. This mist could hinder perception and vision. So, it might have been a special treasure that must have helped Jiang Hao. The old, white-haired man hadn't been able to see what was going on between Jiang Hao and Yi Ji. He had thought Jiang Hao was in danger and had approached to help. He never expected to find Jiang Hao unharmed while facing someone in the Golden Core realm. You really think I might not have any hidden cards up my sleeve? Asked Jiang Hao as he looked at the old, white-haired man. I do have that feeling now. I won't underestimate you. But you better be careful. For now we can only let you go up and get that thing. However, before you do, tell us what Yen Hua told you, said the old, white-haired man. You'll have to pray for more luck, said Jiang Hao. The old, white-haired man returned to the other side and continued to break the formations. This time, he was more cautious. Be cautious of Jiang Hao. He definitely hides some secrets, he whispered to his companion. The old man with a goatee smiled. You're at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, while he is only at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Even if he has secrets, is it worth being cautious about? If you're worried, just cripple him. No need to be so worried. Not yet, whispered the old, white-haired man. When he makes a move, don't give him time to react. One powerful strike is enough to injure him and avoid complications. The old man with a goatee was astonished. Was it really necessary to be so cautious? Wasn't it better to attack when Jiang Hao was relaxed? Why did they have to reduce themselves to being so calculative and cautious against someone in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm? However, he didn't argue. He just nodded. Whatever. I don't mind. They were going to make a move one way or another. So, it didn't matter when they did it. Jiang Hao continued to break the formations using brute force. He wondered if he had to break them completely before going up. He observed his surroundings and noticed that the formations were connected like a chain. The latter parts were easier to break once the earlier parts were broken through. The formations were stronger when they were attached to the others. Upon careful observation, he found that the formations were preventing the power of the misfortune pearl from overflowing. Will bad luck affect everyone once the formations are broken? Wondered Jiang Hao. I wonder if the Hong Meng Heart Sutra will be enough to resist it. Being plagued by misfortune was terrible. Jiang Hao decided to leave immediately if he sensed something. He didn't care if the two men noticed anything. After a long time, Jiang Hao felt that the longer he stayed, the greater the influence of the red light would be. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. Otherwise, he would have been affected a lot by the misfortune pearl. As for the two from the Heavenly Saints sect, they had already been affected, but they were still unaware. If they were outside, they might notice something, but breaking the formation was like inhaling poison with every breath. It was hard to detect, but they were already being poisoned. Jiang Hao remained silent and thought about the most opportune moment to launch an attack. If they are on guard against me, would they try to attack me? If so, when would be the best time? Thought Jiang Hao. Should I attack when all the formations are broken? No. By then everyone would know about the imminent danger. A thought crossed his mind. He activated the Hong Meng Sutra. He raised the primordial heavenly blade and appeared behind the old, white-haired man. Jiang Hao slashed at him. He used the moon-slaying technique. Although it was unlikely that a primordial spirit realm expert would make any sudden attacks, Jiang Hao didn't want to take a chance. It was better to initiate the attack than wait to be ambushed. Meanwhile, the old, white-haired man was stunned by Jiang Hao's sudden attack. The immense power emanating from Jiang Hao was definitely stronger than his. Is he a primordial spirit realm expert? Wondered the old, white-haired man. It was no wonder Jiang Hao had seemed too calm. The old, white-haired man immediately used his magic treasure, the Vajra staff, to counter Jiang Hao's sudden strike. Clang! The primordial heavenly blade clashed against the Vajra staff. The staff couldn't take the impact and shattered. The blade descended on the old, white-haired man. The old, white-haired man roared as a powerful force erupted from his body. However, Jiang Hao's sharp blade slashed through everything and left a deep cut on the old man's body. With a loud bang, the old, white-haired man was sent flying. At this moment, the old man with a goatee finally reacted and intervened just when Jiang Hao was going to make his final move. Glancing at the old man, Jiang Hao kicked. Purple energy gathered at his foot and shot out. Bang! The kick landed heavily on the old man's chest, causing him to retreat several steps. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao executed the light and dust technique and caught up with the old, white-haired man. You want to kill me? You think it's that easy? The old, white-haired man steadied himself and roared. A surge of power enveloped his body and madness gleamed in his eyes. He burned away his life force and used everything to avoid being killed by Jiang Hao. Boom! The old, white-haired man's power erupted with ferocity. The power condensed into a monster that charged at Jiang Hao. Die! Jiang Hao activated the reappearance of Hidden Spirit ability. He lifted his blade and a mighty power surged forth. He used the second form of the heavenly blade, Mountain Suppression. The pressure of 100,000 forces materialized, and the invisible blade pressed down and collided with the ferocious beast. Boom! The blade shattered everything and reduced the beast to pieces of meat. Rumble! The giant beast crumbled and disintegrated. Finally, the figure of the old, white-haired man reappeared. He was suppressed by the mountain suppression. Crash! Jiang Hao slashed again. The old, white-haired man's life force shattered. His body disintegrated. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao moved in again as she prepared to slash one more time. However, the old man with a goatee rushed toward him. Jiang Hao had no choice but to use the remaining power of the moonslaying in his left wrist to force him back. Only then did he approach the old, white-haired man and struck him with his blade. The blade pierced through his body. You! The old, white-haired man gazed at Jiang Hao, unwilling to accept his impending death. Then, he was sent flying into the abyss. Jiang Hao glanced at the abyss and retreated to the stone platform. He then turned to the old man with a goatee who was trembling in rage. Surprised. Chapter 192 Chapter 192 Angered to Death. Chapter 192 Angered to Death. The old man with a goatee stood on the stone platform as he clutched at his injured arm. He stared at Jiang Hao icily. He was shocked. The young man in front of him had easily destroyed all his defenses. His strength was far beyond someone at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, but he realized that Jiang Hao was actually still at the early stage. Jiang Hao had managed to injure him with just a casual strike. They were supposed to be at the same level. The old, white-haired man had burned all his life force, yet he wasn't even a match for Jiang Hao. "Aren't you Jiang Hao?" he asked in confusion. "I am," said Jiang Hao calmly. "According to our investigation, Jiang Hao is 23 years old. Are you telling me you are of that age?" It was impossible for someone so young to have reached the primordial spirit realm. Jiang Hao ignored the question. "Tell me why you are here." The people from the Heavenly Saints sect were troublesome, and gaining some understanding of their intentions would be helpful for the future. "We came to find you," the old man with a goatee sneered. "Did Yen Hua tell you about the secret of the mines?" "No." Jiang Hao shook his head. "How many spies does the Heavenly Saints sect have in the Heavenly Note sect?" "I know of 3, the old man with a goatee said. "What did Yen Hua tell you?" "I told you. She didn't tell me anything. She just thought I was interesting and wanted to kill me," said Jiang Hao. "What's the deal with the Heavenly Saints sect's saintess? Yen Hua wanted to kill you?" The old man with a goatee was momentarily stunned. "So, did you kill Yen Hua? Did you deceive everyone in the Heavenly Saints sect?" The saintess candidate is chosen by several elders. It's a special status. Even the elders don't know the real identity of the saintesses. The old man with a goatee sneered. "Why should I tell you? Do you want to continue breaking the formations?" Jiang Hao remained indifferent. "Breaking the formation?" The old man with a goatee laughed. "So, you left us alive so that we would help you break the formations? You are really a mantis trying to catch the cicadas, aren't you? We thought we were using you, but we underestimated you." Jiang Hao calmly looked at the old man. He didn't say anything. The old man wasn't wrong. As for the information regarding the Heavenly Saints sect's saintess candidates, Jiang Hao was surprised. So, the saintesses didn't know each other at all. This meant that Ming Yi and Miao Tinglian might not have known each other despite being from the same sect. "You killed my brother and want me to help you with the formations?" said the man with a goatee. "Are you kidding me?" He threw a round-shaped treasure at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was surprised. Were the people of the Heavenly Saints sect really loyal to each other? The power of the treasure was potent, but Jiang Hao swung his saber and cleaved it in half. By that time, the man with the goatee had already jumped into the abyss. He grinned maniacally. "You should know how dangerous the abyss is, right? Are you bold enough to follow me? I might survive. If I do, I'll come after you for revenge." At this point, the old man with a goatee had already fallen. Jiang Hao couldn't confirm whether he was dead or not. He put away his sword and raised his left hand with his palm facing upward. "Universe in a palm," he uttered. The ability was activated. Purple energy swirled from his hand and wrapped around the old man with a goatee. "What is this?" The old man with a goatee wanted to resist, but he was unable to fight the power. He was completely covered by the purple spiritual energy. Jiang Hao retracted the purple energy, and the old man appeared in his palm. The old man with a goatee inside the purple sphere looked at Jiang Hao in astonishment. "Surprised?" Jiang Hao asked. The old man frantically attacked the walls of the purple sphere. It seemed like he wanted to escape. However, his strength was insufficient to break through. Jiang Hao didn't delay. He used the first form of the heavenly blade. His fingers became the blade. Jiang Hao slashed toward the man on his palm. The old man was severely wounded. When he was on the verge of death, Jiang Hao cast him out. The old man fell to the ground. He was human-sized now. "It's a pity that you won't last long enough to fall into the abyss," said Jiang Hao. The old man with a goatee was so angry that he couldn't even speak. "Try not to make me an enemy in your next life," said Jiang Hao. He used his saber and ended the man's life. He struck him twice more to make sure he was really dead. He fished for the dead man's storage treasure and threw the corpse into the abyss. Jiang Hao then shifted his gaze to the misfortune pearl. "It seems I have to break the formation myself. I wonder how much time it will take," he muttered. The great battle outside should be over in a few days. The place was likely to be discovered by then. It would be better to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Hao looked at the storage treasure. What he cared about the most were spirit stones. He was surprised to find that the storage treasure had around 12,000 spirit stones. So many. The ones in the primordial spirit realm were wealthier than the golden core realm cultivators. However, Jiang Hao only had 1,000 spirit stones on himself, and that was mostly because he had looted that from the others he had subdued or killed. His only advantage was that he didn't need to spend spirit stones on his cultivation. It seems that one's wealth or poverty cannot be completely measured by their cultivation level. He didn't regret that he hadn't been able to obtain the other man's storage treasure. At least, he hadn't ended up dead. Chapter 193 Chapter 193 Jiang Hao is dead? Chapter 193 Jiang Hao is dead? Jiang Hao looked at the other items in the storage treasure. He didn't find anything valuable. It seemed that all the good things had been used. Is it because they felt hopeless about advancing, or did they just happen to use them all up? Jiang Hao didn't know for sure. He did find a book on cultivation technique called the Heavenly Saint Life Technique. Is this the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Saint sect? Jiang Hao took a brief look and confirmed that it was indeed the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Saint sect. It contained information on both the cultivation technique and spiritual technique. The Heavenly Saint spiritual technique? I wonder how it compares to the Great Thousand spiritual technique in terms of power. According to the description, some aspects focus on external forms. Overall, it's not much different from the 100 revolutions of the Heavenly Note technique. But with the addition of a spiritual technique, this should be stronger. Jiang Hao put away the items. He couldn't cultivate this technique because he was already cultivating something else. However, it might fetch a good price if he sold it. After putting away the items, Jiang Hao planned to break the formations with brute force. He raised his saber and attacked the formations while his ability was still active. Around noon the next day, Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. The formations were finally broken. It was much more difficult than he had expected. If the two primordial spirit realm cultivators had been present, the formations could have been broken last night. There was still one last defense before he could reach the misfortune pearl. Once it was broken, the power of misfortune would overflow. He had no idea how it would affect him. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hao allowed the purple energy to envelop his entire body before he struck the last blow. Crack! The primordial heavenly blade shattered the defense like glass. In the next instant, the misfortune pearl emitted a bright red light. The aura swept through the surroundings like waves. However, in front of the primordial heavenly blade, the power of misfortune didn't hold. Jiang Hao used the power of the purple spiritual energy to suppress the bursting power of misfortune. The misfortune pearl was suppressed by the purple energy. At that time, Jiang Hao used the universe in a palm ability to seal the misfortune pearl in a sphere in his palm. Jiang Hao used all his power to seal the pearl in front of him. Fortunately, the misfortune pearl had no owner, so it didn't resist Jiang Hao's might. The purple spiritual energy enveloped and sealed the entire misfortune pearl. It suspended a little above his palm without touching his skin. Jiang Hao didn't dare to touch it. He didn't undo the seal he had placed. After confirming that he was safe, he observed his surroundings. The misfortune pearl was sealed, and the power of misfortune was no longer overflowing. It seems the sealing technique is quite effective. Jiang Hao looked at the misfortune pearl, which now looked like a purple bead. The crimson inside was only visible if one inspected it very closely. Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal on the pearl. 15 days. Jiang Hao fell silent. He sat down and began to refine his cultivation. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, and he still needed to confirm something. During the night, he had already recovered his strength fully, but he kept his eyes closed and focused on refining his cultivation. The next morning, he opened his eyes and activated the reappearance of hidden spirit. He once again used the universe in a palm ability to cover the heavenly fate misfortune pearl with purple energy. He sealed it once more. Jiang Hao then appraised it once again. He wanted to know if the sealing effects could be stacked one after the other. If that was possible, he would take the pearl with him. If not, he would just give up and leave it here. 15 days wasn't long. No one knew what kind of devastation the pearl might cause after that. It seems that the sealing can be stacked, but I don't know how many times it can be done. Jiang Hao didn't stay back this time. It was time to leave. Since the sealing effect could be stacked, there was no need to worry. He could just gather his strength and seal it every day. If he ever needed to use it, he could just break the seal. However, the pearl was too terrifying to use. He hoped he never had to use it. Jiang Hao was curious why a person would make such a treasure. Its function was to exterminate everything living. In a sealed state, it can suppress curses, so it's still useful. Jiang Hao left the ruin after that. He was in a hurry to get out. After a while, he finally saw the exit. He heaved a sigh of relief as he stepped out. That heavy feeling disappeared. The feeling of heaviness in the ruin was because of the misfortune pearl. I need to make sure if the heavenly fate misfortune pearl would be the same outside. If it is more active outside, then the seal might break faster. Jiang Hao headed toward the defense line. He glanced in the direction of the core of Devil's Denver. The radiant light was still there, but it had weakened significantly. It seemed whatever he had done had worked. Now, he only needed to do some final cleanup after heading back. At most, it would delay him for another month or two. At the defense line, Zheng Shurjiu sat by the tree. He had suffered many injuries. Fortunately, they could rest a bit. After several days of effort, the defense line was back to normal. They were taking a break to recover their strength. After that, they needed to clean up the remaining demons. At least, there would be more reinforcements coming soon. It seems like the matter will be over within a month or two. Zheng Shurjiu sighed. So many days have passed. If Senior Sister Yi Ji and the group were successful, shouldn't they be back by now? Said Yu Yu. Perhaps they will be back in a few more days. Xian Yue had suffered severe injuries too. She stayed with Zheng Shurjiu and Yu Yu because it felt a lot safer to be with them. If they return, junior brother Jiang will be among them, right? Asked Yu Yu. Zheng Shurjiu and Xian Yue fell silent. They nodded slowly. How can you be sure? Yu Yu didn't understand how they had so much faith in Jiang Hao. It's just a gut feeling, Zheng Shurjiu said. They waited for 3 days. They saw someone returning, but it wasn't Jiang Hao. They were the other two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. They were both heavily injured and had barely managed to escape. They briefly explained how they had stayed back to hold off the demons while Yi Ji and the others fought. After listening for a while, Zheng Shurjiu asked about Jiang Hao's situation. However, they told him that Jiang Hao had died very early on their journey. As a late Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, he was the weakest and the first to fall behind. Dead. Jiang Shizhu found it hard to believe. Yu sighed. Jiang Hao was a good person, and they had worked together several times before. It was disappointing to hear that he might be dead. Chapter 194 Chapter 194 Aren't you dead? Chapter 194 Aren't you dead? Jiang Shizhu didn't believe it. Senior sister Yi Ji hadn't even returned yet, so nothing was certain. 2 more days passed, and still no one returned. Yi Ji, Jiang Hao, and Lan Feng were nowhere to be seen. That was strange. It was unclear if they were delayed by something or if something unexpected had happened on the way. The 2 people who had returned from the journey felt that they were superior to others because they had gone on a dangerous journey and returned safe and sound. They even mocked some of the other disciples for not being as brave as them. They even occasionally criticized Jiang Hao for being reckless, which had cost him his life. Jiang Shizhu still felt it was unlikely for Jiang Hao to have died that easily. The 2 disciples didn't dare reveal more information. They were worried about the return of their companions, but they still wanted to be seen as brave. 3 more days passed, and there was still no news. No one returned. The crisis had been long resolved. The group that went to the core to solve the problem should have arrived by this time. Jin Long gathered everyone. Those who have recovered, come with me to clear out the demons in the forest. Yi Ji and the others haven't returned. They might be trapped. We'll try to find them and assist them in any way we can. Nobody refused. They didn't dare refuse a senior. Those who were severely injured didn't need to follow. Xin Yue and Yu Yu had recovered a bit from their injuries, so they decided to follow the group. Clearing out the demons had its benefits. Besides, they could do with more spirit stones. Jiang Shizhu was also planning to follow the rescue group to the forest. 2 days later, they encountered many demons on their way. They fought with all their might. Fortunately, the demons were fighting on instinct alone, so it wasn't difficult to get rid of them. Jiang Shizhu swung his paper fan and released fierce attack. He took his time this time. He retreated a little to lure the demon to an empty area. Soon, he was fighting near Xin Yue and Yu Yu. They glanced at each other. Everyone felt a bit awkward. Jiang Shizhu smiled. You 2 have worked hard, he said. These demons are formidable. True, senior brother Jiang, said Xin Yue. This time, the fights with these demons turned out to be truly unforgettable. Yu Yu only nodded. After that, they went into different areas. Jiang Shizhu was relieved. Why did they have to retreat to the same area? Jiang Shizhu saw Jiang Hao. He was fighting near the edge while trying to evade another demon's attack. Xin Yue and Yu Yu also noticed him. How was he here? He was supposed to be dead. Jiang Hao felt helpless. After intentionally delaying for a few days, he finally managed to make it back, only to find that they had already started clearing out the demons. He joined in anyway. This time, he had no intention of killing the demons with one strike. He only wanted to hide between them. So, he dragged out the fight. It seemed others were doing the same. A demonic sect was a demonic sect, after all. They lacked cooperation and a sense of unity. To avoid notice, he had changed his location. He was just evading the demons to pass the time when he noticed Jiang Shizhu and the others. Jiang Hao killed the remaining demons and greeted them. It had been so long since he had been gone. He asked them about the current situation at the defense line. Yu Yu and Xin Yue were surprised to see that it was really Jiang Hao. But why was he here? How was he here with their group? They didn't recall him joining their group. They hadn't even seen him when they started this rescue mission. When did you return, junior brother Jiang? Jiang Shizhu asked. Just a while ago. I saw that many of you were fighting the demons, so I joined in, said Jiang Hao. The 3 people were speechless. His explanation made sense, but it still felt strange. When the two disciples in the Foundation establishment realm returned, everyone cheered for them. It was quite a scene. However, nobody even saw Jiang Hao return. Jingshurjo hesitated briefly, then explained the situation of the past few days. He also mentioned the two disciples in the Foundation establishment realm who had returned recently. They said I was dead? Jiang Hao was confused. When he thought about it, it made sense. He had disappeared early on, so they might have assumed he was dead. I can see why they might have thought that. I hid from the demons. I was lucky that I was able to recover from my injuries. When I finally felt strong enough to move, I was hesitant to find Senior Sister Yi Ji and the others. Instead, I decided to return to the defense line. Jingshurju nodded. He didn't know if Yi Ji and the others had gotten along with Jiang Hao. It was unclear whether Jiang Hao was telling the truth. From what the two disciples said, Yi Ji and her group might not have had it easy. If they had targeted Jiang Hao, it was highly likely that they wouldn't be coming back. So, we only have to clean up the remaining demons? Asked Jiang Hao. Senior Sister Yi Ji and the others must have been successful then. Jingshurjo and Xian Yu felt that something was strange. Yu didn't say anything. She still remembered what Jingshurjo and Xian Yu had said. She felt that something was not right. Jiang Hao was still in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. How did he escape and hide from the demons? After that, the group didn't talk much. They focused on exterminating the remaining demons. This time, they cooperated and killed the demons quickly. They advanced forward, with Jin Long leading the way. They followed the path that Yi Ji and her group might have taken. Half a month passed on the journey. They came across two corpses of disciples in the Foundation establishment realm. The group felt regret but didn't slow their pace. Another month passed and they focused on clearing out the demons. They found another corpse. 13 people had gone into the forest. Among them, they found 3 corpses, while 3 had returned alive. 7 people were unaccounted for. After another month of scouting, they found 1 more corpse. 6 people remained. Of course, most people didn't know that Jiang Hao was still alive. They thought Jiang Hao had died early. After another half a month, they discovered a relic and a severely injured corpse of Lan Feng. A golden core realm cultivator was dead. When the 2 Foundation establishment realm cultivators returned, they were fearless and optimistic. However, seeing Lan Feng's mutilated corpse made them afraid. Perhaps there was a powerful enemy lurking in the shadows. When they found the relic, many people wanted to explore it further. Jin Long was also tempted. They thought that this was the place where Yi Ji and the others would be found. Maybe there weren't any dangers inside anymore. Junior brother Jiang, do you want to go in to take a look? Asked Jingshurjo. After 2 months, their injuries had healed. Yu carried her huge sword on her back once again. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. These places usually tend to be dangerous. He really didn't want to go inside. The oppressive force that he had encountered before made him uneasy. The pair was already in his storage treasure anyway. There was nothing in the ruin. He had sealed the misfortune pearl every day. The time limit for the seal had reached 2 years. However, for the past 2 months, there had been nothing amiss with the pearl. Perhaps the worst had passed. The cleanup of the demons along the way was almost done by now. Chapter 195 Chapter 195 Stirring Up Trouble Again. Chapter 195 Stirring Up Trouble Again. The group waited outside the ruin for a long time. In the end, Jin Long led some people and entered the ruin, while a Foundation establishment realm cultivator was left outside to supervise the one who remained outside. However, there were many Foundation establishment realm cultivators, so not all people accepted the one in charge. Jiang Hao didn't care about it. The demon's lair that the small demon had tried to lead him to was still far away. It was on the other side, so there was no need to worry. If they did come across the lair, Jiang Hao would be in trouble. He couldn't reveal his cultivation in front of everyone while fighting. He had confirmed one thing in these many days. He had destroyed the stone that controlled the demons. "Senior brother Jiang, have you heard of this place?" Xian Yu asked. "I have never heard of it." Jiang Shijiu shook his head. "I have read many records about the demon's lair, but none of them mentioned any strange ruins. However, many places record that the demon's lair has many treasures, and anything could happen there." Everyone knew that there were opportunities in the demon's lair. Almost everything could be found there. Spirit herbs, special treasures, etc. Jiang Hao had also encountered some spirit herbs in the past few days. Although they weren't of top quality, they would be worth 1,000 spirit herbs after maturity. However, it would take a long time for the herbs to mature. They died easily after being transplanted somewhere else. In the end, he gave up. The only regret was that he couldn't find many bubbles. He only found a few bubbles along the way. Everything had returned to square one. He had to rely on his luck to accumulate cultivation and lifeblood, like before. "I wonder what's inside." Yu looked at the ruin with great curiosity. "It's probably dangerous," Jiang Hao said. He looked to the side. "Somebody's coming." Many people already knew that he was very perceptive, so he didn't hide it. Sure enough, a group of people approached them. Jiang Hao recognized Ning Xian. She was from the Cliff of Broken Hearts too. She was in the early stage of the Primordial spirit realm. The fact that they had appeared here meant that the two cases had a connection. The people in Jiang Hao's group were nervous to see them. Ning Xian announced her name. "Who's in charge here? Come forward and explain what's happening here." The disciple in the Foundation establishment realm, who was left in charge, stepped forward fearfully. "Now it's getting lively," said Jiang Shijiu. "But we should be safe now." "Did you go in?" Ning Xian frowned, then instructed several Golden Core realm experts to examine the ruin. "If anyone comes out with something red in their hands, kill them on the spot." Jiang Shijiu and the others were shocked to hear this. They had no idea why the senior would give such an order. Jiang Hao frowned. Ning Xian knew about the pearl. He was puzzled. If she knew about the pearl, why wasn't it destroyed before everyone gathered here? Could it be that the ruin suddenly surfaced here out of nowhere? Maybe it wasn't here before. Jiang Hao wondered if that was the case. As for the ruins appearing suddenly, it must have been the work of demons. The ruin might have been suppressed when the seniors suppressed the core before. If that were true, there might be other ruins in the demon's lair. The Golden Core realm seniors evacuated the surroundings. Many people noticed that Ning Xian was being too cautious when it came to the entrance of the ruin. She treated it like a dangerous enemy. What could make senior sister Ning Xian so nervous? "She's in the primordial spirit realm," said Jiang Shijiu in confusion. Jiang Hao shook his head. He knew what was making her nervous, but she didn't dare say it out loud. If he was discovered carrying the pearl with him, he didn't know what she would do to him. Everyone stared at the entrance of the ruin as night fell. The sound of footsteps could be heard on the stairs inside. Everyone was nervous. Ning Xian's eyes flickered. Her razor-sharp gaze was focused on the entrance of the ruin. "Whoever is inside, stop right now. Don't take a step forward. One of you can walk slowly to the entrance. Don't make any sudden moves or you'll be killed." "Are you insane?" "It's me, Jin Long," shouted Jin Long. He neither stopped nor slowed his pace of walking. "I said stop." Ning Xian's voice was icy. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the primordial spirit realm swept in all directions. Bang! The powerful force injured those inside. Frightened cries and pained screams rang out. Crawl out of there one by one. Slowly. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will be considered a traitor and will be killed on the spot, said Ningxian. Jinlong was stunned. He obeyed and crawled up to the entrance. He froze when he saw the Primordial Spirit Realm seniors at the entrance. What did you find inside? Did you see anything? Ningxian asked. We only saw a floating stone platform and a path, as well as several corpses. We didn't find anything else, Jinlong said. Did you see any red light? Ningxian asked. No. Jinlong quickly shook his head. Did you search every place thoroughly? Ningxian asked. We searched everything we saw. We don't know if there were any hidden places, said Jinlong truthfully. He had searched every nook and cranny. He hadn't found any treasures. He didn't even see Yi anywhere. Take out everything in your storage treasure and show me. Leave nothing behind, said Ningxian. Jinlong was unwilling to do it, but he didn't refuse. He was afraid that he might really be killed. Soon, everyone was inspected. No red light or treasures were anywhere to be found. Ningxian heaved a sigh of relief. It would have been convenient to kill them instead. However, they needed to make sure they had the treasure. Otherwise, killing disciples for no reason would get them into trouble with the sect. Ningxian had no idea what was inside either. She simply followed the orders she was given. It was a relief that nothing was found. If there had been something, none of them would have survived. According to the map they had received, this area should have been a meadow, not a ruin. The order she received was to investigate the place. She was told to wait for further instructions if the place happened to be guarded. No one was allowed to enter. If they tried to disobey, they would be thoroughly investigated. The orders had mentioned that if they saw red energy or light, it would cause devastation and no one would survive. When Ningxian reached the place and saw a crowd, she realized that nothing good would come out of it. Fortunately, there had been no issues so far. Seize them and wait for the law enforcement hall to conduct an investigation, said Ningxian. She couldn't make any decisions for now, so she had no choice but to wait. Jiang sighed inwardly. The situation was unexpected. Fortunately, no one had intended to go further in to investigate. He wondered if the people from the law enforcement hall would go crazy and search everyone's storage treasures. Jiang thought they might not really do that because they hadn't checked his storage treasure last time when they had come to take him into custody. Only the person in charge had searched him later. However, if the higher-ups of the sect knew about the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, who knew what they would do? If the pearl appeared anywhere near the sect, the whole sect might be doomed. Jiang remained calm and waited patiently for the arrival of the people from the law enforcement hall. Chapter 196 Chapter 196 The Arrival of the Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 196 The Arrival of the Law Enforcement Hall. Jiang and the others rested a little further away from the ruin while being guarded by the Golden Core Realm cultivators. The seniors seemed wary of them. Senior brother Jinlong is very wealthy. He had about 10,000 spirit stones. Now that I think about it, senior sister Yijit's storage treasure might have a considerable number of spirit stones. What a pity, thought Jiang. The people from the law enforcement hall have arrived. It seems that the situation here is very serious, said Jing Shizhou as he looked around. It seems like we're being treated as suspects for some reason. Jiang nodded. They were indeed treated as suspects. Logically, they hadn't done anything to warrant this. As long as they didn't do anything to go against the sect, they should be fine. Jiang still had the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl with him. If they searched him, they would find it very easily. 2 days later, Jiang and the others received news that over 90% of the demons in the Devil's Den had been eliminated. The defense could be lifted and they could return to report. As long as the demons didn't head toward the outskirts, there was no need to worry. The core beam of light remained stable. The Heavenly Note sect had achieved a complete victory with minimal losses. 2 more days passed, and Jiang Hao saw the ruin move. The ruin is descending, Jing Shizhu said. Yu Yu and Xin Yue were also astonished. Jin Long and the others, who had entered the ruin, turned pale in fear. If they hadn't made it out in time, they would have been buried with the ruin. It wasn't just Jin Long. Jiang Hao also felt a chill run down his spine. If he had stayed in longer, he would have been buried. The only way would have been to use the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman to escape. If that failed, he would have had to rely on Hongyue. The ruins gradually sank into the ground before everyone's eyes. There were no more ruins or any other structures in the vicinity. There was only vast grassland. They were all shocked to see it. Jiang Hao stared at the new grassland. He wasn't able to sense anything. If he couldn't sense it, it must be harder for others. He looked in the direction of the core of the Devil's Den and wondered what made this place so mysterious. According to Hong Yuya, there was some kind of inheritance there that made everything feel magical and surreal. What kind of inheritance could cause such a phenomenon? Jiang Hao shook his head and brushed his thoughts aside. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure anything out. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao sat on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. The next day there was a commotion. The people from the law enforcement hall had arrived. Senior Sister Ning Xian, you've worked hard. You can hand these people over to us now, said a familiar voice. Lu Xingqian? Jiang Hao tried to see if it was really him. It was indeed Lu Xingqian standing beside Ning Xian. From Jiang Hao's perspective, there wasn't much change in Lu Xingqian's aura. It meant that the two who took over his body hadn't made any move. Soon, Eliusen Knendigan to investigate Jin Long Anna Tianyi Otners. Instead or physically searching them, he used a treasure. It was a mirror that covered Jin Long and the others. It searched their souls and traced their previous actions. The Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. Jiang Hao stared at the mirror, somewhat surprised. He had heard Lu Xingqian mention this treasure before, but he didn't think it was something an ordinary cultivator could use. Technically, Lu Xingqian shouldn't have the qualifications to use it. Jiang Hao used the daily appraisal ability on the mirror. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't the actual Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. Normal investigation methods wouldn't be able to expose him. The fact that the law enforcement hall hadn't found any evidence after several attempts could prove that. So far, the only thing that could threaten him was the real Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. No problem with these people, declared Lu Xingqian. Jin Long and the others heaved a sigh of relief, as did Ning Xian. But the people gathered there were nervous once more. But this is not enough. We need to understand more about what happened. So, Lu Xingqian stared at Jin Long, junior brother Jin, and the others who went in need to come with us for further investigation. As for others, we will do a simple investigation to make sure everything is okay. The other members of the law enforcement hall took out a bowl of water. Many water droplets there surged with spiritual energy. Everyone, please reach out and cup a bit of water in your palm. Jiang Hao and the others did as they were instructed. He realized that this was a method to test if any of them had been tainted by misfortune. He didn't need to worry. However, the person next to him wasn't as lucky. The water in his hand glowed with a dark light. This frightened everyone, including the members of the law enforcement hall and Ning Xian. Jiang Hao could only sigh at the other person's misfortune. They might just be unlucky, or they might actually possess a treasure tainted with misfortune. Don't worry. It's just a trace of black light. It's probably just a coincidence that they have something similar. Let's take them back for further investigation, Lu Xingqian said calmly. After that, nothing eventful happened. After the members of the law enforcement hall left, Jiang Hao and the others received orders from the sect. The mission was over and they could return to the sect. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their journey was finally at an end after 3 whole months. However, people were curious about where Yi Ji and the others had disappeared. They hadn't found any more corpses. Could she have disappeared in the ruin? A few days later, Jiang Hao and the others left the Devil's Denver. Well, let's part ways here. I hope we can meet again on the next mission, Jing Shiju said with sincerity at the entrance of the Devil's Denver. Xian Yue echoed his sentiments. Jiang Hao nodded. These people didn't really pose a threat to him. They were as cautious as he was. Yu nodded too. She had cooperated with them throughout, but she had her doubts. Yu returned to the flowing waterfall. This particular mission had been very dangerous. Fortunately, someone had destroyed the source that controlled the demons. Jing Shiju and Xian Yue thought that it was Jiang Hao. However, the rest of the people believed that it was Yi Ji who had done that before she disappeared. Junior Sister Yu, you're back, said a woman in a blue dress. Senior Sister Qing, it is very nice to meet you here. Qing Ran, who was about to ascend to the primordial spirit realm, was a true disciple of the flowing waterfall. I heard that all of you returned safely, said Qing Ran. I also heard that it was all thanks to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. The Cliff of Broken Hearts? Yu suddenly thought of Jiang Hao. She felt puzzled. Did her senior sister also think that Jiang Hao had saved them all? She brushed her thoughts aside. She was probably thinking way too hard about this. Yes, there was a source that was controlling the demons. Senior Sister Ning Xian of the Cliff of Broken Hearts made the final contribution and destroyed the source, said Qing Ran. But I also heard that Ning Xian received the credit, but the work was done by someone else. A mysterious person destroyed the source before they reached there. Chapter 197 Chapter 197 Unable to defend himself. Chapter 197 Unable to defend himself. There was someone else? Yu was somewhat surprised. Was it Yi Ji? Yi Ji? She's only in the early stage of the Gold Core realm. She's not capable of solving this matter, said Qing Ran. The demon guards at the source were all in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Some were even at the early stage of the Primordial Spirit realm. How can someone in the early stage of the Golden Core realm? If it wasn't Yi Ji or Senior Sister Ning Xian, then who did it? Qing Ran frowned. It's hard to say. Someone entered the house and killed the demons there. Ning Xian and the others only found the source after a day. Qing Ran shrugged. It's just a rumor. It's hard to say what's true and what's false. There were guards at the Primordial Spirit realm too. Besides Ning Xian, no one else was strong enough to solve the problem unless some other seniors lent a hand. But I haven't heard of anyone trying to claim credit for it. In any case, it's hard to say for sure since none of us personally witnessed the situation. It's also possible that someone might have a grudge against Ning Xian and intentionally spread the rumors. The Hall of Merit didn't say anything, so it seems the information might be genuine. But who would want to let go of fame or benefits after doing the work? Qing Ran laughed. Someone who didn't want to claim any credit. Yu thought about it. However, when she thought about how some of the demon guards had been at the Primordial Soul realm, she shook her head. There was no way Jiang Hao could have fought the demons in that cultivation realm. Yu felt that Jing Shiju and Xian Yue had influenced her thinking. However, their remarks remained in the back of her mind. After leaving the Devil's Den, Jiang Hao didn't rush to go back. Instead, he went to the law enforcement hall to report the end of the mission. He received 100 spirit stones and a robe. It was an ordinary and inexpensive robe. It was probably priced at 289 spirit stones in the market. I received quite a lot this time, thought Jiang Hao. If I was at the Golden Core realm, I would have received at least 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Hao remembered that Mu Qi had received over 3,000 spirit stones on his last mission. However, he was in the late stage of the Golden Core realm at that time. Jiang Hao put away the spirit stones. He wanted to buy a golden core collar for the spirit beast. Changing the collar every time was more expensive. 3,000. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. It cost so much to buy a golden core collar. If he spent that much on a collar, he would be left with only 8,000 spirit stones. In a few months, the immortal peach tree would grow and bear fruit again. He would need another 10,000 spirit stones then. He thought of Yi Ji. He should have grabbed her storage treasure before she fell. He bought the collar for 2,850 spirit stones. After that, he bought some talisman-making materials. He planned to make talismans to earn some more spirit stones. He needed to accumulate another 10,000 spirit stones by the end of the year, just in case. If the immortal peach tree required more than 10,000 spirit stones, he might just give up on it. He would just prioritize the spirit beast because it would give him a golden bubble. I wonder what I'll get this time. Jiang Hao made his way toward the cliff of broken hearts. Halfway there, he heard a commotion. It sounded like several people were arguing. He decided to ignore them until he heard a familiar voice. No, it wasn't me. I didn't steal your things. Jiang Hao approached them to take a look. Several outer sect disciples were ganging up on a young boy and beating him. The young boy was Lin Ji. Senior brother Jiang had mentioned him in the Devil's Denver. Still lying? You dare steal our things just because you are friends with two extraordinarily talented people? You got some nerve. The one who was shouting was an adult man in the third stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He kicked Lin Ji in the head. You have to compensate us with spirit stones this time. At least 5 spirit stones. No less than that. I didn't steal anything, Lin Ji said as he covered his head with his hands. You still dare to deny it. The others punched and kicked him. Just because you know 2 people who are exceptionally talented, you look down on us? They haven't even advanced in their cultivation. Besides, why would they even care about you? Who would want to associate with someone like you who hasn't been able to improve even after a year? They would feel insulted to even be associated with you. You aren't worthy. Why are you talking to him? He stole our things. Make him pay us back first, said another person. They searched Lin Ji. They found 6 spirit stones in his storage treasure. You're quite rich, the man at the third stage of the lifeblood refinement realm said with a smirk. He found a small bag in Lin Ji's pocket. The words on the bag read, "Safe and sound." What is this? Asked the man. That's mine. Please, it's only a protective talisman my mother got for me, said Lin Ji as he tried to get it back. This garbage is a protective talisman? The man flung the bag into the forest. No. Please, Lin Ji pleaded. As the man threw the bag, it changed direction midway, and flew right into Jiang Hao's hand. Jiang Hao had been observing the commotion for a while, but didn't intervene. He looked at the outer sect disciples. Their attire was different from Jiang Hao's. It signified the difference in status. The others looked terrified when they saw him. Greetings, as senior. Leave. Now, said Jiang Hao. The group of people fled the scene quickly. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. 6 spirit stones. That was probably Lin Ji's entire savings from the past year. Outer sect disciples only received 1 spirit stone per month. 6 spirit stones were a considerable amount. Jiang Hao had been the same as Lin Ji, except he hadn't saved his spirit stones. He had spent them all to improve his cultivation. Only when his cultivation improved would he be safe from being harassed by others. Jiang Hao always kept his head down and focused on his cultivation. The worst he suffered was getting beaten up by others because they couldn't snatch away his spirit stones because he had none. However, he had lived with Jiang for a while, and no one dared to beat him up after that. Lin Ji's situation was more complicated. He was an easy target. Jiang Hao looked at Lin Ji. He noticed that something was strange. He had 6 spirit stones, which meant he might have already advanced to the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm for at least 6 months. Why was it that his strength was lower than that of someone in the first stage? There was something strange about his body. How long have you been at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm? Jiang Hao walked over to Lin Ji and handed him the protective talisman. 8 months, Lin Ji said. 8 months. Jiang Hao felt that something was strange. He had brought Lin Ji back because he found him peculiar. He hadn't had a chance to assess him properly because he hadn't met him often. He activated his daily appraisal ability and applied it on Lin Ji. Chapter 198 Chapter 198 Finding Someone to Lean On. Chapter 198 Finding Someone to Lean On. The grass swayed gently in the wind. Lin Ji struggled to get up. He was trembling. Everything hurt when he tried to move. Bruises were evident in the corner of his mouth. He looked disheveled and ragged. He lowered his head, not daring to look up. He was afraid of attracting attention. At this moment, only Jiang Hao was looking at him. He got feedback from the ability. So that's what it is, thought Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was truly intertwined with the bright moon sect. First Chu Chuan and now Lin Ji. Both were somehow related to that sect. What would others do if they discovered this secret? Jiang Hao thought. Lin Ji would definitely be killed for the treasure inside his soul. Jiang Hao had no interest in that treasure. Even if he did, he couldn't kill the young boy. He had recruited him here, after all. He couldn't kill a child in cold blood. Are you okay? Asked Jiang Hao. Lin Ji lowered his head. I didn't steal anything. I know, said Jiang Hao gently. The people who were beating you up know that too. They were just making an excuse to attack you and take your spirit stones. It isn't as common in the sect, but things like these have always happened. Lin Ji clenched his fist. He then let it go. He seemed resigned to his fate. Jiang Hao noticed it. You have 2 friends who have exceptional talent. The first thing you need to understand and accept is the gap between you and them. You need to know where they stand and where you stand. After that, you need to decide how you want to act. Lin Ji looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. Whether you like it or not, this place is the demonic sect. Most disciples here are just waiting for their time to strike you down. What you need to do is not save the spirit stones, but use them to become stronger as soon as possible. Your path will be much more difficult than others. Bearing the treasure also meant bearing huge consequences. If Lin Ji advanced too fast, it would attract other people's attention. The physical and mental strain was very draining. If he succeeded, he would rise to the top and face new problems. If he failed, he would remain at the bottom, getting beaten up. Do you have any difficulties in your cultivation? Asked Jiang Hao as they walked back. I'm accumulating spiritual energy, but I'm having some trouble with the cultivation technique, said Lin Ji truthfully. He knew Jiang Hao would advise him if he had a problem. The 100 revolutions of the heavenly note technique is related to sound. When you cultivate, you will feel your meridians vibrate slightly. Listen to that and follow it. It will help you cultivate faster. Jiang Hao explained and advised Lin Ji a lot on the way back. He didn't tell the boy about the star-bright moon pearl in his soul. He couldn't understand why the ancient master, Gu Ming, had taken an interest in Lin Ji. Average talent, average temperament, average perseverance, he is average in all aspects. How was such a person worthy of such a treasure? It would only harm him in the long run. Jiang Hao watched as Lin Ji returned to his residence. He concealed himself and stood at a distance. Regardless of how ordinary Lin Ji seemed, he was still the owner of the treasure. The future was uncertain, but his current situation was dire. The other disciples might target him and make his life hell. He would eventually feel the pressure of lagging behind his two best friends. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. He then walked to the window to look inside. But what he saw surprised him. In the corner of the room, Lin Ji sat cross-legged on the ground and wiped his tears away. The tears flowed down his face non-stop. Only then did Jiang Hao realize that Lin Ji was just 10 years old. He was just a child. He was beaten and robbed, with no one to look after him. Jiang Hao sighed sadly as he watched Lin Ji try to stop himself from sobbing aloud and fiercely wipe away his tears. After a long while, Lin Ji dried his tears. He then took out a small box from the drawer on the side table and put the protective talisman inside it. He gently touched it. His eyes welled up with tears. However, before the tears could fall, he closed the box and took it outside the room. At the back of the house, he dug a hole and dropped the box in it. He buried the box. From now on, nothing would scare him. He had nothing to lose. Jiang Hao remained silent. I misjudged him a bit. He smiled softly and left. Lin Ji was stronger than he had given him credit for. It wasn't much, but it was a beginning. Jiang Hao was now aware of Lin Ji's situation and had a cultivation technique that was a perfect match. But he wouldn't intervene, at least not for a while. He needed to observe Lin Ji a bit more. On the way back, Jiang Hao saw someone attacking another disciple. Bang! A young girl punched a boy. He fell onto a pile of dirt. Blood stained the surroundings. It seems like you beat him to death, said the spirit beast. Pity I can't eat humans. Junior sister Shaoli, why did you suddenly attack him so fiercely? Qingqiu asked. He provoked me. He said he has reached the same realm as me, Shaoli said. The same realm? Qingqiu sighed. Hadn't Chu Chuan learned anything by now? Chu Chuan had passed out. Jiang Hao looked at the heavily injured Chu Chuan. He had reached the second stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Second stage in just a year, he advanced so quickly, thought Jiang Hao. The gap was even more apparent when compared to Lin Ji. Lin Ji had started cultivating sooner than Chu Chuan. However, compared to Lin Ji, Chu Chuan was lucky. Jiang Hao walked over to them. It's almost lunchtime. Let's go catch a tender and wealthy child to eat, said the spirit beast shamelessly. I won't eat anything else today. We'll eat carrots. Nothing is better than carrots. Xiao Lu and Qingqiu were puzzled by the sudden shift in the spirit beast's attitude. Right, master, said the beast as it turned around. Curiously, Shaoli turned to look and found that Jiang Hao was walking over to them. She snapped her head back to look at the unconscious Chu Chuan on the ground. He then gripped the spirit beast tightly and held it in front of her as though she was shielding herself. Chapter 199 Chapter 199 The Demoness Visits Again. Chapter 199 The Demoness Visits Again. Jiang Hao was curious to know how the spirit beast always detected his presence, even when he concealed himself. Senior brother Jiang, great to see you back, said Qingqiu as he checked on Chu Chuan. Jiang Hao nodded at him. Did you give the things I left with you to Chu Chuan? He asked the spirit beast. I did, said the spirit beast as it munched on a carrot. What about the spirit herbs and my flowers in the courtyard? Asked Jiang Hao. Rest assured, master. All the beings know how great of a demon I am. Even the vegetation doesn't defy. Just speak normal, human language, said Jiang Hao with a sigh. Everything is fine, the spirit beast said. Jiang Hao nodded and observed the beast. It had already reached the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Its progress was truly remarkable. Master, take a look at this. The beast showed Jiang Hao its collar. It's cracked again. When will you buy me a new one? Jiang Hao looked at it indifferently and tossed the collar that he had bought just a while ago. How about this? The spirit beast's eyes lit up in delight. It leaped onto Shaoli's head. It broke the old collar and slipped on the new one. Master, do I look like a great demon now? I don't raise demons, Jiang Hao said. But I can be anything you want. If I become a great demon, I can. Jiang Hao ignored the beast and turned to Shaoli. She grabbed the beast and held it in front of her like a shield. Junior brother Chu wanted me to give it my all. What's your cultivation level? Jiang Hao asked. Second stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, said Shaoli. Are you still causing trouble in the cafeteria? Asked Jiang Hao. No. I haven't caused any trouble at all. Shaoli put the beast down on the ground. Jiang Hao nodded. Focus on improving your cultivation in these few days. I'll ask Qing Chou to take you back for another visit to your house. Shaoli jumped up excitedly, lifted the beast, and spun in a circle. Then she froze and looked at Jiang Hao awkwardly. Thank you, she said. Senior brother Jiang, can I have something like that? She pointed to the collar on the spirit beast's neck. Jiang Hao looked at her in surprise. No. Why would a dragon ask for a pet collar? Shaoli lowered her head in disappointment. Jiang Hao sighed. I'll get you something else next time. Shaoli was delighted. The spirit beast was happy for her too. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he cared too much for them. If he had ignored them from the beginning, perhaps it wouldn't have been this troublesome. Now, he just hoped to release the beast and guide the dragon to freedom as soon as he could. Jiang Hao asked Qing Chou about the recent situation in the sect. According to Qing Chou, the demand for spirit herbs had increased over the past 3 months. There had been some issues in other spirit herb gardens, but the problems weren't serious. They were a bit tired because of the low manpower, but they hadn't hired anyone without Jiang Hao's permission. Fortunately, the demand wasn't too high, and they could handle the pressure. And the other inner sect disciples working there agreed with it? Asked Jiang Hao. The increased demand for spirit herbs was likely due to the Devil's Den and the Heavenly Saint sect. At that time, senior brother Han Ming was in charge of the spirit herb garden. I told him we couldn't hire anyone until you were back. He didn't say anything. He even helped handle the pressure from the increased orders. He achieved some minor credit for his contributions and gave me some pills. Jiang Hao chuckled. Han Ming was truly a strange person. He had lost to Jiang Hao, so he didn't make any moves. If he had no one above him, Jiang Hao wondered what Han Ming would do. Perhaps he would continue challenging others. Will you be free in these few days? He asked. Yes. Qing Chou nodded. Jiang Hao asked Qing Chou to take Shaoli back to her home for a visit. Shaoli wanted to head to the cafeteria for her meal and asked Jiang Hao if he wanted to come along. Jiang Hao politely refused. He had something to do at his own house. The spirit beast followed Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stood at the gate of his courtyard. He saw 2 blue bubbles floating near the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. There was nothing urgent to do in the sect for now. He could finally have some quiet time. He decided to focus on improving his strength and cultivation. He looked at his interface as he walked to the immortal peach tree. In the past 3 months, there had been almost no progress in his lifeblood or cultivation. However, he was back now. He could make progress. If he worked diligently to accumulate lifeblood and cultivation, he could advance in over a year. Taking a year to advance wasn't a big deal in the cultivation world. My cultivation realm is currently on par with Lu Xingqian. I wonder if he will advance first or if I will. If it were someone else, Jiang Hao was certain he would be the first. But Lu Xingqian was something else. He was not only a genius, but his physical condition was also extraordinary. Who else could devour the souls of great beings like a dragon and a sorcerer? The spirit beast walked near the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. It was about to touch the flower when it fell to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Hao heard some movement behind him. Before he could turn to look, a white figure descended in front of him. It was the spirit beast. It was bruised and swollen. Someone had tied it to the tree branch in a split second. Jiang Hao was stunned. This could mean only one thing. Hong Yuye was here. Sure enough, a faint fragrance filled the air. It was a familiar fragrance. "How is your enchantment practice going?" The voice was crisp and pleasant, like the singing of birds in the forest. It was refreshing to hear. However, the voice mocked him. Jiang Hao turned to see a woman in a red gown standing in the courtyard. Her skin was pale, and she was surrounded by a radiant aura. She smirked at him. Her beauty was unparalleled. Jiang Hao came back to his senses. "Greetings, senior." He hadn't read any more books on charms after she caught him reading it last time. Hong Yuye smiled softly and sat on the wooden chair. "I remember that you still have some azure red tea left." "I do," said Jiang Hao and prepared to make some tea. The fragrance of the tea leaves wafted up as he soaked them in hot water. Yuye waited patiently. Jiang Hao finished brewing the tea and poured her a cup. "What did you find in the Devil's Den?" "Senior, why would you ask something like that?" said Jiang Hao as he poured tea for himself. "I didn't find anything." Hong Yuye lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. Tell me, is your bias like you, or are you more like the beast?" Jiang Hao remained silent. Chapter 200. I hope you will be as confident when I visit the next time. Chapter 200. I hope you will be as confident when I visit the next time. Jiang Hao had indeed brought something from the Devil's Denver. It was the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. However, he didn't want anyone to find out. He suspected that Hong Yuye was trying to trick him into admitting the truth, so he denied everything. He hardly thought Hong Yuye would search him physically. It would be inappropriate. Jiang Hao remembered that Hong Yuye had claimed the heavenly fragrance Tao flower so brazenly. She had even claimed the immortal peach tree for herself. Even a powerful person could turn aggressive when they need something. The possibility of Hong Yuye searching his storage treasure was low but not zero. With his thoughts spinning, Jiang Hao decided not to tell her anything. Perhaps he could get away with it if he played dumb. Hong Yuye drank her tea calmly. "Would you come to my place for some tea?" "I'm afraid I can't, senior." Jiang Hao lowered his head. "Show it to me," said Hong Yuye. "I really don't have it." He poured more tea for the woman in front of him. "How dare you lie to me when the red light is emanating from you so clearly?" said Hong Yuye. This sudden remark caught Jiang Hao off guard. Before he could respond, Hong Yuye said, "Any treasure, even if sealed, can leave traces. These traces will dissipate after a certain period of time, but the longer the interaction, the more obvious the traces. The most noticeable treasures in this regard are those related to providence and karma." Hong Yuye stared at Jiang Hao. "Do you think I'm blind? What if I just happen to come into contact with something like that, but don't really have it on me?" Jiang Hao asked. "So, you do accept that it's a possibility," said Hong Yuye with a smile. Jiang Hao felt that he had fallen into her trap once again. He hesitated and decided to bring out the pearl. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl was gently placed on the table. It was shrouded in purple spiritual energy. Hong Yuye reached out, picked it up, and examined it for a moment. "I thought you were a good cultivator but lacked courage. It seems you can be reckless when you need to." Jiang Hao didn't say anything. The pearl might come in handy someday, but using it would incur bad karma. Jiang Hao decided not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Why did you take it? What was your intention? Hong Yuye raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Hao. Did you plan to use it against me? No, senior. You misunderstood, said Jiang Hao. He did think of that for a little while, but not anymore. Hong Yuye smiled. All right. Jiang Hao lowered his head and remained silent. It was better to talk less with her. Hong Yuye placed the pearl back on the table and sipped her tea. Do you know what this is? Jiang Hao shook his head. Please enlighten me, senior. Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. You're such a cautious person. If you hadn't known what this pearl was for, would you have risked taking it out of the devil's den? Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly. Senior, you are wise. I think this is the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, he said. You should know that once the seal is broken, it will not only affect you but also the whole sect. It will be disastrous. It will kill a lot of people. Those who manage to escape will be plagued by misfortune. It will keep spreading until all living beings become part of it, said Hong Yuye. If you intend to destroy the Heavenly Note sect and escape, remember my flower and the immortal peach tree with you, or you will suffer TB consequences, said Hong Yuye. Jiang Hao shook his head. One don't intend to do anything like that. Senate hadn't entertained any thoughts of using the pearl to destroy the Heave Note sect. First, the situation wasn't critical. Secondly, using the misfortune pair accumulate too much bad karma. There's something I should remind you of. Hong Yuye looked at the table. Although the heavenly fate misfortune pearl brings bad luck, people still covet it. If it had appeared here, some people might all read about it. She didn't say anything further, but Jiang Hao understood. Regardless, couldn't have left the pearl there, nor could he give it to someone else. However, he was only in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, wasn't strong enough to protect the pearl. Did obtaining treasure always come with such troubles? Senior, is it possible for someone to find the exact location of the He Fate Misfortune Pearl? Asked Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye thought about it for a while. In theory, no. The traces can, found when one imbues one's aura into an object. Since imbuing an O, the misfortune pearl means instant death, I don't think anyone could. In that case, are you interested in this pearl, senior? Asked Jiang Hao. Why would I carry such an unlucky thing with me? Said Hong Yuye. Jiang Hao realized that Hong Yuye only wanted divine treasures. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower and the immortal peach tree were both divine items. In contrast, the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was not only associated with misfortune but also stained with the blood of countless living beings. Therefore, she was uninterested in owning such an item. Jiang Hao decided not to say anything more. It was better to keep the pearl with himself for now. At least it had the power to suppress curses. There might be an opportunity where he could use it. What about the progress on the stone tablets? Hong Yuye asked. No progress at all, said Jiang Hao. But we are going in the right direction. I have infiltrated the inner circle. I might discover more. The truth was that he only glanced at the stone tablets occasionally. Gui was still chasing after the python. Xing and Lu often chatted about random things. However, they did mention that the Great Thousand God sect was becoming more active. They had also talked about how the Bright Moon sect had recruited another exceptionally talented disciple. Aside from that, Jiang Hao didn't see anything else. As for the mastermind behind the stone tablets, there wasn't anything to be found. You are full of lies. Hong Yuye walked to the immortal peach tree and waved her hand lightly. The spirit beast fell into the river and drifted away. In a few more months, this tree will bear fruit. I remember you saying that the fruits would be sour. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao. If it turns out to be sweet, you will bear the consequences. Please rest assured, senior. It will be sour, Jiang Hao said confidently. Are you that confident about it? Hong Yuye was surprised as she looked at Jiang Hao's determined face. Her presence became ethereal, and she started to vanish. I hope you will be as confident when I visit the next time. Her voice mocked him. Chapter 201. Chapter 201. Master, are you not strong enough? Chapter 201. Master, are you not strong enough? In the heavenly South Prefecture in the southern region, a young woman in a yellow dress threw a magical ball into the rushing river. Boom! The explosion made the water surge and rise. After a while, the woman calmed down and looked at the river. It escaped again. What other means does this dragon have? Its power has already declined, yet it can still escape from my grasp. I wonder where it will flee this time. The woman was angry, thinking that it might take another few years for her to get her things back. She was furious and threw the magical ball into the river again. Then she walked toward the riverbank. Did you fail again? Asked a middle-aged man with a soft smile. He wore a Taoist robe. His hair was graying, but his face had no wrinkles. His eyes shone with a determined light. Help me find out where the dragon has run off to, said the woman in the yellow dress as she tossed a bottle to him. The man took the jade bottle. A compass appeared in his hand. The surrounding light dimmed, and stars appeared in the void. The woman in the yellow dress took a step back. I always feel that there's something wrong with those stars. She couldn't help but be wary. After a moment, the phenomenon around the middle-aged man began to disappear, and the compass also faded from his hand. Where is it? The woman asked. Hidden Cloud Prefecture, said the middle-aged man calmly. It will head to a certain place in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture, but I don't know the exact location. It will take some more time to find out. Do you want to continue? Hidden Cloud Prefecture? Asked the woman. Then she shook her head. That's all I need right now. I'll find you when I need more information. Until next time, said the middle-aged man and turned away. The woman in the yellow dress flew away. After a while, she landed in front of a huge city and walked straight into a small courtyard. After setting up an array, she sat at the table and took out the stone tablet. Hidden Cloud Prefecture. Jing also said he was in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture. This is a good opportunity to test him. Let's see if he is willing to cooperate with us. The woman in the yellow dress smiled and projected her consciousness onto the stone tablet. Her code name was Gue. Jiang Hao looked at the peach tree. Just moments ago, someone beautiful stood under it. Now she was gone. He let out a sigh and sat down to drink tea. He decided that he would watch the peach tree every day. Then, when it bore fruits, he would pluck the ripe ones and only leave the unripe ones on the tree for Hong Yi. What Jiang Hao was worried about was the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. As long as it was sealed, no one would notice the pearl. It was best to keep it sealed and unused. Just as he finished drinking a cup of tea, he heard wails and howls from outside. My face! Why does everything hurt? The spirit beast rushed into the courtyard. It looked at Jiang Hao. Master, why is it that whenever you're here, someone beats me up until I am unconscious? Maybe because you got too close to the flower, said Jiang Hao gently. If Hong Yuye had seen it licking a leaf on the flower, it would have lost its tongue or even its life. Master, you have to work hard, said the spirit beast. You have to get stronger so that nobody can look down on you or me. Jiang Hao was speechless. Hong Yuye did indeed look down on him constantly. The gap in their strength was like heaven and earth. Who knew how many years it would take for him to match up to her? Jiang Hao continued sipping his tea. He had used the same tea leaves to brew the tea once again. The first batch he made was rich and aromatic. Hong Yuye had finished that quickly. He could only brew the used leaves to try some of it. However, it still tasted good. He poured a cup of tea for the spirit beast. "Master, this tea is very good," it exclaimed. "Did anyone visit my place in the past few months?" asked Jiang Hao. "Yes. There was a woman. I didn't recognize her. She was looking at the Black Lotus." Black Lotus. Jiang Hao looked at the place where it was planted. The Black Lotus helped Jiang Hao bypass Bai Ye's spirit sealing technique. Perhaps he realized that Jiang Hao's cultivation hadn't regressed but had advanced. So, he might have sent someone to investigate. There hadn't been any news from Bai Yi. Jiang Hao had thought that Bai Yi had let him off the hook. If Bai Yi was planning something, Jiang Hao needed to prepare himself. However, he still didn't know how strong Bai Yi was. Even if their cultivation happened to be the same, Jiang Hao couldn't underestimate him. The moment the sealing technique affected him, Jiang Hao suspected that he had already been poisoned. "I have to find out if he will temporarily leave the sect. Otherwise, it will be impossible to kill him." The law enforcement hall's investigation had been fruitless the last time. However, if Jiang Hao were to kill a true disciple this time, he worried that the law enforcement hall would probably use the Heavenly Essence soul modeling mirror. Once he was discovered, it would be all over. Before he took any action, he needed to find out where Bai Yi lived and what his cultivation realm was. He had to be fully prepared. "Anyone else?" Jiang Hao asked. "There was someone else. She called for you a couple of times, but when I told her you weren't here, she left." "Did she say why she was here?" "No." The spirit beast shook its head. "Master, when will you find a mistress? Or are those all your mistresses?" Jiang Hao shook his head. "No. Strong male spirit beasts always find strong female spirit beasts. Master, are you not strong enough?" Jiang Hao paused for a moment while sipping the tea, then carried the teapot and walked inside the house without saying a word. After a few days, Jiang Hao headed back to the spirit herb garden. He saw some ordinary non-cultivators at work and a few outer sect disciples. The next day, he joined them and began taking care of the spirit herbs and waited for the bubbles. 7 days later, Shaoli arrived at the spirit herb garden, looking all excited. She had just advanced to the 3rd stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Ching Cho was shocked. Shaoli was truly extraordinary. He felt that she was even more talented than the exceptionally talented disciples, who were hyped for their capabilities. She always managed to advance in just a few days if she had some motivation. She had reached the 3rd stage of the lifeblood refinement realm in just 10 days. It was simply unimaginable. "I won't give you any more instructions. I think you are capable on your own. Be careful and take care of yourself," said Jiang Hao. He then took out some pills, 10 spirit stones, and a few talismans. He gave a little more than he usually would to Ching Cho. Ching Cho helped him out with many matters after all. Ching Cho thanked him. "Don't worry, senior brother Jiang. I will take her to her home and bring her back safe and sound. This time, I'll ask my mother to make you some delicious food, senior brother Jiang," said Shaoli. Jiang Hao looked at her. "Are you taking anything back?" Shaoli nodded and took out some snacks from her pocket. "Put them in your storage treasure," said Jiang Hao. Last time, the pastry she had brought back had been mildly poisoned because they had to fend off a beast. If her old mother ate something like that, it would be fatal. Shaoli couldn't understand why she needed to do it, but she still obeyed without question. Jiang Hao watched them leave. It would take them 2 months to return, which meant he had to postpone tying up the spirit beast until then. He needed the spirit beast to check on Chu Chuan. That way, Jiang Hao could pay some attention to Lin Ji in the next 2 months. "Master, there's a woman looking for you outside," the spirit beast said. Jiang Hao was puzzled. When he went out, he discovered it was senior sister Zhou Chan. She had visited him to give him his reward. This was not the first time. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Too Bitter. Chapter 202, Too Bitter. Zhou Chan had visited him once before to pass on a reward on behalf of Elder Baiji. Perhaps Zhou Chan felt puzzled about these rewards, but Jiang Hao knew what it was for. It was a form of payment for planting the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He had received 2 pieces from the set of 9 heavenly battle armor. He was sure that it would be another piece from the set this time too. With it, his armor defense would be even stronger in the primordial spirit realm. Each piece of the set was a surprise. Without the 3rd piece, the 9 heavenly battle armor wouldn't be as effective as it should be. The armor was only at the golden core realm, and the wrist guards could barely record 2 attacks from the primordial spirit realm. He needed the 3rd piece to improve the efficacy of the armor. Zhou Chan, dressed in white, stood outside the spirit herb garden. She was the only person, perhaps in the whole sect, who didn't conspire or scheme against others. She was familiar and friendly with everyone. Junior brother Jiang. Zhou Chan greeted him with a smile. Senior sister Zhou, nice to see you, said Jiang Hao. Elder Baiji asked me to pass this to you, said Zhou Chan as he took out a box and handed it to him. It was a ring. Jiang Hao frowned as he looked in the box. What kind of treasure is this? Junior brother Jiang, I don't know what it is either, said Zhou Chan, seeing him frown in confusion. Also, I have to ask, did you bring anyone called Lin Ji to the sect? Jiang Hao was surprised. You know about him, senior sister Zhou? Then he realized that Zhao Qingxue, one of Lin Ji's friends, had joined the White Moon Lake. Zhou Chan was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. She was considered weak by others. Although Zhao Qingxue was an outer sect disciple, there wasn't much difference between the way outer and inner sect disciples were treated in the White Moon Lake. Among the 3 that the sect had brought back, Zhao Qingxue's status was the highest. T. In MN had INIMP the I. And WFNFNRCPMPNT Hall if he TNLPNTPD PNNLLCYHTN make it to the Law Enforcement Hall, his future would be bright. Only Lin Ji was left behind. He was of average talent and was often harassed by the strong. The difference was stark between him and his friends. I don't really know him that well. It's junior sister Zhao who is concerned about him. I wanted to ask, is he doing okay here? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Couldn't junior sister Zhao ask him that herself? They are friends after all. My junior sister said she asked him, and he said he was fine, said Zhou Chan, but she heard that he was getting beaten up by others, so she requested that I find out more. Jiang Hao shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't help you with that. I rarely go to the outskirts of the sect. I rarely meet Lin Ji. But if he says he is fine, then he must be. Can I go see him? Zhou Chan asked. Of course, Jiang Hao said. He told her where he lived, and Zhou Chan was on her way. Jiang Hao took out the ring from the box and then put it on his index finger. He sensed the ring aligning with the other 2 pieces of the armor set. The process of integration would take a few days. Only after that would he be able to see its complete effect. The next day, Jiang Hao arrived early at Lin Ji's house with the spirit beast. He stood at a distance and observed the boy to see any changes in him. As dawn broke, Lin Ji got up and headed to the woods. As an outer sect disciple, he had some errands to take care of. Unlike Shaoli, who had nothing to do and didn't attend classes out of sheer stubbornness, others actually followed the rules. Jiang Hao didn't notice anything strange, so he went back to the spirit herb garden. In the evening, Jiang Hao took a detour and walked past Lin Ji's house. Lin Ji's clothes were torn and disheveled as he limped back to his house. Jiang Hao turned and left. After that, he passed by Lin Ji's house every day and observed him. Sometimes he saw Lin Ji, but other times the house would be empty. Sometimes Jiang Hao saw him cultivating. Other times, he would be limping back after getting beaten up. He silently endured it all, without resistance or complaint. He cultivated diligently. 7 days later, when Jiang Hao went to Lin Ji's house to observe him, he appraised the ring he had gotten. The ring had integrated with the set and was now active. He realized that it was a storage ring. This is extraordinary, thought Jiang Hao. The armor could become a primordial spirit armor. The 9 heavenly battle armor is quite remarkable. Afterward, he used his primordial spirit to communicate with the ring. Sure enough, the ring disappeared from his hand. Jiang Hao smiled. He didn't need to rely on the spirit beast to hide things anymore. However, Elder Baiji knew about the purpose of the ring. It would be troublesome if she investigated him and found some questionable things. It would be safer to make the beast hide my things. He then transferred all sorts of things into the ring. The stone tablet, the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, the magical dice, etc. He even transferred the books on techniques he had on him, like the Nameless Manual, the 7 Forms of Heavenly Blade, and the Light and Dust technique. He only kept spirit stones and some ordinary, everyday things in his storage treasure. After thinking for a moment, he also transferred the things the Bright Moon sect had given him. He transferred 10,000 spirit stones into it and only kept a few hundred in his storage treasure. This much would be common for a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator to have. He headed to Lin Ji's house once again. Jiang Hao saw him cultivating. His bruises were worse than before. He is being beaten so often. Master, did you put someone up to it? Asked the spirit beast. No. Why would I do that? It's probably because of his friend. Zhou Chan's visit had probably worsened the situation. Although Zhao Qingxue meant well, she was making everything worse. As for offending her, she probably wouldn't even remember something like this in the future. She would be too strong to bother with petty things. I feel so sorry for him. I've never seen anyone more miserable than him. Always bullied and beaten. A friend told me he was hiding and crying all alone. The spirit beast shook its head. I don't even have the heart to eat his flesh. It must taste too miserable and bitter. Let's go, Jiang Hao said. Even someone as strong as Han Ming had to obediently call others senior brother or senior sister until he defeated them. Zhao Qingxue was nowhere near as strong as Han Ming. Her constant involvement in Lin Ji's life was only making things worse for him. In the following days, Jiang Hao collected bubbles in the spirit herb garden. Most evenings, he spent his time making talismans. During this period, he attempted to make the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman again but abandoned it halfway because he didn't want to damage his divine ability like last time. He could only wait to figure out a better way. Without his divine ability, he couldn't create such a difficult talisman. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, What Did I Do Wrong? Chapter 203, What Did I Do Wrong? Jiang Hao continued making healing talismans and 10,000 swords talismans in the following months. He needed to earn enough spiritual stones for another incarnation of the immortal peach tree. However, looking at the meager quantity in his storage treasure, he felt that the path ahead was long and arduous. If only there were purple bubbles, he wouldn't be so anxious and worried. He hadn't found many bubbles lately. Having one more divine ability would greatly increase his strength. For the next month, Jiang Hao was left at peace. Nothing big happened, and no one came looking for him. The peaceful and quiet life brought him joy. During that month, he earned over 1,000 spirit stones, especially from selling the healing talismans. It seemed that the influence of the Devil's Den and the Heavenly Saints sect had played a great role in increasing the prices and demand for talismans. Usually, it was difficult for him to make a significant amount of money by selling talismans. Now, he had over 12,000 spiritual stones in total. The beast required 8,100, leaving him with only 4,000. He still needed over 5,000 for another incarnation of the immortal peach tree. Time was running out, so he would have to sell something to earn fast. Fortunately, there were some items in the storage treasure that he could sell. He continued to live a quiet life. The news came from the 100 Bones Forest that they wanted to continue their cooperation, and their spirit herbs would be delivered again in a month. Jiang Hao knew that Bai Yi would take action against him once more. He wondered what method he would use this time. He could only wait and see after a month. The next morning, Jiang Hao once again arrived near Lin Ji's house. At this time, Lin Ji's body was not as weak, but his cultivation remained as weak as ever. Jiang Hao often saw him beaten and bloody. He silently endured everything. Occasionally, he would cry when he returned home, but he cried less and less as time passed. He didn't interact with others and only focused on what he needed to do. If someone greeted him, he would lower his head and leave. He didn't save his spirit stones when he received them. Instead, he used them to buy low-grade and inexpensive spiritual herbs to help strengthen his body. Although the spirit herbs were cheap, they helped him feel less pain when beaten. He hasn't collapsed yet and continues to cultivate day after day. And yet, his cultivation hasn't improved. The spirit beast shook its head and sighed. He's mocked when given a task, despised, and beaten by those around him. I think he isn't doing well psychologically. He still endures the beatings. Jiang Hao witnessed it all, and he was surprised by Lin Ji's incredible resilience. He did cry occasionally, but he never broke down. It was as though something strengthened him from the inside. Jiang Hao looked toward the back of the house, where Lin Ji had buried the protective talisman his mother had given him. Perhaps that was giving him strength. In the evening, 3 outer disciples arrived and searched Lin Ji's house. One of them was tall, while the other 2 were somewhat short and frail. I don't know what's wrong with Lin Ji lately. He doesn't fight back or say anything when he's beaten. He acts like nothing happened the day before. It's infuriating, one of them said. I feel the same way. He used to argue. Now, even when I pull his hair and step on his face to humiliate him, he endures it. We need to find his weakness, another one said. He has a protective talisman, right? I don't know where he keeps it. Find it, said the third person. The 3 of them began searching. They searched inside and out but found nothing valuable. Lin Ji wasn't the only one living here, but no matter how much they searched, they didn't find anything of value. Go outside and take a look, the tall one said. They began using techniques to inspect the place. These were the most basic techniques that allowed them to easily examine things. If their spiritual power was strong enough, using spiritual probing would be more effective than the technique. They surrounded the house and inspected it. They finally found something at the back of the house. There it is! Exclaimed the thin individual. They dug behind the house and found a box. When they opened it, they found the protective talisman inside. Ha ha! Let's see him beg this time. Before they could rejoice, they heard a cold voice behind them. Who dares to steal from the disciples of the Cliff of Broken Hearts? Startled, the 3 turned around to see an inner sect disciple standing behind them. Jiang Hao looked at them icily. They were the same people who had beaten Lin Ji and stolen his spirit stones. As senior brother, Jiang Hao didn't trouble them last time, so they thought he wouldn't do anything to them this time either. A powerful aura sent them flying backward. Bang! Normally, I wouldn't lay hands on outer sect disciples, but did you think I can disregard the fact that you are stealing something from the Cliff of Broken Hearts? Asked Jiang Hao. It was a mistake. Please spare us, senior brother. They pleaded. Inner sect disciples rarely mixed with outer sect disciples. They wondered why this inner sect disciple was interfering. Put that thing back and bury it, Jiang Hao said. The three hastily put the box back and quickly covered it with dirt. You will receive punishment in the outer sect area. Your cultivation resources will be deducted for 1 year. I heard the mines have opened. You will go to the mines and work there for 3 years. Jiang Hao stared at them coldly. Any objections? None. After that, Jiang Hao let them leave. As for the punishment, he wasn't concerned. If they didn't have someone backing them, their supervisors would find them after a couple of days anyway. Without anyone powerful behind them, the outer sect would abide by his words. Of course, dealing with these 3 individuals wouldn't make any difference. The bullies never improved with just a few scoldings. In the night, Lin Ji arrived at his house in a disheveled state. Upon realizing that someone had come for his protective talisman, he rushed to the back of the house. When he saw that the soil had been dug up, he knelt to the ground. His eyes welled up and tears kept falling. He didn't know what he had ever done to deserve this. No matter what he did, someone was always targeting him. He didn't bother anyone, didn't make friends, and went sound doing his errands and nothing else. Still, he was beaten and bruised. He didn't know how long he could take this. Someone had even stolen his mother's protective talisman. He dug into the soil while tears streamed down his face. Soon, he discovered the box and opened it. The talisman was still inside. He was stunned. It made him cry even more. "You're so useless," said a voice from behind. Startled, he turned around and quickly wiped his tears. He saw a strange creature in the moonlight. It stood upright like a human, with long ears and a big head. Its furs seemed to emit a faint light. Lin Ji instinctively gripped the box tightly. "Who are you?" he asked. "Call me Lord Beast," said the spirit beast. "I have 3 hobbies: saving people from trouble, making friends, and eating humans who taste nice." Chapter 204 Chapter 204 Guidance. Chapter 204 Guidance. Lin Ji was at a loss for words. He was especially afraid of the last thing the beast said. Eating people who taste nice. What do you want from me?" he asked. "Don't worry. I haven't eaten humans in so long. Now, I prefer sweets and tender meat. Besides, I think your flesh will be too bitter to eat," said the spirit beast. "So, do you want Lord Beast's favor?" "What do you mean?" Lin Ji wiped away his tears. The rabbit pointed to the box. "If it weren't for me, they would have taken that. So, do you want me to do you a favor? You can give that to me for safekeeping. I'll give it back to you when you have become stronger." Lin Ji looked bewildered, then he lowered his head to look at the box in his hands. He gripped the box tightly and then loosened it after a while. Tears welled up in his eyes. "My mother walked 30 miles to get this for me. She exchanged our food supply for this. She said it will protect me in her absence." Lin Ji's lips trembled. "My mother is sick. She said she will wait for me till I become strong and successful. She said she will cook a delicious meal for me when I go back. But her illness, the doctor said that. I think she won't last long. I thought that I could cure her if I became a strong disciple, but I don't think I can." As he spoke, tears fell from his eyes. Lin Ji wiped the dirt from the box as he cried. He then handed it over to the spirit beast. "You are the most miserable person I've ever seen," said the spirit beast as he took the box. "Even if you were the last human on this earth, I wouldn't eat you. I don't think you'll taste good. Also, trust me, you will be grateful for the decision you made today. Perhaps right now it will feel like you did the worst thing by giving this away, but you'll understand in the future. You will be grateful you trusted a great demon to ever exist on this earth." Lin Ji was puzzled but didn't think much of it. "How can I find you when I become stronger?" he asked. "I will come and find you. Now, go back and do whatever you have to do." The spirit beast looked downward at the boy as it floated in the air. After Lin Ji left, the beast hopped behind a large tree. It handed over the box to Jiang Hao. "Master, did I do it perfectly?" asked the spirit beast eagerly. Jiang Hao ignored the beast and reached out to receive the box. He opened it slowly. An ordinary talisman lay inside the box. Lin Ji's mother might have known her end was near if she walked 30 miles and exchanged her entire food supply to get this for her son. Jiang Hao touched the talisman with his hand. A surge of power enveloped the talisman to protect it. "Perhaps it is truly spiritual," he whispered. He closed the box and put it away. "Let's go." "Master, did you just take it because you thought it had some great power?" asked the beast. "Of course not," said Jiang Hao. "Do you know why he gave it to you? Because I am the greatest demon to ever exist. He knows you aren't an ordinary beast, and he can't fight you if you wanted to take it away," said Jiang Hao. "This is dear to him. To get it back, he would have no choice but to become stronger." "Will you protect him in the future, Master?" asked the spirit beast. Jiang Hao shook his head. "He has to walk his own path. In the cultivation world, you can't succeed by relying on others. At most, I can guide him." 2 days later, an alchemist in the Foundation establishment realm from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion came looking for Jiang Hao. "Greetings, senior brother." Xian Fei greeted him politely. Jiang Hao was puzzled. "Sorry, junior sister. Do I know you?" Xian Fei appeared very young. She must have been in her early 20s. She was wearing an alchemist robe, as though to declare her status and identity. She was at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. "Just call me Xian Fei," she said. "I am here regarding the incident from 2 days ago. The 3 juniors who acted recklessly and ransacked another disciple's house have gone to the mines to live out their punishment. I'm here to apologize for their behavior," she said. She took out 30 spirit stones. "I am here to make a request too." The 3 disciples have made some contributions to the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, and some of the seniors look out for them. But they were very angry at their behavior. They still have errands to run. So, I wanted to ask you if their punishment could be reduced from 3 years to 3 months. This is for the damage done. Xian Fei handed the spirit stones to Jiang Hao. "Their resources will be deducted for a year following the punishment, of course. Otherwise, they won't learn a lesson." Jiang Hao accepted the spirit stones. He sighed inwardly. 30 spirit stones was a great amount to spend on outer sect disciples. Xian Fei also mentioned that some seniors were backing them up. Jiang Hao didn't want to cause trouble, so he agreed. "All right. I hope they won't steal from the Cliff of Broken Hearts again when they are done with their punishment," said Jiang Hao. "Of course," said Xian Fei in relief. After she left, Jiang Hao headed to the cafeteria and handed the 30 spirit stones to Feng Yang as Xiao Li's food expenses for the month. It had been over a month since Qing Chou and Xiao Li left. They would be back soon. For the next month, Jiang Hao still passed by Lin Ji's house every day. His situation had improved somewhat. Zhao Qingxue and Lin Mo came to find him. Jiang Hao watched from afar. The 3 of them, Lin Mo with his head held high, and Zhao Qingxue standing gracefully and elegantly, walked through the forest. Lin Ji followed behind, looking out of place. Although he tried his best to get along, he lowered his head and had no confidence to stand equally with them. He looked embarrassed. "Master, why do you think he looks so bitter?" asked the spirit beast. Jiang Hao smiled sadly but didn't say anything. "We have observed him enough. Let's go back," said Jiang Hao. At night, Jiang Hao left the courtyard and walked along the riverbank. He left the beast behind at the house. Under the moonlight, he read the book in his hand while walking slowly. The book he was holding was the one the Bright Moon sect had given him on Star Moon Lifeblood Refinement Art. He occasionally read the book to understand more about the technique. Although it only helped until one reached the Foundation establishment realm, it had some pretty interesting things in it. He was at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, so it wasn't difficult for him to comprehend this new technique. He also had the pure and clear heart ability to help him understand the process. A moment later, he heard the sound of fists thudding against something. It was Lin Ji. "You've become much stronger than before," said Jiang Hao. Startled, Lin Ji snapped back to look. When he realized it was just Jiang Hao, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Greetings, senior brother Jiang," he said and bowed. "Have you made any progress with the 100 revolutions of the Heavenly Note technique?" asked Jiang Hao. Lin Ji lowered his head. "Not much." Jiang Hao wasn't surprised. "Well, maybe it's time you change to another technique if that isn't working for you." Lin Ji raised his head and looked at Jiang Hao in astonishment. "Change the technique." Jiang Hao tossed the book to Lin Ji. The title read, "The Star Moon Lifeblood Refinement Art." Chapter 205 Chapter 205 Some Have No Homes to Return to. Chapter 205 Some Have No Homes to Return to. Focus on cultivating this technique, preferably during the night, Jiang Hao said. The Star Moon Lifeblood Refinement Technique is different from the 100 Revolutions of Heavenly Note technique. Its subsequent stages don't require you to advance to a specific realm. As long as you can proficiently manipulate the power of the sun, moon, and stars, you can expand your scope and improve your absorption speed. However, it mostly involves dynamic exercises. Each move and technique can bring you considerable improvement. "But it seems like this technique isn't from our sect," Lin Ji said, somewhat confused. "It doesn't matter," Jiang Hao said with assurance. The sect had no rules against using different technique. You don't need to explain it to anyone. Just focus on cultivating it. Lin Ji felt relieved after hearing that. Jiang Hao explained the introductory methods to him. With his temperament and physique, it was much easier to practice the Star Moon Lifeblood Refinement technique. Late at night, Lin Ji felt the power of the stars in the forest. Although the moves and techniques were unfamiliar, he felt a familiarity with them. It was as though it fit him perfectly. He no longer felt a barrier in his cultivation. His heart was filled with joy. Then he completely immersed himself in cultivation. When he finished cultivating, he realized that it was already dawn, and Jiang Hao was nowhere to be seen. He looked at his hands. Although he didn't see any physical change in himself, he knew that he had gotten stronger. He could sense it. Although he was delighted, he knew that his talent was still average and he needed to work hard. In the morning, Jiang Hao sat under the immortal peach tree. It had bloomed. For now, he had done what he could for Lin Ji. He had taught him the introductory methods, but he didn't plan to guide him further personally. It was enough to let the beast serve as a guide. Helping him was just an act of kindness, and he didn't intend to get too involved. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome, like with Shaoli and the spirit beast. Although the two hadn't caused him any major distress yet, he had a feeling that they would attract more trouble as they grew. He needed to send them away before something like that happened. There was also Chu Chuan. Unfortunately, he was someone who needed guidance. On the path of cultivation, conflicts were unavoidable. After achieving certain accomplishments, he would go out on his own. As for Lin Ji, Jiang Hao realized that he would face numerous troubles in the future. Jiang Hao wanted to interact less with Lin Ji. If he needed something, he could ask the beast for help. If the beast had been able to explain the basic methods of the new techniques, Jiang Hao wouldn't have gone out to meet Lin Ji at all. Lin Ji's path was long but difficult. If he could progress smoothly, Jiang Hao would protect and guide him for a while. If Lin Ji proved strong enough to reclaim his talisman of protection, he would be able to take care of himself. Jiang Hao sighed and headed to the spirit herb garden. The people from the 100 Bones forest were coming soon, and he needed to see if Bai Yi would appear with them. 7 days later, Jiang Hao didn't wait for the people from the 100 Bones forest, but he did meet Ching Chou and Xiao Li. "Senior brother Jiang, this is for you." Xiao Li handed him some pastries. She looked a little disheveled. Ching Chou was injured again. What happened this time? Jiang Hao took the pastries and helped Ching Chou treat his wounds. "We encountered disciples from Azure Mountain," Ching Chou said with a bitter smile. "Every time they went out, they faced some danger. Luckily, they managed to escape." Ching Chou had also grown stronger through actual combat. However, he had witnessed Xiao Li's formidable power. Not even those in the Foundation establishment realm could match her in a fight. Jiang Hao treated Ching Chou's wounds. "Was your family happy that you returned?" asked Jiang Hao as he looked at Xiao Li. Xiao Li nodded. "Mother was so happy that she made chicken every day. Father had bought a lot of preserved meat for me even before I returned home. They liked the things I took back for them. Next time I should take more. Mother's eyes aren't good, so I had to kill the chicken myself and start the fire. She praised me." Xiao Li grinned in delight. Xiao Li talked about many things, while Jiang Hao listened quietly. Hearing about her family members gave him peace too. Sometimes he felt envious. After he finished treating Ching Chou's wounds, he examined the pastries that Xiao Li had given him. This time they were not poisoned. He ate one. Tasted slightly better than the ones Xiao Li had brought back last time. When Ching Chou had recovered, Jiang Hao let Xiao Li and the beast go away to play together on their own. "How are things?" Jiang Hao asked. He was referring to Xiao Li's elderly foster parents. "Not very good," Ching Chou sighed. "Their health isn't great. They are hard-working and refuse to rest. They were very reluctant to let Xiao Li go this time. They seemed afraid that they might not see her again. I secretly set up a formation to improve their environment and prepared some supplies for them. I also gathered some medicinal herbs to help with illness and such." Jiang Hao nodded. "Senior brother Jiang, are you worried that junior sister Xiao Li can't bear it if something happens to her parents?" Ching Chou asked. Jiang Hao remained calm. "Well, things happen in life. Some get to go back home and others don't. If something happens, Xiao Li will no longer have a home to go back to." Jiang Hao seemed to be reminded of his own situation. "I can't even go back to my homeland." Ching Chou lowered his head. He didn't have a family, so he didn't understand why Xiao Li wanted to go back home and why Jiang Hao helped her. But now he understood. "By the way, there's something I need you to take care of," Jiang Hao said. After listening to Jiang Hao's instructions, Ching Chou left the sect. It would take about a week for him to return. Jiang Hao gave him some talismans before he left. "You haven't reached the Foundation establishment realm yet, so this journey will take quite a bit of time," Jiang Hao said as he planned to give Ching Chou another push with his cultivation. Now that Xiao Li had returned, Jiang Hao could continue with his plans for the spirit beast. Jiang Hao currently had 13,000 spirit stones. He planned to sell some more items in the next few days to see how much he could accumulate. By then, it would be time for another incarnation of the immortal peach tree. Jiang Hao would once again be penniless after taking care of the tree and the beast at the same time. In the evening, Jiang Hao felt distressed when he saw the peach tree beginning to bear fruit. He decided to keep an eye on the tree to prevent the ripe fruits from remaining on the tree. He took a rope and tied it to a pole in his courtyard. "Beast, come here." "Master, I'm here." The spirit jumped up to Jiang Hao's side. It didn't panic when it saw the rope. It was accustomed to it by now. It was around this time last year that he was tied up. Get up here, Jiang Hao said. The spirit beast obeyed and waited patiently to be tied up. Master, how much will I be eating this time? I won't agree if it's too little, said the spirit beast. Jiang Hao was speechless. You'll start eating the spirit stones from tomorrow. Master, can I have some sugar to dip it in? No, you can't. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, More Tragic Than Expected. Chapter 206, More Tragic Than Expected. The spirit beast needed to be tied up for 81 days this time. Each day it would have to consume 100 spirit stones. That meant a total of 8,100 spirit stones. Jiang Hao checked his storage treasure and confirmed that he had enough spirit stones before heading to the spirit herb garden. Remember, don't move around, he said. Master, you can trust me with this, said the beast with a mouthful of spirit stones. Jiang Hao certainly didn't trust the beast. He had already prepared to prevent such accident. If the beast didn't follow the procedure, he would lose a lot of spirit stones this time. With his current financial situation, he couldn't afford such losses. After 6 days, Jiang Hao saw Ching Chou in the spirit herb garden. He had returned. Did you find anything? He asked. Unfortunately, I don't have any good news, said Ching Chou. Jiang Hao sighed. Although he had expected it, he still felt a little sad. He had sent Ching Chou to find out about Lin Ji's mother. According to Lin Ji, his mother was seriously ill and couldn't afford treatment. After Lin Ji entered the Heavenly Note sect, he intended to save money to help his mother. Although the chance of her being alive was slim, there was still hope. Tell me everything, Jiang Hao said. Junior brother Lin's family is very ordinary. They rely on his mother to do odd jobs to make ends meet. His mother made great efforts to send him to a private school and taught him a few words. But his mother fell ill, so he dropped out of school and helped out at home. He has been working hard to earn money for the family, hoping to cure his mother's illness. But no matter how many treatments they tried, there was no improvement. Later, when the sect started recruiting disciples, the village sent several children in a group. Lin Ji was among them. After sending Lin Ji away, his mother started taking care of the housework. Some people said they saw her in good spirits and thought her condition had improved a lot. Occasionally, they would greet her and praise her. If Lin Ji managed to become a senior disciple, their lives would finally get better. His mother always smiled at that. She cared for Lin Ji and wanted him to have a quiet and peaceful life. She did some small chores, exchanging them for some grains and saving up some food. No one paid much attention to her until a month later, when the group that had gone to the Heavenly Note sect recruitment drive returned. It was then that everyone realized that Lin Ji had gotten into the sect. Someone informed Lin's mother. She smiled as she handed them some food, saying she could finally be at peace. The person who delivered the message didn't pay much attention to it. The next day, many people came to visit. Those who knew about her illness brought along famous doctors from the city to check on her. However, Ching Chou fell silent for a moment. They realized that Lin Ji's mother had passed away. According to the examination by the doctor at the scene, she had long been terminally ill and beyond help. She had persisted solely by sheer willpower and waited for her child to become a disciple before letting go. Jiang Hao was silent. He felt a little sentimental. What about his father? Not long after Lin Ji was born, his father went hunting in the woods and never came back. Lin Ji was raised by his mother alone. It must have been difficult, said Ching Chou sadly. He hesitated. Should we inform junior brother Lin about his mother? Jiang Hao shook his head. No need. He will find out when he returns. We don't need to intervene. It had been over a year and informing him now would be of no use. It might only make him sad and affect his cultivation. Jiang Hao gave Ching Chou some lifeblood refining pills. Refine your cultivation well. Soon, you can advance to the Foundation establishment realm. Upon hearing this, Ching Chou was overjoyed. I've already prepared Foundation establishment pills. I'll give them to you when you're ready, Jiang Hao said. A Foundation establishment pill would ensure the success of advancing toward the Foundation establishment realm. Luckily, Jiang Hao had one. It had a mark on it, so he didn't risk selling it. However, he could give it to Ching Chou. Jiang Hao then waited for Bai Ye's arrival. 3 days later, the people from the 100 Bones Forest arrived. This time, the one in charge of the handover of the spirit herbs was Lian Qin. I heard that the requirements have changed. If there is anything wrong, you can tell us. If you find something later, you can tell me about it then. We'll wholeheartedly cooperate. Also, you don't need to worry about spirit stones. We aren't like a certain branch that likes to dupe people after all, said Lian Qin with a smile. After the incident with the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, everyone liked to bring it up and mock them. However, there was an advantage to it. No one dared to pull something like that ever again. What are you talking about, Senior Sister Lian? How could our branch ever do something like that again? It was just a mistake last time, said Lian Daoji, who had come to handle some matters. He looked dissatisfied. Lian Qin smiled sweetly. I never brought up the Candlelight Pill Pavilion's name. Lian Daoji snorted and looked at Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, are you free? We have a batch of spirit herbs that we need to plant in the Cliff of Broken Hearts Spirit Herb Garden. It was I who came first, said Lian Qin. Jiang Hao apologized and then roughly explained the arrangements and requirements to Lian Qin. He was wary of Bai Yi, so he kept everything short and simple. He didn't want to challenge them. After designating an area to plant the 100 Bones Forest's spirit herbs, Jiang Hao turned to Lian Daoji. Senior brother Lian, I'm very sorry to have made you wait this long. Lian Daoji was in the Golden Core realm. He had given Jiang Hao black lotuses to plant last time. Jiang Hao didn't know what he wanted to grow this time. I have a batch of spirit herbs that I want to plant here for 3 months, said Lian Daoji. But the difficulty of planting and taking care of these herbs is quite high. So, I wanted to ask you first before assigning it to you. Can you handle it, junior brother Jiang? What kind of spirit herb is it? Jiang Hao was quite curious. If it was something expensive and valuable, he could even get blue bubbles from it. He had planted some spirit herbs in his own courtyard for some bubbles, especially the snow lotus flower. It was cracked, so he had gotten it for cheap. However, it only spawned bubbles for a while and then stopped. He couldn't sell the flower because no one wanted to buy a damaged lotus. It was believed that it would bring bad luck. He had bought it for 50 spirit stones. It's called Tomorrow Night Autumn Flower. It needs to be cultivated in a good spirit field and watered with spirit liquid every day. It requires a foundation. Establishment realm cultivator to handle the golden leaf worms on top, Lian Daoji said. Our spirit herb garden has encountered some small problems. It is difficult to plant them there. So, we had to find another spirit herb garden that would be willing. Some other gardens have accepted some of them, but there are simply too many. The gardens couldn't plant all of them. I haven't planted it before. You can give me a few at first, said Jiang Hao. He didn't refuse, but he also didn't accept it. He wanted to see how valuable the Tomorrow Night Autumn Flower was. Chapter 207 Chapter 207 Warning from the Demoness. Chapter 207 Warning from the Demoness. Lian Daoji agreed to Jiang Hao's proposal. The transplantation will take 3 to 5 days. Junior brother Jiang, take care of it for a week and then see if you can do it. Lian Daoji smiled. After finalizing the matter, Jiang Hao bid farewell to them and went to observe the spirit herbs that had been dropped off by the 100 Bones forest. He had been thinking about how to inquire about Bai Ye's whereabouts without raising suspicion. It would seem suspicious to ask directly, but it was difficult to find out anything at all without asking about him. Do I have to wait and secretly investigate the 100 Bones forest later? He wondered. However, it was risky. The 100 Bones forest was not an ordinary place where one could freely roam about. In most places within the 12 branches, disciples of the sect were allowed to visit freely, but some branches were dangerous to do so. They didn't allow disciples from other branches to trespass. Jiang Hao still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to inquire about Bai Yi. Do you have any questions, junior brother Jiang? Asked Lian Qin as she prepared to leave. To his surprise, Jiang Hao found them friendlier than before. He just shook his head at her question. The people of the 100 Bones forest bade him farewell and left. Jiang Hao sighed softly. He had missed his chance. Now, he could only wait for Bai Yi to make a move and reveal himself. Jiang Hao didn't feel anything strange during these 5 days. Lian Daoji also sent the tomorrow night autumn flower to him. It was a tall autumn spirit herb that was half the height of an average person. He could see some gold flashes on it. Jiang Hao appraised it and found out that it was a top-grade spirit herb that could be used to temper the body. It would fetch a high price on the market. Are all top-grade spirit herbs very expensive? Jiang Hao asked. Of course. Since you don't have many top-grade spirit herbs here, it's understandable that you are curious. The price usually depends on their effects. Most of them are quite expensive, Lian Daoji said. Jiang Hao nodded. He told Lian Daoji that he would try to plant them in the next few days. For 7 days, he took care of the tomorrow night autumn flower alone. During this time, he found 2 green bubbles. The flowers gave off bubbles at irregular intervals. However, he could always plant more to see if they would give him more blue bubbles. Most of the spirit herbs no longer spawned blue bubbles. Jiang Hao accepted more of the tomorrow night autumn flower to plant in the spirit herb garden. The spirit beast remained tied up for half a month. During this time, Jiang Hao sold some items he had and earned a few spirit stones. He now had a total of 15,000 spirit stones. He needed to earn a bit more for the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. The immortal peach tree would take 2 more months to mature, so there was still time. Half a month later, Jiang Hao still didn't sense any sign of Bai Ye's or his new schemes. It left him puzzled. The peaches were about to ripen on the tree. Jiang Hao plucked the ripe ones. Not one ripe peach was left on the tree. The ones he had plucked were not fully ripe, so they were still a bit sour. He took them to the spirit herb garden to give them to Shaoli. Not sweet, said Shaoli after she bit into one. That was exactly what Jiang Hao wanted. For the next month, Jiang Hao plucked the peaches that were almost ripe and gave them to Shaoli. After a whole month of receiving these peaches, Shaoli was curious. Senior brother Jiang, why are the peaches so sour this time? If they were sweet, I wouldn't be giving them to you, said Jiang Hao. Perhaps they grow sweet 1 year and sour the next. Shaoli believed him. Then let's hurry and finish eating them. We'll continue tomorrow. Good girl, Jiang Hao said. However, the days passed, and the peaches on the tree were almost all picked. Still, Hong Yuya didn't visit. How long has it been since Hong Yuya visited last? Wondered Jiang Hao. It had been over 4 months. Jiang Hao glanced at the tree. He appraised the tree. This time, the incarnation needed 9,999 spirit stones. After checking his storage treasure, Jiang Hao found that he still had 11,700 spirit stones in total. He was still short by a few hundred. Fortunately, he could sell some talismans to make up for it. Half a month later, Jiang Hao went about his own errands. There were only 5 days left until the awakening of the spirit beast's bloodline. All the fruits were picked, except for the last one. On this day, Jiang Hao saw a beautiful figure standing in his courtyard. His heart skipped a beat. Jiang Hao walked to her. Hong Yuye turned to glance at him. She looked amused. "It seems like you've been waiting for me," she said. Jiang Hao's face darkened. He realized that she had deliberately chosen to appear today. "It is always a delight to see you here, Senior." Jiang Hao bowed. "Do you remember what you said last year?" Hong Yuye smiled at Jiang Hao. "You said this year's peaches would be sour. Now, tell me, do you still think they are sour?" Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. "It's possible that they might be sweet. You were so confident with your answer last time. What changed?" If it weren't for the purple bubble, Jiang Hao would have picked the last fruit too. When he looked up at the branches of the tree, he realized that the last peach had ripened. He lowered his head and remained silent. He saw Hong Yuye approach with her majestic aura unleashed. "Do you remember what I said back then? If the peaches aren't sour, then it means you were deceiving me." Jiang Hao felt an immensely powerful force that would have crushed him. When he came back to his senses, he had flown into a wall. His back was sore. When he stood up, Hong Yuye stared at the spirit beast, which was tied up. "I didn't know you had such hobbies," Jiang Hao hurriedly explained. "I'm trying to awaken its dormant bloodline." "You're quite good to your beast. What about my tree?" Hong Yuye turned and looked at Jiang Hao. "It can undergo an incarnation today," Jiang Hao said. Jiang Hao was just about to go through with it. He had thought that after the incarnation, the taste of peaches wouldn't matter. Who knew Hong Yuye would choose this time to visit? Hong Yuye nodded. "It seems you have taken good care of my flower and my tree. How long has it been since you last slept?" The question puzzled Jiang Hao. He thought for a moment. "It has been a while." Hong Yuye stared at Jiang Hao. Her gaze made him feel uneasy. He lowered his head silently. He didn't know why she was staring at him so intently. Hong Yuye walked to the wooden table and placed a box on it. "I won't let you work for me for nothing. This is a gift for you. Also, try to get some sleep tonight. You might be poisoned without knowing about it." After saying that, Hong Yuye disappeared on the spot. Jiang Hao was confused. "Am I poisoned?" He closed his eyes and paid attention to his body. He didn't feel any discomfort. However, Hong Yuye had no reason to lie to him. "Then how did I?" He suddenly realized something. "Bai Yi." Chapter 208 Chapter 208 Another Golden Legend. Chapter 208 Another Golden Legend. In the courtyard, the leaves of the immortal peach tree rustled. The wind gently swayed Jiang Hao's robe and hair. He slowly walked to the table and sat down on a wooden chair. How did Bai Yi do it? Jiang Hao thought about it for a long time but couldn't find any clues. He had appraised and examined every spirit herb sent from the 100 Bones forest but hadn't found anything. Jiang Hao had also made sure to check up on his physical condition every week. There were no problems at all. Nothing could be found. There were no problems with the spirit herbs or with his body. He couldn't understand what Bai Yi had used to poison him. Jiang Hao thought that perhaps he needed to give it more time for the symptoms to manifest. Hong Yuye's words had shocked him. A potent poison. Jiang Hao once again checked himself inside and out. He couldn't find anything. Could it be that the effects of the poison only appeared today? He used the daily appraisal on himself. The results were the same as before. Nothing had changed. The only poison he could see was the heaven extinction goo poison. "Looks like I need something else to trigger it," thought Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye told me to sleep. Should I go to sleep now? Jiang Hao glanced at the spirit beast. There were only 5 days left until its bloodline was awakened further. He hesitated and then opened the box Hong Yuya had left for him. It had a pill inside. The pill had red and white patterns on it. There was a strange, refreshing fragrance wafting off of it. Every inch of his skin tingled when he smelled the dill's fragrance. Is it a healing pill to detoxify my body? Thought Jiang Hao. He decided to use it right away. He needed to confirm his situation first. He decided to wait for 5 more days to see how the poison would affect him. Having an antidote would make it much safer. Even if it only treated the symptoms, it would provide him with enough time. The next day, Jiang Hao once again used the daily appraisal on the spirit herbs from the 100 Bones forest. There were a lot of them, so it would take a while to do it one by one. He still didn't find a problem with them. In another 4 days, he had used daily appraisal on 4 different spirit herbs. None of them were poisoned. The spirit herbs were fine. Where is the problem? On the 5th day, he looked at the tomorrow night autumn flower. Could Bai Yi have done something to them? Jiang Hao used the daily appraisal on the flower and waited for the result. The feedback didn't give him any new information. It was as Lian Daoji had said. The spirit herb garden at the Candlelight Pill Pavilion had suffered a mishap, so they were sent here to be planted. In the evening, Jiang Hao sat in his courtyard. He raised his head to look at the immortal peach tree. He realized that he had forgotten all about initiating the incarnation of the tree. Jiang Hao then set up a spirit gathering array with the spirit stones. Then he initiated the process of incarnation. Tomorrow was the last day for the awakening of the bloodline of the spirit beast. After that, he would get a golden bubble and he could sleep peacefully. He needed to save his daily appraisal tomorrow to see what new abilities he would get. The next morning, the spirit beast exclaimed as it looked at the immortal peach tree. Master, look! The immortal peach tree changed again. Jiang Hao watched quietly. At this moment, a golden bubble appeared beside the rabbit. Jiang Hao was happy and relieved. His wait was over. Jiang Hao stood up and untied the spirit beast. You are free now. You can keep me tied for a few more days if you want, master. Jiang Hao looked at the beast. No. The spirit beast got up and ran to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Although Jiang Hao wanted to use the daily appraisal on the spirit east to ascertain its situation, he needed to save it to learn about the new ability that he might gain. After storing the immortal peach tree seed, Jiang Hao collected 2 blue bubbles. The seed needed to be appraised before planting so he could understand and maintain the perfect conditions for its growth. He opened his interface. Jiang Hao chose the option to obtain the golden legend. In a hazy state, he saw himself standing on endless land. The sky above had 9 golden rings. The rings floated toward him. As each ring landed in his hand, the surrounding environment changed accordingly. Mountains, seas, jungles, and clouds flashed by. The 9th ring finally descended on his hand, and Jiang Hao found himself back in his house. He had a golden ring in his hand. There were 8 other layers of rings inside. It feels extraordinary, but I don't have time to examine it. Jiang Hao put away the ring and walked up to the 2nd floor. He needed sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the pill. The fragrance of the pull relieved the burden he felt. He closed his eyes and rested. Jiang Hao didn't dare lie down in bed. He didn't want to be caught off guard. Jiang Hao felt his consciousness becoming heavier. There was a spiritual energy and some sort of fragrance in the surroundings. It made it difficult to fall asleep. The more disturbed he was, the more he wanted to sleep. Perhaps that would reveal some information about the poison. After a long time, he fell into a deep sleep. Vaguely, He felt things around him invading his primordial spirit. In an instant, he woke up again. What surprised him was that he was not in his own room. He was at a vast lake, and a woman with long hair was washing her shoulder. Her back was exposed. Jiang Hao thought of Hong Yuya. He thought that woman must be her. The woman in the lake slowly stood up, and her long hair was swept back. She was just about to turn around. If she turned around, she would see him. He would see her naked. Panic gripped his heart. As he tried to step aside, he noticed that the land around the lake wasn't filled with grass and trees. There were endless bones scattered everywhere, and the water was now rivulets of blood. This sudden change shocked Jiang Hao, but he managed to remain calm. There was a divine ability faintly in his brow. The ring on his finger was also helping him. My primordial spirit? Is that the poison? Without hesitation, he used the daily appraisal on himself. He was in the primordial spirit realm, so the feedback might be different. Soon, he got the feedback. Well, seems like it's possible. Chapter 209 Chapter 209 9 Rings of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 209 9 Rings of Heaven and Earth. Jiang Hao was stunned. The threat posed by Bai Yi far exceeded his expectations. It turned out that the true influence wasn't the 100 Bones Forest's spirit herbs or the Tomorrow Night Autumn Flower, but the golden leaf worm on the Tomorrow Night Autumn Flower. For the past few days, Jiang Hao's job had been to clear away the worms from that particular flower. I was on guard against the wrong thing. Bai Yi used my own house and the spirit herbs to poison me so easily. I need to find out more about his situation. He had to inquire with Lu Xingchen if he wanted to find out more, but he needed a good excuse to ask the questions. Are you spying on me? A voice asked from behind him. Jiang Hao then remembered the woman he had seen in the lake. He turned to look. She was submerged in the water up to her neck. She looked nervous. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't Hong Yuya. It was Yun Ruo. He didn't know why she was here. Are you the heart demon? Jiang Hao asked. I'm not. I'm just. Before she could finish speaking, a flash of light slashed across the water. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as Yun Ruo fell into the lake. Why would a heart demon accept that it was the heart demon? You're so cruel. Yun Ruo's body put itself together, but her face was all twisted. Her body was covered in blood. She stared at Jiang Hao and stirred up the surrounding bones. The bones formed into skeletons and stared at Jiang Hao. The corners of their mouths twitched as they said, "You're so cruel. Why did you kill me?" Just insignificant demons. Jiang Hao looked at Yun Ruo and activated divine might. Golden light radiated everywhere. Clang! A sword cry rang out as he gripped the primordial heavenly sword. Purple aura spread out. The powerful aura suppressed everything, and the heart demons felt fear. Some of them fled. Jiang Hao watched them calmly and then swung his sword. In the next life, don't try to be the heart demons in my path. Boom! One slash shattered the heavens and earth. The bones disintegrated and turned to dust. The sea of blood evaporated and disappeared. Finally, a ray of light pierced through the heavy darkness. Jiang Hao opened his eyes. This time, he was in his room. He could still smell the fragrance of the medicinal pill. He felt more at ease. Even his primordial spirit felt refreshed. This pill is extraordinary. He closed the lid on the box. He didn't need the pill to fight the heart demons, so he could use it next time. Jiang Hao checked up on his body and spirit. Except for some consumption of spiritual energy, there was no major problem. It's fine to sleep now. If I encounter another heart demon, especially while advancing to the next stage, I don't know how dangerous that would be. Jiang Hao still felt lingering fear. If he failed while advancing to the next stage, he would have wasted his lifeblood and cultivation. However, he would also suffer physical and psychic injuries. I need to buy some red lotus flower seeds or the flower itself. I wonder how many spirit stones it will cost. He had only 500 spirit stones left. By selling the talismans he could get around 700 spirit stones. Jiang Hao arrived at the Snow Lotus Pavilion. Red lotus flower? The guide took out some seeds. Red lotus is very rare. You are lucky that there is one seed left. The price for this is 500 spirit stones. Jiang Hao felt that every time he came here to buy something, he was cheated. 500 spirit stones for a red lotus seed made sense, but it was still quite expensive. He bought the seed. After that, he went to the market to sell some talismans and bought some spirit liquid. The guide at the Snow Lotus Pavilion told him that watering the seed with spirit liquid for 7 days would be enough to make it sprout. Jiang Hao listened to her instructions. The next day, he took out the golden ring he had obtained from the Golden Legend. It looked more like a bracelet than a ring worn on a finger. After refining it, he could control its size and shape. He used daily appraisal on the ring. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. So, if there was a sub-ring hidden somewhere, could he go anywhere? While refining it, he realized that it was a spatial treasure, but he didn't expect that it could be used like this. It was unbelievable. He wore the main ring on his wrist. He opened his hand, and the 8 other rings floated in his palm. Upon closer inspection, he found that the 8 rings could be used for offense, defense, and other things. They could be used for more than their intended function. He slammed one of the rings on the floor. The ring enlarged and imprinted a formation on the ground. Then he went outside to the courtyard and placed the second ring in the air to activate it. After doing that, he communicated with the main ring and connected it to the sub-ring in his room. He disappeared from the courtyard and reappeared in his room. It's instant teleportation. Jiang Hao marveled. He disappeared from his room again and appeared in the courtyard. This is quite useful. With a ring in his room, he could return home in an instant, no matter where he was. However, he didn't know if it could withstand spatial blockade. Also, it took 3 breaths for the teleportation to happen. In urgent situations, it would probably be difficult to use. But this was enough. If he had the time, he could use this ability and appear at his home. After placing a golden ring in the room, Jiang Hao put the ring away in the courtyard. What about the 7 remaining rings? He didn't know what to do with them. However, he could always store them in his storage treasure or in his ring. Next, he had to appraise the beast, the pill, and the seed. He had been delayed by Bai Yi, so there were many things to catch up on. The next day, Jiang Hao appraised the immortal peach tree seed. There wasn't any difference in the feedback, except that the seed would take 1 less day to sprout. After planting the seed, Jiang Hao patiently waited for 7 days to harvest a purple bubble. The following day, he appraised the spirit beast. The result was surprising. The beast could still be tied up to further awaken its bloodline. It would take 490 spirit stones and 49 days. Jiang Hao still remembered that when he first caught it, it didn't even have any intelligence. It used to be just an ordinary spirit beast. Jiang Hao headed to the spirit herb garden to find Shaoli waiting for him. Senior brother Jiang, you said you would give me this. She pointed at the spirit beast's collar. Why do you want that? It's not useful to you. The beast says it's powerful when it has that, Shaoli said truthfully. Jiang Hao sighed. How could she trust the spirit beast? It was always lying through its teeth. At that moment, he suddenly felt a faint vibration from the stone tablet in his pocket. The second gathering was about to begin. Chapter 210 Chapter 210 Divine Pill. Chapter 210 Divine Pill. The stone tablet trembled slightly. It indicated that the senior was summoning the members for a gathering. He had occasionally checked the stone tablet but had always found only 3 people chatting among themselves. The others hadn't shown up yet. According to Gue, they were either in seclusion or busy doing something. Jiang Hao doesn't know much about these people. He didn't even know their real identities. For example, all he knew about Gue was that she was trying to find a dragon. Jiang Hao didn't rush to check the stone tablet. He looked at Shaoli. He wouldn't give her a collar. He couldn't agree to it. Jiang Hao didn't know why Shaoli wanted something like that. However, it was better to find something and give it to her to keep her quiet. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and took out the second subring. He tossed it to her. Refine it and keep it. It can be used as an offensive or defensive treasure. Shaoli looked delighted. After refining it for half a day, she came running to show Jiang Hao. She was wearing it around her neck. Take it off. Wear it on your wrist instead, said Jiang Hao. Shaoli reluctantly took it off and wore it on her wrist. The spirit beast looked at the bracelet and turned to Jiang Hao. Master, give me one too. Next time, Jiang Hao said. There were only 8 subrings in total, and one needed to be kept in the courtyard, just in case. Shaoli probably wouldn't use the one he gave her. Now there were only 6 left, and giving one to the beast would mean he would only have 5 rings left. The subrings needed to activate the door to let him pass. He hadn't told Shaoli about that. If he told her that it could be used for teleportation, he might not be entirely free of her in the future. After taking care of Tomorrow Night Autumn Flower once again, Jiang Hao returned to his house. These flowers often produced green bubbles. They weren't even as good as white bubbles. The green bubbles usually gave out spirit swords, which were of no use and only took up space. He could only sell them after accumulating them. In the courtyard, Jiang Hao looked at the area where he had planted the immortal peach tree seed. Everything was settled for now. He had to wait for the red lotus to bloom. Now, there were only 2 things that needed to be done quickly. That was to appraise the medicinal pill that Hong Yue had given him and ask Lu Xingchen about Bai Yi. He went into his house and checked the stone tablet. There was a message informing everyone that the meeting would be held in 7 days at midnight. It's been a while since the last meeting. This is good. I can find out more. It's been a while since the last meeting. This is good. I can find out more. But what should I do this time? I don't participate in chats, and I am rarely active in the gathering. This way, I will just be forgotten. He hesitated a while. Perhaps he could reveal some information about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He needed to get the group's approval somehow. Otherwise, he won't be able to continue Undercover. The next day, Jiang Hao took out the medicinal pill and used daily appraisal on it. What kind of pill is this? Jiang Hao felt shocked. Hong Yue always gave him extraordinary items. The things she had given him so far were so priceless that they couldn't be bought with spirit stones alone. Whether it's the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, the Light and Dust Technique, or the Nameless Manual, they were all invaluable. He couldn't find such things on the market. The Snow God Pill and this Red Feather Divine Pill are even more extraordinary. Who exactly is she? Jiang Hao looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and the immortal peach tree. She had claimed those 2. Did she get all the good things by stealing them from others? Jiang Hao felt that his chance to escape the Demoness grasp was becoming more and more elusive. I still need to become stronger. Whether I can escape or not is one thing, but I must have control over my own life at least. He thought of going to the mines. He could be sent there as punishment. He didn't want to go voluntarily. It was very difficult to escape the mines if one volunteered to work there. Also, if Hong Yuye found out that he had gone to the mines of his own volition, he would be in trouble. Putting away the red feather divine pill, he decided to go to the library to find out more about the pill. If he was desperate for spirit stones, he could sell it in the future. For that, he needed to know just how valuable this pill was. However, one thing was surprising. The pill supposedly had no influence or effect on those from the dragon bloodline. I wonder why. 3 days later, the red lotus sprouted. Jiang Hao didn't feel anything different. However, when he took a nap, he realized that the heart demon's poison was gone. It seemed that the flower was very effective against the poison. 2 more days passed, and the immortal peach tree sprouted. He found a purple bubble beside it. He now had 2 divine fragments. If everything went well, he would have another divine fragment next year. If he could achieve all 9 incarnations, he could get 3 divine fragments. Another day had passed. Jiang Hao stood on his balcony at midnight and looked at the courtyard below. The spirit beast was lying on the ground and staring at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Every night it guarded the flower. It also wanted to eat it. I wonder if it will really eat it someday. Jiang Hao shook his head. If it takes a bite, the flower will be fine, but the beast won't survive. Back in his room, Jiang Hao took out the stone tablet. It was time to enter it to find out what the gathering was about. Jiang Hao entered the public area of the stone tablet. It was still the same place, with the same 5 people as before. In the front sat Dan Yuan, and beside him were 3 individuals, Gui, Lu, and Xing. "Greetings, senior," they said and bowed. "It's been a while." Dan Yuan looked at the 4 of them and smiled. "It's only 4 of you once again. Do you have any questions about cultivation?" "Senior, I have a question. Is the spiritual technique of the Heavenly Saint sect suitable for cultivation?" asked Gui. "Heavenly Saint spiritual technique?" Dan Yuan asked. "It depends on your purpose. The Heavenly Saint spiritual technique doesn't have any other use than to temper the spirit. It doesn't have a spiritual clone like the Great Thousand spiritual technique, nor does it have the phenomenon of the sun and moon spiritual technique. If you want to temper your mind, it can be useful. The Heavenly Saint spiritual technique isn't considered top-notch, but it's acceptable in the southern region. In particular, the Heavenly Saint spiritual spells are the most compatible with other spiritual spells. There are no obstacles to switching to other spiritual spells, and you can cultivate it alongside other spiritual technique. Gui thanked him. Lu and Xing also had some questions. Jiang Hao hesitated a moment and then shook his head. He didn't have any questions today. He didn't cultivate any spiritual techniques, and his cultivation technique was the Hong Meng Heart Sutra, which he had no problems with. He had asked about a certain pill last time. This time, he had nothing he needed to know. The others didn't say anything about it either. Not everyone encountered problems with cultivation. Now, let's talk about the matter that we discussed last time. Dan Yuan looked at everyone. Do any of you have relevant information about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? Lu provided some information, but it was mostly rumors about the flower's origin. Xing remained silent. Gui glanced at Jiang Hao once and then turned to Dan Yuan. Although I don't know much about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, I do know where to find it. Jiang Hao was suspicious. He wondered why she had glanced at him before she spoke. Chapter 211 Chapter 211 A Test from the Gathering. Chapter 211 A Test from the Gathering. The sky was boundless. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged and remained calm. Gui had glanced at him before saying she knew about the whereabouts of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It made Jiang Hao feel like she knew about his identity. However, that was impossible. Only he and Hong Yuye knew about this undercover mission. No one else could have guessed that he was involved. Besides himself, the only person who knew about his undercover mission here was Hong Yuye. Others couldn't possibly be aware. When Gui finished speaking, others looked at her in shock. Dan Yuan was also surprised. "Oh," he said. "I wonder if you have heard anything about it, friend Jing," said Gui. "Why would you think I would know about it?" Jiang Hao asked. "Because if you live in the south and have connections, you might know a thing or two about such a big thing," said Gui. She looked at Dan Yuan. "I contacted some friends and found out that there is indeed a heavenly fragrance Dao flower in the southern region. I think I can guess where it is." "Senior, may I speak candidly?" asked Gui. "If you're not worried about the others finding out, you can speak freely." Dan Yuan smiled. The others listened quietly. This was valuable information that they were getting for free. "Heavenly Note Sect," Gui said solemnly. "After multiple investigations, I have concluded that there is a 90% chance that the heavenly fragrance Dao flower is in the Heavenly Note Sect. It seems that there are some related treasures that can reveal the whereabouts of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in the Heavenly Note Sect." Jiang Hao understood why she had glanced at him. If he could find the location of the flower, then it would mean he had considerable influence. The southern region was vast, with various powerful sections. There were countless disciples in the primordial spirit realm or above. Jiang Hao didn't really have a network or connections. He raised the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, but he couldn't really tell them about it. "It seems I have to make them believe that I'm reliable. Otherwise, they will just look down on me." "Heavenly Note Sect?" Dan Yuan was doubtful. "I passed by the Hidden Cloud Prefecture many years ago. The Heavenly Note Sect was a very small sect at that time. It used to be a small sect indeed, but it rose rapidly in recent decades and is now considered a big sect when it comes to members and the scale of influence. However, it lacks a strong foundation. I heard that the reason behind the Heavenly Note Sect's rise is their sect master, Tianyin Hong. It is said that this person is incredibly powerful. The more battles they fought, the stronger they became. The person is shrouded in mystery," said Gui. "There are many sects in the southern region, right? There are Azure Mountain, the Sunset Immortal Sect, and the Black Heaven Sect. Haven't they tried to find out more about the flower?" asked Xing. Gui shrugged. "Do you have any understanding of that area, Jing?" asked Dan Yuan. Jiang Hao shook his head. He had already claimed not to know anything about it, so there was no point in revealing it now. It might backfire. After a moment, Dan Yuan turned to Gui. "Someone will go to the Heavenly Note Sect to confirm this. If it's true, you can tell me what you want, and I'll try to give it to you. If the person finds some clues, I can still provide you with the help you need. But if the information is wrong, we'll have to wait for another opportunity to find out more." Gui nodded. "I don't have anything else to talk about for now." Dan Yuan looked at the four people. After that, they talked among themselves. "Which one of you has the Heavenly Saint's spiritual technique?" asked Gui. "Give me some time and I can obtain it for you. If others can get it faster, that would be fine with me." Gui looked at the other two people. Xing shook his head. "I have it," said Jiang Hao slowly. Since he was going undercover, he had to make a deal with them. He needed to make them trust him. Jiang Hao was worried about what Dan Yuan had said. Somebody would be coming to the Heavenly Note Sect to confirm the whereabouts of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. "What do you want in exchange?" Gui asked. "The Star Moon Cultivation Technique," said Jiang Hao. Gui frowned and looked at Xing. "I have it, but it's only till the Golden Core Realm," said Xing. Gui and Xing turned to Jiang Hao. "That's fine with me," said Jiang Hao. He didn't know what he wanted for himself. He just recalled that he lacked the star-moon cultivation technique after the lifeblood refinement realm. So, he just wanted to try his luck and see if they had it. The star-moon lifeblood refinement technique that I gave to Linji is barely enough to reach the foundation establishment realm. With this, he can cultivate up to the golden core realm. He can decide what he wants to do after that. In that case, I want the greater world mental energy technique, said Xing. Deal. Gui nodded. While Jiang Hao was still wondering how to hand over the technique, Dan Yuan waved his hand, and each of them had a stone tablet in front of them. You can imprint the content on it. If you forget, you can exchange it again next time, a voice reminded them. Jiang Hao nodded and reached out to touch the stone tablet. Soon, he recalled the content of the Heavenly Saint spiritual technique. After a while, he withdrew his hand. Fortunately, his divine sense remembered these things quite clearly, especially after going through them once. As Jiang Hao finished, the stone tablet flew to Gui. Gui's stone tablet flew to Xing, and Xing's stone tablet floated to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao touched the stone tablet. He saw the technique appear before his eyes, and the words flew toward him. He gained a deeper understanding of the star-moon cultivation technique. He also confirmed that the technique given to him was genuine and had no flaws. These stone tablets were treasures. As the transaction concluded, Gui turned to Jiang Hao. Friend Jing, there's one more thing I would like to ask for your help with. I have been chasing after a dragon lately, and it may have fled to the Hidden Cloud Prefecture. I can't travel there right now. Can I ask for your assistance? I will provide the location. We can discuss the rewards later. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. Jiang Hao understood that Gui was testing him, so he couldn't refuse. If I refuse, they might get offended and not include him in their discussions. He had no choice but to agree. As for how he could handle such a task, he could only wait and see. Right now, making a good impression and staying out was important. Couldn't be kicked out after coming so far. If his undercover mission failed, he didn't know what Hong Yuya would him. There's something I need to remind you of, Lu suddenly said. I heard something while I was overseas. It is said that the heavenly fate Miss Fort Pearl has reappeared, but the specific location is still unknown. Now that you mention it, I also recall that some sects have been on EDGRO lately. They say that disaster is imminent. They might be referring to He Fate Misfortune Pearl, said Xing. Is the heavenly fate Misfortune Pearl that terrifying? Gui asked. The group turned their gazes toward Dan Yuan. Jiang Hao followed suit, immersing himself in the conversation to blend in. Chapter 212, Chapter 212. Delighted to meet the Demoness. Chapter 212. Delighted to meet the Demoness. They all looked at the calm Dan Yuan. He appeared at ease and exuded great power. It seemed that nothing could faze him. For a moment, Jiang Hao was curious about how strong this person was. He might not be as strong as Hong Yuya. The heavenly fate Misfortune Pearl is a dangerous object. Once it appears in the world, it will bring about a crisis. Its origins trace back to ancient times, and its formation led to the crumbling of the earth. Forget about small sects. Even huge sects like the Clear Sky School might not be able to withstand the effect of the heavenly fate Misfortune Pearl. The best way to prepare to withstand it is to find a way to seal it. Some people seek it out to use it. They might want to find out its whereabouts through us. But it's best for us not to get involved in this matter. Even sensing the heavenly fate Misfortune Pearl near us will have an immense impact. If you encounter it, it is best to quickly get away and inform others so that sects like Clear Sky School can suppress and seal it. We should stay away. Jiang Hao was quite surprised to hear that. Dan Yuan's first thought was to be safe in instances like these. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll meet next time, Dan Yuan said to everyone. After seeing Dan Yuan leave, Jiang Hao also left the chat. Gui told him that she would contact him soon with the details. Jiang Hao nodded. He felt bitter that he couldn't really leave the sect. Exiting the stone tablet, Jiang Hao looked out of the balcony. The starry sky and the silvery moonlight illuminated everything. I hope Gui can delay for a while. Jiang Hao sighed. He thought about the latest gathering. He had gained some important information from it. Lu was well informed about overseas matters but nothing else. Xing was in the eastern region and might have some connection with the Bright Moon sect. Gui was the same as last time. She was from the Heavenly South Prefecture and might have some connection to either the Heavenly Saints sect, the Sunset Immortal sect, or the Black Heaven sect. Since she didn't already have the Heavenly Saints spiritual technique, it was unlikely that she was from the Heavenly Saints sect. She must be from either the Sunset Immortal sect or the Black Heaven sect. She was the only one who knew about the location of the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. She might not be unable to travel to Hidden Cloud Prefecture. She intentionally wants me to do her work so that she can find out MV exact location. Although he had the 9 rings of heaven and earth, who would help him take the ring somewhere else so that he could travel undetected. He couldn't ask Shaoli or the spirit beast. Lying on the bed, Jiang Hao looked at the ceiling with a frown. Dan Yuan also said someone will be visiting the Heavenly Note sect to verify Gui's information. That is troublesome. If the person was powerful, they would be able to find the location easily and reveal his identity too. He had to inform Hongyue. After all, she claimed the flower as her own. From Dan Yuan's words, it was evident that the visitor wouldn't hesitate to act against the Heavenly Note sect. Jiang Hao sat up. How will I inform Hongyue? Hongyue always visited him out of the blue. He had never called her over. Jiang Hao sighed. He hoped she would appear soon. Hongyue might have sensed something. It was highly likely that she would come to find him soon. He couldn't do anything about that. So, he got up and started making talismans. He was almost penniless now and needed to sell more talismans. The Red Lotus gave no blue bubbles. It was expensive to buy. He didn't know if it would give off blue bubbles in the future. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao put down his brush. He had made 100,000 swords talisman. He planned to continue to learn about new talismans. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen senior sister Ling Tian in so long. The spirit beast said a woman had visited and called for him. It might have been her. From the people who visited him, it would be either Zhou Chan or Ling Tian. Since the spirit beast already recognized Ming Yi, and Zhou Chan had already met him, the only one left was Ling Tian. As he walked out of the room, Jiang Hao saw the beast still staring fondly at the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. Its tongue almost reached the petals. He walked over and intended to kick some sense into the beast. However, just as he was about to swing his foot, he realized that the beast had disappeared from its spot. Then a white figure appeared, bloodied and bruised. The beast was hanging from the ceiling. Jiang Hao was astonished. It had happened too quickly. "Do you think tomorrow it may be you hanging in place of that beast?" said a voice behind him. Jiang Hao turned and saw a beautiful figure standing in his courtyard. She wore a red and white dress. "Greetings, senior." Jiang Hao felt glad to see her today. As for the threat, he didn't know what to say. She might actually hang him from the ceiling if he failed in his job. "This is the first time I find you so happy to see me," said Hongyue in amusement. Jiang Hao tried to remain calm. "I attended the secret gathering on the stone tablet. They know that the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower is in the Heavenly Note sect. According to Dan Yuan, someone will come to investigate soon. In their eyes, the Heavenly Note sect is just a small sect. I think he wants to send someone to take away the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower." Hongyue sat in her chair. What are you worried about? The person might be powerful, and perhaps the Heavenly Note sect won't be able to defend the flower, Jiang Hao said in concern. Then, will you defend it? Hong Yuye asked with a smile. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. As a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, I have the intention but lack the ability. He simply didn't have that kind of strength. Are you suggesting that I take action? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao nodded. After all, it is your flower, senior. That's true. Hong Yuye stared at Jiang Hao. Are you worried that my flowers will be taken away, or that you will be taken away? Of course, the former, senior, said Jiang Hao half-heartedly. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower was very important to him, but he wouldn't give his life for it. He needed to defend himself. Your lies are getting weaker, said Hong Yuye. She waited for Jiang Hao to brew some tea. Chapter 213 Chapter 213 How do you plan to thank me? Chapter 213 How do you plan to thank me? After a while, Hong Yuye picked up the teacup and took a sniff. The 1,000-flower snow tea has a better scent than the red sleeve tea and the Snow Queen Spring. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. 1,000-flower snow tea cost 200 spirit stones, and he had already bought some beforehand. He hadn't brewed it until now. Besides someone trying to steal my flower, is there anything else? Asked Hong Yuye after a while. Jiang Hao hesitated and decided not to tell her about the task Gui was going to give him. That matter was related to him alone, and Hong Yuye probably wouldn't get involved in it. He needed to find himself a suitable undercover route and blend in with the group. Reclusive, powerful, and mysterious, that was what he had to make himself appear as. As long as they thought he was all of those things, things would go smoothly. However, he had to make sure he didn't steal the limelight from Dan Yuan in the process. There is nothing else that is important, but I have some guesses about their backgrounds, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye wasn't interested. After finishing her tea, she walked to the bathroom, glanced at the wooden tub, and then returned to the second-floor balcony. Jiang Hao stood behind her. He didn't want to stand beside her and get pushed down like last time. What about your condition? Are you cured of the poison? She asked. Yes, senior. Thank you. In that case, Hong Yuye turned around and looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. How do you plan to thank me? That caught Jiang Hao off guard. Soon, I will come to take a bath here. Prepare silver moon flower petals for me, Hong Yuye said. Any problem? Jiang Hao felt a bit worried. He didn't know how many spirit stones the silver moon flower petals would cost. Just as he hesitated, an overwhelming aura oppressed him. No problem, he hurriedly replied. Good. Hong Yuye smiled and disappeared in a red shadow. If you're not prepared, I'll shred a layer of your skin. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief as she disappeared. He hadn't thought about thanking her. Hong Yuye's cold demeanor had made him act in the same way. He sighed and decided to inquire about silver moon petals. He hoped the price wouldn't be outrageous. He headed to the Snow Lotus Pavilion. 10 spirit stones? Jiang Hao was quite surprised by the price. It was cheap. But soon, he realized that he had misunderstood. It's for 1 petal. We usually sell them in sets of 99 petals. In other words, it was 990 spirit stones for 1 set. Can I take a look at the petals? Jiang Hao asked. Of course. The flower petals were pure white but not very large. Jiang Hao estimated that it would take about 9 petals to fill his palm. The wooden tub would require 30 to 40 handfuls of petals to fill everything. In other words, he would need about 3,000 spirit stones. Compared to the information about the poison, spending 3,000 spirit stones was nothing. He could have been dead by now. Leaving the Snow Lotus Pavilion, Jiang Hao decided to sell the talismans he had recently made. Tomorrow, he would start making more powerful talismans, which would bring him more spirit stones. He decided to buy a set of 99 petals first to ensure he had them in case Hong Yue suddenly appeared. While setting up his stall, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator walked in front of Jiang Hao's stall and observed the talismans. "Do you have the 100,000 swords talisman?" he asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. "For now, no. If you don't have it, just say so." "What do you mean by, for now? Do you expect me to believe that a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator could make the 100,000 swords talismans?" said Duanguan as he stared coldly at Jiang Hao. "Be more practical when doing business and don't be so presumptuous." Jiang Hao was stunned. He wondered if the person was doing this on purpose to provoke him. "Is he from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion?" "I'll take 10 healing talismans and 10,000 swords talismans." Duanguan threw down 600 spirit stones, picked up the talismans, and turned to leave. Watching the person leave, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh wearily. The customer seemed hard to get along with but seemed to have a lot of spirit stones. They didn't have any grudges against each other, so why was he acting that way? Finally, he took out 6 healing talismans and 6 10,000 swords talismans and laid them on display. He still had around 10 talismans remaining. They were not easy to sell. After a long time, he only managed to sell 5 talismans, totaling 750 spirit stones. He still needed 200 more to buy the flower petals. He thought that if he came back tomorrow, he could earn enough. On his way back, Jiang Hao unexpectedly ran into Lu Xingchen. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, junior brother Jiang," Lu Xingchen said. "Greetings, senior brother Lu." "It's been quite a while," Jiang Hao replied politely. "I've been busy with the affairs relating to the Heavenly Saint sect. Thankfully, we managed to kill and capture some enemies, and we also caught the traitor who leaked information. The Hall of Merit has listed the top 10 rankings for this achievement. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang, for not making it to the top 10 this time." "Senior brother must be joking. Last time was just an accident." "But your achievements are not insignificant. You ventured into the Devil's Denver. I'm sure you've gotten some benefits from it." "This time, I did see someone in the top 10 who seemed interesting," said Lu Xingchen. "Do you remember Bai Yi?" Jiang Hao's heart missed a beat at the name, but he remained calm. "I remember," Jiang Hao said calmly. "Bai Yi used to keep a low profile, but since the Heavenly Saint sect's attack, he has been pretty active. He made it to the top 5. I also found out about his cultivation realm. He is in the late stage of the Primordial Spirit realm. I think he was trying to make it to the top 10, said Lu Xingchen in admiration. Late stage of the Primordial Spirit realm. He was 2 stages higher than Jiang Hao. He needed to wait a bit longer to reach that stage. He was in the top 5 because of his contributions. If he were harmed, it would be troublesome for Jiang Hao. The Law Enforcement Hall would seriously investigate the matter. I will wait a few years until I can reach the late stage of the Primordial Spirit realm. Now that Bai Yi was in the top 5, the consequences of killing or harming him would be unimaginable. Jiang Hao realized that the rules of the Heavenly Note sect protected him, but they also restrained him from taking action against others. However, there was one thing he had to be careful about. He had to make sure Bai Yi was no longer on the top 10 disciples list. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. So, just reaching the late stage of the Primordial Spirit realm is enough to get into the list as the 10th top disciple of the sect? Jiang Hao asked. As far as Jiang Hao could remember, Man Long had held the 10th position for the longest time. He was the only senior Jiang Hao knew from that list. He had hardly heard of the others. In theory, yes, but it might not always be like that. The 10th ranking top disciple, Man Long, is now at the peak of the Primordial Spirit realm. However, it was you who helped capture Xianyuan Tai, and he reaped the benefits and rewards. Those rewards and resources helped him advance to the peak of the primordial spirit realm. So now, if you want to pursue the position of the 10th ranking top disciple, you need to be at least at the peak of the primordial spirit realm or beyond. Achievements may earn you points, but strength is most important. Bai Yi is probably older than Manlong, so he's at a disadvantage. I heard that he is close to advancing to the next stage, Lu Xingchen explained. The 10th ranking disciple is already at the peak of the primordial spirit realm? What about the one who ranks first? Asked Jiang Hao. The gap in strength was too huge. The first disciple is said to be a senior from White Moon Lake. She might have already transcended the spiritual refinement realm, Lu Xingchen said. Jiang Hao couldn't believe it. The difference between the top 10 disciples themselves is so great. Lu Xingchen smiled. Sometimes the first place is far ahead. Unfortunately, my strength is still not enough. Otherwise, I would also like to pursue the position of one of the top 10 disciples. I heard they have many privileges and even the possibility of receiving personal guidance from the sect master. The top 10 senior disciples attracted a lot of attention. However, they could keep the sect safe with that kind of strength. Jiang Hao thought for a while. It was difficult to make it to the top 10 when such talented people were already too far ahead. Chapter 214 Chapter 214 Breaking All Laws with a Single Strike. Chapter 214 Breaking All Laws with a Single Strike. Becoming 1 OT. The top 10 disciples had its perk. If he could reach that level by increasing his cultivation, he would have thought about it. However, as far as anyone was concerned, he was in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. To suddenly advance to the primordial spirit realm would arouse suspicion. It was difficult to become one of the top 10 disciples, but if he could somehow manage it, his status would be elevated, and he would encounter fewer troubles. Even the pavilion master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion wouldn't dare take action against him. The only problem was that he would be on some people's radar. It would be quite useless to reach that status. If he continued to keep a low profile, others would seek him out to cause trouble. For example, people kept causing problems in the Spirit Herb Garden. However, if he were to become one of the top 10 disciples, who would dare go against him or cause trouble at the Spirit Herb Garden? Would Bai Yi have the audacity to use various techniques against him at that time? Is it possible for Bai Yi to succeed? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Currently, he was no match for Bai Yi, and it would be difficult to stop him if he were to make a breakthrough now. Bai Yi's techniques were too powerful. Even Manlong might not be a match for him. I know very little about Bai Yi since he rarely goes out, but as for whether he can succeed or not, I do have some guesses, Lu Xingchen casually said. I think it is difficult for Bai Yi to succeed. When I was investigating the traitor, I encountered Manlong and we chatted for a while. He said that Bai Yi is not an easy person to provoke. Although his cultivation level is average, if someone wants to defeat him in his own domain, they will have to go all out, and even then, the odds would be 3 to 7, with Bai Yi having the advantage. If you take him into an unfamiliar environment, even Manlong could defeat him barehanded. When challenging the top 10 disciples, the location is chosen by the challenger. So, even if Manlong loses this time, he could defeat Bai Yi the following year and reclaim his position as one of the top 10 disciples. As for Bai Yi, he can't afford to lose. Jiang Hao nodded. Even if he knew where Bai Yi was, he couldn't just go there. He didn't know what technique Bai Yi would use in his own territory. That was troublesome. However, it seemed Bai Yi wasn't very talented in cultivation. He must be using other means to advance in his cultivation realm. Jiang Hao recalled the nutrient bead from before. If he continues his research like this, how terrifying would he become in the future? Wondered Jiang Hao. For him, Bai Yi was far more terrifying than Manlong. Jiang Hao understood Manlong a little. He advanced fast and had talent. However, Bai Yi was a different matter. Jiang Hao couldn't see through him at all. Most importantly, Manlong hadn't attacked him, but Bai Yi had. Does one have to be a direct disciple to become one of the top 10 disciples? Jiang Hao asked. No. Lu Xingqian smiled. Anyone from the inner sect is fine as well, as long as they are strong enough and not too old. However, it was not easy to become the lead disciple. Even if he won the ranking of the 10th disciple, he would still have to take the first 3 tests. Jiang Hao had a rough understanding of the situation. The top 10 disciples were definitely very powerful. He could strive for that kind of goal, where he could become so powerful that he could break all laws with a single strike and remain unscathed. However, it wasn't time yet. With the speed of his advancement and Han Ming as a competitor, he had a chance. It would be good if he could always be above Han Ming. Junior brother Jiang, do you plan to go out of the sect in the near future? Asked Lu Xingqian. The law enforcement hall asked me to inquire. I don't have any plans of going out. Jiang Hao was surprised. Why would they suddenly ask me that? They want to earn money from you, junior brother Jiang. You've done well. They're worried that they won't be able to earn money if you're off the list. After all, judging from the last mission, Law Enforcement Hall had made a killing. Although it was just a few thousand spirit stones, you returned the money very quickly. They were impressed. Jiang Hao was speechless. If it wasn't for Lu Xingqian, he wouldn't have been able to stay on the watch list. If there's a chance, I'll look for traders and try to build a relationship with them. After that, Lu Xingqian said goodbye and left. I need to think about what to do with Bai Yi. He might win. If he has a backup plan, Manlong might not be able to snatch back his position even next year, thought Jiang Hao. No one knows what kinds of benefits Bai Yi would receive. He manipulated everything by learning about the environment. If I seal my 5 senses, will I be safe from him? Along the way, Jiang Hao thought of ways to deal with Bai Yi. Jiang Hao realized that he needed to get stronger. In the face of absolute strength, all methods and techniques were useless. Right now, he was still weak. He could withstand Bai Yi's constant stealthy attacks, but he was unable to launch a counterattack. Jiang Hao thought of Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian was not far from advancing to the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. He should reach the late stage soon. At that time, he might even become one of the top 10 disciples. From the looks of it, that might be a good thing. The stronger Lu Xingqian was, the easier it would be for him to help Jiang Hao. The only thing he needed to be cautious about was to prevent Lu Xingqian from pulling him into trouble. When Jiang Hao reached the spirit herb garden of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, he saw 2 golden core realm cultivators standing at the entrance. One of them seemed a little tipsy. The other one had a tanned complexion. The former was a man and the latter was a woman. Jiang Hao had seen these 2 people before. The one who was a little drunk was Jiu Wu, and the dark-skinned one was called Fei Zhu. Both of them were true disciples of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Greetings, seniors, said Jiang Hao politely. It wasn't unusual for seniors to visit the garden. He didn't pay much attention to them. They didn't pay any attention to him either. They just nodded. Jiang Hao entered the garden. Jiu Wu narrowed his eyes. Isn't that Jiang Hao who once made it to the top 10 disciples list? Yes, it's him. He manages the Spirit Herb Garden. He was lucky to encounter some good things when he ventured out of the sect. Now, he is in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, said Fei Zhu. Perhaps he relies on his luck since he knows his own abilities are not good enough. Staying here is safer for him, Jiu Wu said. Yes, I heard that he is a bit righteous and very naive. It's better for him to stay here. Fei Zhu nodded. They didn't discuss him further. Jiang Hao was just like any other ordinary disciple, after all. He might not even be here next time. That's how it was on the path of cultivation. People you used to know would disappear without a trace, never to be seen again. Chapter 215 Chapter 215 The Demoness Kills with a Flick of a Finger. Chapter 215 The Demoness Kills with a Flick of a Finger. Jiang Hao paid no attention to what others felt about him. If he constantly cared about the opinions of others, he would not be able to cultivate in peace. The sect was vast, and the majority of people who knew him did not like him. Their words were mostly unpleasant. It was best to ignore them. He had ignored them for many years. As long as others didn't pay attention to him, he was good. He saw Ning Xian in the Spirit Herb Garden. He had met her before in the Devil's Denver. She was talking to another senior in the early stage of the Primordial Spirit Realm. Jiang Hao greeted them respectfully when he reached them. Watching them leave, Jiang Hao was somewhat concerned. Judging from their actions, it seemed that they were planning to do something in the Spirit Herb Garden. I hope they don't bring me any trouble. After thinking about it for a moment, he started tending to the spirit herbs. Chingchou suddenly ran up to Jiang Hao. Senior brother Jiang, there is one spirit herb in very poor condition. Jiang Hao was not surprised. Such things were common in the Spirit Herb Garden. After some investigation, he found that it was a newly transplanted spirit herb that was not adapting well to the soil and spiritual energy. No need to worry. Jiang Hao began to tend to the spirit herb. He suddenly remembered something. Is it the end of the year already? Yes, it's December. Chingchou nodded. You can inform junior sister Shaoli that she can leave in half a month for her visit. Chingchou seemed skeptical but still nodded in agreement. After tending to the spirit herbs, Jiang Hao observed Chingchou for a moment. Although it's a bit rushed, it should be enough. Before you set off, I'll assist you in your advancement. Chingchou was startled. He bowed to Jiang Hao gratefully. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more. Initially, he had no plans to guide Chingchou. When he was taken away by the people from the law enforcement hall, the spirit beast had found him in a cell and helped him. It was only at that time that he decided to guide Chingchou in his cultivation. Chingchou had been reliable and helpful. Jiang Hao couldn't send Shaoli out for a visit to her house alone, after all. Jiang Hao felt that helping Chingchou was the right thing to do. Chingchou finished his work with an anxious heart. When he returned home, he doubted whether he had imagined the whole thing. At the same time, he felt that Jiang Hao had offered to help just as a formality. Such empty promises were common in a demonic sect. When the time came, they always had excuses. However, his expectations and anticipation grew. He was looking forward to advancing to the Foundation establishment realm. The happiness almost made him forget himself. Fortunately, after spending a long time with Jiang Hao, he had learned to contain his happiness and appear indifferent. Senior brother Ching, what's making you so happy? Lin Shan, a cultivator at the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, looked at Chingchou and smiled. Chingchou touched his face and hastily said, Nothing, nothing. Nothing? I thought you were going to laugh. It seems like something great has happened. Lin Shan chuckled. Chingchou felt quite embarrassed. Where is junior sister Shaoli? She just came out of the cafeteria and probably went somewhere else for a stroll. Lin Shan sighed. Junior sister Shaoli is really something. She treats this place like her own backyard without any concerns. Others can only dream of something like that. Chingchou nodded. Shaoli had been like that from the beginning. Although she listened to senior brother Jiang, she didn't care about others at all. The other inner sect disciples rarely came to the area, so nobody paid any attention to loiterers. Chingcho was curious whether Shaoli would successfully advance to the 4th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm this time. If she could, there was an 80 to 90% chance that junior sister Shaoli would become a true disciple. Thinking about Shaoli's terrifying abilities, Ching Chao's joy wilted in his heart. Calm down, he thought to himself. You will be stronger once you reach the Foundation establishment realm. He had to stay on guard and avoid trouble. After bidding farewell to Linshan, he went to look for Shaoli. In the distant woods, Jiang Hao stood on a tree branch, gazing at Chingcho. Master, what are you looking at? The beast asked. I'm observing a person, Jiang Hao said. Are they good or bad? They're okay. Jiang Hao turned around and walked away. The rabbit quickly followed. Master, how about observing me? Jiang Hao glanced at the beast and chuckled. In the following days, Jiang Hao occasionally observed Chingcho and talked to him to ask about the situation outside the sect. He found no problems at all. Until the 7th day. After Jiang Hao finished watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, he felt a sense of impending disaster. Anxiety arose in his heart, as if a presence far beyond his strength had locked onto him. They're here. Jiang Hao suppressed his fear and quickly left the courtyard. He headed toward his master's house. He had to seek his master's help if he wanted to survive. However, no matter how fast he walked, the inexplicable feeling continued to surround him. What level of existence is this? Just the aura was enough to overpower him. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra was operating by default. He couldn't sense the enemy or escape. Where are they? Jiang Hao searched around. But still, he found nothing. He realized that he couldn't face this person directly, even if they were after the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He couldn't do anything. At the same time, at the 100 Flowers Lake, Baiji knelt in front of Hong Yuye. Sect Master. As the acting sect master, and an elder, Baiji would never retreat in the face of a challenge. The person is quite strong. Hong Yuye was sitting in the pavilion. The Guardian Array has already been activated. All that's left is for the sect master to give an order, Baiji said, bowing her head. The person is from the northern region. We don't know which sect he belongs to. Hong Yuye poured herself a cup of tea. Her slender index finger reached into the cup and stirred the tea. Then, with a flick of her finger, the tea flowed out of the cup, dividing into 7 water droplets in midair. Deactivate the Guardian Array, Hong Yuye said calmly. With another flick of her finger, the first water droplet flew into the sky. Boom! There was thunder above the clouds. Baiji didn't understand the sect master's intentions at first, but soon she saw a collision of forces in the sky. The opponent seemed surprised. Then the second water droplet flew into the sky. Boom! The opponent seemed amazed. The third water droplet followed. Another boom sounded. This time, the opponent was angry. The fourth water droplet soared. The opponent was furious and wanted to kill. The fifth water droplet flew into the sky. The opponent was bloodthirsty and furious now. The sixth water droplet flew into the sky. The sky roared, thunder raged, and Baiji felt the opponent's unwillingness. The seventh water droplet shot into the sky. The power of the opponent dissipated. They were helpless and angry. Baiji snapped back to reality. She looked at the sect master in fear and admiration. The sect master killed enemies while casually enjoying her tea. Capture him and lock him in the lawless tower. Hong Yuye sipped her tea. Understood. After Baiji left, Hong Yuye set down her teacup. She gazed at the calm lake surface, then pressed her hand against her red lips and coughed twice. Chapter 216 Chapter 216 the spirit beast disappeared again. Chapter 2:16. The spirit beast disappeared again. At the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao stopped by a large tree. It wasn't far from his master's residence. But as soon as he arrived, the sense of being targeted by a terrifying power disappeared. When he looked up, he noticed flashes of lightning in the sky. If his guess was correct, someone had engaged with the person who had come after him. Before long, the thunder in the sky began to dissipate, and the sense of danger was gone. It's over. Jiang Hao found it hard to believe. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, it was just thunder in the sky. But he knew that the person who had come after him must have been very powerful, especially since they had locked on to him from the beginning. His strength would have made no difference if the enemy had attacked him. The gap in strength is too big. I need to find a way to become stronger as soon as possible, Jiang Hao thought. He stayed rooted to the place for half a day before heading to the Spirit Herb Garden. 3 days later, Jiang Hao still didn't sense any danger or hear any news about the terrifying encounter. The Heavenly Note sect paid no attention to it. Even those at the stone tablet were quiet. Everything felt like an illusion. Now that things had returned to normal, he waited patiently for either the Heavenly Note sect or Dan Yuan to say something about the incident. Jiang Hao found Ching Chou in the Spirit Herb Garden. Senior brother Jiang? Ching Chou seemed excited, but he quickly restrained himself. Let's go to your house. I will help you advance to the Foundation Establishment realm, Jiang Hao said calmly. With his current cultivation at the early stage of the Primordial Spirit realm, it was not difficult for him to assist someone in the 9th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm to reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Ching Chou suppressed his excitement and nodded. In a small courtyard, Ching Chou sat cross-legged and circulated his heavenly sound 100 revolutions technique. Jiang Hao watched him and occasionally gave instructions. Your mind is a bit restless, and it's causing the 100 sounds in your body to fail to resonate, Jiang Hao commented. He waited for Ching Chou to calm down. After a long time, Jiang Hao saw that Ching Chou's aura had stabilized, his power was balanced, and the 100 sounds had reached the most harmonious state. Not bad, Jiang Hao said. With Ching Chou's talent, achieving such a balance in the 100 sounds was indeed commendable. After waiting for some time, Jiang Hao said, "Open your mouth." Whoosh! A pill flew into Ching Chou's mouth. The pill's power immediately disrupted the balance of his cultivation. Don't worry too much. Maintain the previous power balance and feel the changes in your body. No need to worry, Jiang Hao reassured him. The immense power caused Ching Chou to feel pain, but he gritted his teeth and continued to maintain the previous balance of his power. In his view, he was lucky. He had a senior who was guiding him. It was an advantage that the others didn't have. This also meant that his success rate was higher than the others. After a long time, he felt the pain starting to fade away. His body was filled with a completely new strength, far beyond what he had imagined. He couldn't have dreamed that he would possess such a level of power. His advancement to the Foundation Establishment realm was successful. When he woke up, he realized that the sky had already darkened and Jiang Hao was no longer by his side. He was filled with gratitude. As he stepped out, he saw 2 people standing at the door. It was senior brother Mu Qi, whom he occasionally met in the Spirit Herb Garden, and senior sister Miao Tinglian. Senior brother Mu, senior sister Miao, greeting. He bowed to them. I told you he would reach the Foundation Establishment realm, said Miao Tinglian with a smile. Indeed, said Mu Qi with a friendly smile. You are junior brother Ching Chou, right? The one who works at the Spirit Herb Garden? Yes, Ching Chou said as he bowed his head. We discovered that you were advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm, said Mu Qi. Do you want to come with us to meet the Cliff Master? Since he had advanced to the Foundation establishment realm, he would become an inner sect disciple. They headed to Ku Wuchang's house. Are you saying you want to continue working in the Spirit Herb Garden, just as you did as an outer sect disciple under Jiang Hao's supervision? Ku Wuchang asked. Yes, Ching Cho said as he knelt on the ground. Junior brother Ching wants to continue doing what he did before as an outer sect disciple without interfering with junior brother Jiang's duties, Mu Qi explained. Many people in the Cliff of Broken Hearts knew that Jiang Hao liked to stay in the Spirit Herb Garden. Although others were not familiar with Jiang Hao, no one competed with him. However, since the long-term guardianship of the Spirit Herb Garden only required one inner sect disciple, an additional person needed to be approved. Ku Wuchang looked at Ching Cho indifferently. You often take care of Shaoli. Is that correct? Yes. Continue doing that. Then I will take junior brother Ching to find a new place to live, said Mu Qi. As for Shaoli, he had occasionally heard Miao Tinglian mention her. If what she said was true, Shaoli could be the next true disciple. After confirming that Ching Cho had advanced successfully, Jiang Hao went to the market to sell talismans. While setting up his stall, he encountered the client from before. Didn't you say you didn't have the 100,000 swords talisman last time? You made it sound as though that was a temporary issue. You still don't have it today. Remember not to brag so much next time. In the end, he bought all the talismans again. Jiang Hao had enough spirit stones to buy a second batch of silver moon petals. However, it was barely enough. The next day, Ching Cho informed him that he could continue working in the Spirit Herb Garden. He also mentioned that the Cliff Master had mentioned Shaoli. Jiang Hao didn't find that surprising. It was inevitable for others to find out about Shaoli's unique capabilities. Since the Cliff Master had no intention of intervening, that was fine. What surprised Jiang Hao was that Ching Cho had chosen to stay in the Spirit Herb Garden. Although having a helper would make things much easier for Jiang Hao, people usually strove for higher status and positions. One should always aim high. He had thought Ching Cho would have left the Spirit Herb Garden after advancing to the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Hao had to admit that it was good to have Ching Cho around. Jiang Hao suddenly realized that, with Ching Cho around, he might be driven to the mines one day. That wouldn't be bad either. 3 days later, Shaoli appeared in front of Jiang Hao. She was full of excitement. She had already reached the 4th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm. She had been in the Heavenly Note sect for more than 2 years. Jiang Hao was concerned to see that she was wearing the ring he gave her around her neck again. Fortunately, the ring looked like a necklace, so it didn't look strange. Are the things ready? Jiang Hao asked her. Yes. I have prepared everything they like to eat and put it in the storage treasure, Shaoli said. Jiang Hao nodded and gave Ching Cho some spirit stones and talismans. After seeing them off, Jiang Hao sighed wearily. As time passed, Shaoli's parents grew older. There might come a day when she might not see them again. Every visit could turn out to be the last one. When he returned to the courtyard, Jiang Hao saw a figure in a red and white dress crouching beside the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He instinctively looked for the spirit beast. Sure enough, he saw it floating in the river. Greetings, Senior. Jiang Hao respectfully greeted her. Are the silver moon petals ready? Hong Yuye stood up and asked. Chapter 217 Chapter 217 The Demoness Wasn Tea Breathing. Chapter 217 The Demoness Wasn Tea Breathing. Under the setting sun, Hong Yuye stood gracefully. Her figure blended with the evening sun like a dreamy shadow. I'm ready. Jiang Hao lowered his head. The heaven extinction goo poison was ineffective against the person in front of him. It required all his willpower to resist her charm. He always felt that the repression of such emotions would rebound in a very disastrous way. prepare the hot water. I want to take a bath. Hong Yuya walked to the bathroom. It wasn't difficult to prepare the hot water. After a moment, Jiang Hao stood in front of the wooden tub as the clear water slowly emitted steam. He tested it with his hand and found the temperature slightly hotter than usual. It was for the best. It wouldn't cool down quickly. He then scattered the silver moon petals into the water. Senior, it's ready. Jiang Hao walked out of the bathroom. Hong Yuye stood up and slowly walked into the room. Guard the door, she said. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He was grateful that he didn't need to stay inside this time. Hearing her take a bath was torture for him. If he were in the room, he would want to turn around and look. That was inappropriate and embarrassing. He stood at the door and took out the fine grade 6 talismans book, intending to study the 100,000 swords talismans. He had been humiliated several times in the past few days for not having those talismans. The material cost for the last 3 talismans in the set was considerable, 100 spirit stones per stack, with a market price of around 60. The first 3 talismans in the set were the Healing Talismans, the 10,000 Swords Talisman, and the Earth-Shaking Talisman. The Earth-Shaking Talisman could cause the surrounding earth to tremble and shake, but its effect was not very strong. The last 3 talismans were the 100,000 Swords Talisman, the Earth-Crushing Talisman, and the Force Deflection Talisman. The 100,000 Swords Talisman was an advanced version of the 10,000 Swords Talisman, and the Earth-Crushing Talisman was an advanced version of the Earth-Shaking Talisman that could not only cause vibrations but also collapse and shatter the ground. The Force Deflection Talisman was a defensive talisman, particularly effective at deflecting physical impact. In Jiang Hao's opinion, the 100,000 Swords Talisman was the best, while the other 2 were somewhat difficult. So, he decided to learn the 100,000 Swords Talisman first and consider whether to learn the other 2, depending on how they would sell. With his decision made, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged and entered a state of clear and pure meditation. He activated the Clear and Pure Heart ability. This ability made him forget about time, and he didn't regain consciousness until midnight. He glanced outside and realized that it was past midnight. The spirit beast hasn't returned yet? Jiang Hao was surprised. Just as he was about to get up, he discovered himself standing in front of the bathroom. It was only then that he recalled that Hong Yuye had come to take a bath. But it was already so late. Wasn't she done? He knocked on the door. Senior. No one responded. He knocked twice more. Senior, are you inside? Still, no one responded. He hesitated a moment. Senior, I'm coming in. Creak. Jiang Hao slowly opened the door and glanced inside. He was startled. There was a woman in the wooden tub. Senior. Jiang Hao called out again. The woman didn't move in the tub, so he walked in. Hong Yuye was so strong that she could completely mask her aura. However, this time it was different. He couldn't even sense her breathing. It was as though she was dead. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao approached the edge of the wooden tub and reached out his hand toward the woman's neck. He wanted to check her pulse to make sure she was okay. Just as his hand was about to touch her neck, Hong Yuye suddenly turned and looked at him. Her eyes slowly opened. Their eyes met. Senior, I can explain, Jiang Hao said. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hao crashed into the wall. A searing pain spread throughout his back. Jiang Hao was on the ground and in extreme pain. Close the door, said Hong Yuye calmly. Turn around with your back to me. Use your technique to heat the water in the tub. Jiang Hao struggled to get up. He didn't dare refuse. After closing the door, he sat cross-legged and used his technique to protect it from the ground to the wooden tub behind him. You really are bold, said Hong Yuye. Senior, this is a misunderstanding, Jiang Hao said. Misunderstanding? Hong Yuye's voice was calm. At this moment, the sound of water splashing in the tub reached Jiang Hao's ears. An image of Hong Yuye pouring water on her body flashed through his mind. He shook his head to brush off the thought. Senior, you've been here for more than half a day. I called you, but you didn't reply. I only came in to check on you because I was worried. I called you several times. So, you thought I was dead? Hong Yuye asked. I never had such an intention, Senior, Jiang Hao said in embarrassment. He did think she was dead because he couldn't sense her aura or her breath. However, the fact that she didn't even move when he called her and came into the room was strange. Someone locked onto the heavenly fragrance Dao flower a few days ago, and then the power disappeared. Was it you, Senior? Jiang Hao asked. You'll have to ask your sect about that, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao couldn't really ask that. He didn't know how powerful the elders of the 12 branches were. Splash. The water splashed in the tub. Next time, just use one set of silver moon petals. 2 sets are too many, said Hong Yuye. Jiang Hao nodded. He hadn't known that the petals would bloom. Splash. The water splashed again. Hong Yuye was coming out of the tub. Jiang Hao heard the sound of bare feet stepping on the ground. What were you listening to? Jiang Hao was suddenly startled by the crisp, questioning voice. Nothing. Jiang Hao calmed his mind. Hong Yuye walked past him. She was already dressed, but she was barefoot. Jiang Hao caught a faint whiff of a fragrance that was unique to her. He exhaled and calmed himself. Then he followed her out. Do you remember what you just saw? Hong Yuye asked. I didn't see anything, Senior, Jiang Hao said hurriedly. There had been too many silver moon petals, so he hadn't seen anything at all. If you do that again next time, I'll dig out your eyes. Hong Yuye turned around and smiled. Before Jiang Hao could answer, Hong Yuye sneered. Don't worry, I won't. But you'll definitely wish I had gouged out your eyes. Jiang Hao lowered his head and dared not speak. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. What would she have done to him if he had seen her? Chapter 218. What would she have done to him if he had seen her? Silver sand was scattered in the courtyard. Jiang Hao stood by the peach tree and saw Hong Yuye sitting on a wooden chair. She activated some formations in the courtyard and caused the ground to glow faintly. The light was soft and faint, only enough to see the surroundings. The rooms also had similar formations. Tianyi tormatrons are hidden under tianyi grass and trees, Hong Yuye calmly asked. Are you worried that the light is too conspicuous? With such an important flower in the courtyard, it's better to be cautious, Jiang Hao said while preparing tea for Hong Yuye. When the tea was ready, Hong Yuye took a sip from the teacup. Have you planted any other strange things recently? No. Jiang Hao shook his head. Even if there were, he wouldn't tell her. After a long time, Hong Yuye finished her tea. Your ability to hide treasures is worse than I thought. She glanced at the location where Jiang Hao had hidden the 9 rings of heaven and earth. Jiang Hao pretended not to know anything about any treasure. Take care of my flower. It has been 4 years, but there has been no progress. Hong Yuye stood up and disappeared on the spot. Only after Hong Yuye left did Jiang Hao breathe a sigh of relief. He recalled the moment when he had seen her in the wooden tub. If there hadn't been too many silver moon petals, what would he have seen? What would she have done to him if that had happened? He didn't want to find out. As for Hong Yuye laying there lifeless, he didn't know if she had done it intentionally or it had just happened. He couldn't do anything about it. He needed to get stronger. Now he needed to focus on Bai Yi and study the requirements for becoming one of the top 10 disciples. He could pursue that path in the future. After that, he should be able to stay peacefully in the Heavenly Note sect. However, because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, more and more people would target him nonetheless. Powerful individuals outside the southern region would start to become aware, and they would inevitably send more people after him. He hoped he would find more helpful people like Lu Xingchen. I wonder if these people are all just fish being reeled in by Elder Baiji. She is indeed terrifying. Jiang Hao returned to his room to make talismans. He only heard the sound of the spirit beast returning to the courtyard when it was already dawn. It said that it stayed at a friend's place. Jiang Hao smiled knowingly. It had probably woken up in the middle of the night and had trouble finding its way back. The danger mentioned by Dan Yuan had already disappeared, so Jiang Hao could only wait for the follow-up meeting. He also wanted to see when Gui would come. If there was no news from them, that would be the best. He could continue taking care of the spirit herb garden and accumulate his cultivation. In the meantime, he could also make talismans to earn spirit stones. 2 peaceful months passed, and Jiang Hao stood in the courtyard. The immortal peach tree had grown to the height of a child. It had been growing faster lately. Unfortunately, there was no progress with the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He continued watering it every day. It seemed that its natural growth was very slow. Before heading to the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao checked his attribute panel. 24 years old Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He vaguely remembered when he had reached his foundation establishment realm at the age of 19. Now, 5 years had passed, and he was in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. If everything went smoothly this year, he should be able to advance to the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. He suddenly remembered Han Ming. I wonder how junior brother Han is doing. He is now 23 years old, so he probably still has some time before reaching beyond the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. I wonder if he will come to challenge me again. Han Ming made things interesting. If he approached him again, he could defeat him with just 3 moves. Jiang Hao smiled and left the courtyard. He headed to the spirit herb garden. On the way, Jiang Hao asked the spirit beast about Lin Ji's situation. The situation is not good, the spirit beast said. Occasionally, I go to teach him martial arts. At first, I taught him fist and foot technique. Then I realized that he always took a beating, so I taught him some body refining technique. After learning that for half a month, I found that he has no talent. And then? Jiang Hao asked. Jiang Hao only occasionally paid attention to Lin Ji and left the spirit beast to guide him. Whenever he had time, Jiang Hao went to see if the spirit beast had done a good job. So far, the beast had done admirably. The spirit beast sighed. I am teaching him how to endure beatings, it said. He got beaten up again but managed to avoid getting hit in the vital organs. Jiang Hao nodded but didn't say anything. It was good for Lin Ji to learn that. He got beaten up a lot, and he was still at the lifeblood refinement realm. However, his Star Moon lifeblood refinement technique had reached the 2nd stage. By the 9th stage, he would probably be able to advance to the foundation establishment realm. As for the subsequent techniques, Jiang Hao left them with the spirit beast. It would teach him when the time came. Compared to Lin Ji, Chu Chuan was making more progress. He was about to reach the 3rd stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He had been cultivating for only 1.5 years. Jiang Hao suddenly felt a faint aura from the stone slab. It seems it's time for the 3rd gathering. He had been waiting for a long time. This gathering came earlier than expected, probably due to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. In the evening, when he returned to his residence, Jiang Hao took out the stone slab and checked it. The gathering would begin at midnight tonight. I need to prepare and be ready to respond to their questions. He wanted to make them curious. He needed to prepare something about his background, location, and his purpose. When midnight came, Jiang Hao entered the stone tablet. He was somewhat looking forward to Dan Yuan's response and also wanted to confirm with him whether the person had died, escaped, or been captured. The Heavenly Note sect liked capturing enemies alive. In their eyes, Capturing someone alive was more valuable than killing them. Not only could they imprison them in the lawless tower, but they could also force the person's sect to pay a ransom. If there was no ransom, they could be thrown into the mine for free labor. In short, the Heavenly Note sect enjoyed squeezing out all the gains they could get from their prisoners. Chapter 219 Chapter 219 Undercover Character ISNT Working Out. Chapter 219 Undercover Character ISNT Working Out. Entering the public area, Jiang Hao saw the familiar faces of Dan Yuan and the others. At the moment, it was still just the four of them. According to the information he had obtained from the stone tablet, there should be at least 2 more people. But they hadn't appeared yet. Senior Dan Yuan, greetings, the group respectfully greeted. Do any of you have any questions regarding your cultivation? Dan Yuan asked. It seemed that this was a benefit they received for free. For 3 consecutive times, Dan Yuan had always answered questions about cultivation. This was beneficial. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao hadn't asked anything yet, except about the snow god pill. This time, Gui and the others shook their heads. Jiang Hao followed suit. If there are no questions, let's move on to other matters. Dan Yuan looked at Gui. Gui, you can ask for anything. Gui was delighted. The others understood why Dan Yuan was making the offer. It meant that the information about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower being in the Heavenly Note sect was indeed correct. So, if the information is correct, has the heavenly fragrance Dao flower been taken away? Asked Xing. Dan Yuan shook his head. He hasn't returned. The task I intend to give you is related to that. Please try to find information about the person I sent there. Like last time, your information can be exchanged for something else. The others were somewhat surprised. First, the fact that the person had failed meant that the Heavenly Note sect was far from being as simple as they had thought. Secondly, any piece of information they provided could gain them something big. Jiang Hao was also thinking about whether he could exchange information to learn something about Hongyi. However, the risk was too great. What should I ask? Can I accumulate the rewards? Jiang Hao asked. Of course. Dan Yuan nodded. Jiang Hao was tempted, but he still didn't know what had happened to the person. He had wanted to find out from Senior Dan Yuan, but it seemed that he didn't know about it either. Why did they have to go to inquire about it? Senior, why don't the people behind that person send someone else to inquire in the Heavenly Note sect? Gui asked. Jiang Hao quietly waited for the answer. Perhaps they have already gone. Dan Yuan smiled. He didn't seem to care much about it. Jiang Hao wasn't quite sure about Senior Dan Yuan's intentions, but his words made Jiang Hao curious. It meant that someone might have already gone to the Heavenly Note sect. 2 months had passed since the last incident. It was long enough for someone to come to the sect to investigate. I need to find out what kind of person has been sent this time and maybe kill them. That way, I can still be on the suspect list and continue with my undercover operation, thought Jiang Hao. The discussion on the matter ended, and Dan Yuan no longer mentioned anything else. Gui looked at Jiang Hao. Give me some more time and the location of the dragon will soon be determined. I will contact you before the next gathering. Okay, Jiang Hao said. In a few years, the Bright Moon sect will hold a Dao conference. It is said that many sects have been invited. If they perform well, they might even enter the Immortal Mansion and Mystic Realm, Xing said. There is a group of people overseas who seem to be searching for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, but there has been no trace of it so far. According to some people, it's best if no one finds it. If this thing appears, it will be a disaster for everyone, Lu said. Jiang Hao just listened. He neither interrupted nor inquired more about it. After discussing it for some time, Gui suddenly looked at Jiang Hao. Friend Jing, how much longer will you stay in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture? I will leave once I finish what I came here to do, Jiang Hao said calmly. This was something he had planned in advance. He came here to do his own business, something that others wouldn't inquire about. He hoped they didn't find out that he was related to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The gathering ended quickly because there wasn't much information or anything to discuss. Sitting in his room, Jiang Hao began to think about the gathering. From what Dan Yuan said, it seemed that there was another spy sent to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. As for the Dao conference of the Bright Moon sect, Jiang Hao didn't care. He didn't plan to go. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl was no issue either. He continued to strengthen the seal every day and added more than 100 layers in a few years' time. However, Gui's matter was a concern. If that wasn't handled properly, it would have repercussions. During the gathering, he didn't engage in conversations with others or display his value. If this continued, they might stop inviting him to the gatherings, which would result in the failure of his undercover mission. I need to find a way to make myself seem important. Perhaps I can inquire about the situation of the previous attacker to establish my status in the gathering. But if Gui's plan fails, I won't be able to create a good impression. It was already dawn by the time he was done. Early the next morning, after tidying up the courtyard, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Herb Garden. Today was the day when Shaoli and Ching Chou would return. It had been 2 months since they had been gone. Jiang Hao was starting to worry. Senior brother Jiang, this is for you. Shaoli quickly ran over and handed him a pastry. Then she gave another to the spirit beast behind him. This one is for the beast. Call me Big Brother from now on. I will protect you, the spirit beast said with its chin raised. Let's split it in half, half for me and half for you, said Shaoli. What? This is disrespectful, said the beast haughtily. I'll take the left half, and you take the right half. Shaoli held the spirit beast with one hand and started dividing the pastry. The spirit beast didn't protest. Jiang Hao didn't pay them much attention and instead looked at Ching Chou. He had some minor injuries to his body. He wasn't as injured as he had been before. How are they? Jiang Hao walked into the Spirit Herb Garden with the pastry in his hand. Every time Shaoli returned from her visit, he would ask Ching Chou for an update about her family. The situation is not very good. Ching Chou glanced at Shaoli, making sure she was occupied. Her parents' health is very poor, and they have a new illness. It's like adding insult to injury. When we came back, they looked reluctant. It seemed they were thinking they wouldn't see Shaoli again. As Jiang Hao walked through the Spirit Herb Garden, bubbles flew to him and merged into his body. Jiang Hao examined the pastry in his hand and activated the daily appraisal. He put the pastry in his mouth and chewed it. He realized that the taste was better than before. Is there anything else? Jiang Hao asked. They want to see you, senior brother Jiang, Ching Chou said. Chapter 220 Chapter 220 A Slap in the Face. Chapter 220 A Slap in the Face. They want to see me. In the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao stopped in his tracks. He was surprised. Why would they want to see me? However, one thing was clear. They didn't have much time left. It was all thanks to Shaoli that they had been able to live relatively better lives in the past few years, but they didn't have more time now. Yes, they want to see you, said Ching Chou. In their eyes, you are Shaoli's senior. When Shaoli visits them, she always mentions you. She tells them about how you scold her, buy her food, and take care of her. She also bragged about the golden ring you gave her. Her parents listened to everything. They know Shaoli is doing well because of you, senior brother Jiang. They might not have much time left, so they want to meet you. I will consider it, said Jiang Hao. Currently, he couldn't leave the sect. Going outside would expose him to various dangers. Some people were always trying to target him. Without Hong Yuye, anyone could find his location. Once found, he would face attacks. Even if he could go outside, he would put Shaoli and Ching Chou in danger. So, without a way to avoid being detected, he wouldn't leave the sect. The ones who were most likely keeping an eye on him were the Sunset Immortal sect and the Heavenly Saints sect. There was also the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, which was after him. Once discovered and attacked, he might not even have the time to escape. He was still too weak. Senior brother Jiang, will Shaoli never grow up? Ching Chou hesitated and asked. It had been 2 years, and every time Shaoli returned, she would compare her height. But each time, there was no sign of her growing taller. Although she would often stand on tiptoe and tell her elderly parents that she had grown an inch taller, it wasn't really true. They humored her, but they knew. Jiang Hao looked at Ching Chou in confusion. The two elders want to see Shaoli grow up, but she hasn't grown taller in the past 2 years, said Ching Chou. This is the time when children grow a lot. It's because of her special constitution that she grows very slowly, Jiang Hao said. Ching Chou talked at length about the two elders and their declining health. After that, Ching Chou went to attend to his duties. Jiang Hao sighed and continued to tend to the spirit herbs. Lian Daoji had taken away the tomorrow night autumn flower. Jiang Hao remained vigilant. He didn't know if Bai Yi had any follow-up plans. During this time, he even appraised the red lotus flower to see if the antidote he used to dispel the poison of the heart demon had somehow turned into a new poison. The results showed that it was just an ordinary red lotus flower. He only hoped to study the nameless manual a bit longer to find something in his surroundings. At noon, Jiang Hao went to the market to set up his stall. In a span of 2 months, he had bought a packet of silver moon petals and saved up to 1,500 spirit stones. He also had many talismans left. He waited for the insulting customer to visit, but he hadn't shown up. He was setting up his stall when he heard the familiar voice. It's been a few months already. Don't tell me you still don't have the talismans. I bet you won't have them even after a few years. Young people these days don't know how to be realistic and polite, said the senior at the Golden Core Realm. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that it was indeed the insulting customer from before. He silently took out the 100,000 swords talisman. Is this what you want, senior brother? Duan Guan had intended to buy all the other talismans as before when he was surprised to see the 100,000 swords talisman. Just one? Did you just bring one to show off? Jiang Hao took out 100,000 swords talismans. How many do you want? Duan Guan's mouth twitched. Since you know how to make the 100,000 swords talisman, does that mean you can also make the earth-shattering talisman? I have it here. Jiang Hao took out an earth-shattering talisman. What about the power control talisman? Duan Guan gritted his teeth. I don't have those. Jiang Hao shook his head. He did have it, but he just decided not to tell Duan Guan because he was being very arrogant. He was here to earn spirit stones, not to argue. Humph. Duan Guan left behind 1,260 spirit stones and bought all of Jiang Hao's talismans. Jiang Hao felt like he had earned half a month's worth of money and could close his stall for the day. He had over 2,700 spirit stones in total. He was surprised that, despite the senior's arrogance, he was quite wealthy. Junior brother Jiang, it's been a long time. Ling Tian walked over to him. Senior sister Ling, it's good to see you, Jiang Hao greeted her. Ling Tian's cultivation had reached the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Her progress had been faster than most people's. She was still a little away from reaching the peak. It seemed that her advancement wasn't just because of her talent but also might have been because of lucky encounters. Are you closing your stall, junior brother Jiang? Ling Tian asked softly. Senior sister Ling, what talismans do you need? Jiang Hao still had some on him. 100,000 swords talismans and healing talismans. 5 each, Ling Tian said. Jiang Hao nodded. He had them. He earned another 290 spirit stones. Now he had almost 3,000 spirit stones. Are you going back now, junior brother Jiang? Ling Tian asked. I heard from the spirit beast that someone was looking for me before. Was it you, senior sister Ling? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. There's something I wanted to ask you. It's related to the talismans you were selling before. I'm heading back. If it's convenient for you, you can come to my place and we can discuss it, Jiang Hao said casually. Ling Tian readily agreed. A moment later, they reached Jiang Hao's house. Upon entering, Ling Tian felt as if she had stepped into a cave. The spiritual energy here was dense, and it made people feel calm. Cultivating here would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Ordinary inner sect disciples wouldn't have such a dwelling. She didn't ask about it. It was best to pretend to not know anything. Senior sisterling, are you looking for the broken talisman from before? Jiang Hao asked as they entered the hall. No. Ling Tian sat at the table. Those are yours. I came here to ask if you still have an interest in that type of talisman. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. You have them? Obtaining such a talisman was rare. Having another one was simply close to impossible. Chapter 221 Chapter 221 The interrogation comes to an end. Chapter 221 The interrogation comes to an end. Ling Tian carefully took out a box from her storage treasure and gently placed it on the table in front of Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, please take a look, she said. Jiang Hao brought the box closer to him and observed it. It was the same wooden box as last time. When he opened it, he saw a familiar sight. There was a stone slab the size of a talisman engraved with half of the rune symbols. The only difference was the pattern on it. It's indeed the same kind of inheritance rune as last time, Jiang Hao thought to himself. Without hesitation, he activated the daily appraisal. Heaven's Secret's hidden talisman? Jiang Hao was confused, but he didn't show it. They were really lucky to have escaped death. But the fact that such inheritances appeared one after another indicated that they were discovered in the same place. It seemed that Ling Tian and her seniors had found an unknown secret realm or cave. Jiang Hao had no intention of getting involved in the matter. What do you think, junior brother Jiang? Ling Tian asked tentatively. This item was difficult to sell because they had no idea what it was for. Since Jiang Hao had received it once before, they immediately thought of him. However, when they came here half a year ago, they couldn't find him. So, they had been holding on to this item for almost a year without daring to find other buyers. This item could easily attract trouble. What price do you want for it, senior sister Ling Tian? Jiang Hao asked. He did indeed want this item. Do you want it, junior brother Jiang? Ling Tian's face brightened. Can you pay a little more than the previous price? 3,000. Jiang Hao asked tentatively. He could actually offer a higher price, but for now, he didn't dare increase it by too much. Deal, Ling Tian said happily. Can I top up with talismans as payment? Jiang Hao asked. Yes, of course. Ling Tian readily agreed. 100,000 swords talismans to substitute for 400 spirit stones? Jiang Hao asked. 100,000 swords talismans? Ling Tian was surprised. Junior, brother Jiang, are you already able to make such talismans? What about the earth-shattering talismans and force control talismans? I have them too. Jiang Hao took out 3 of each. Then I'll take 3 force control talismans, 3 earth-shattering talismans, and 400,000 swords talismans, Lung Tian said. Jiang Hao nodded and paid 2,600 spirit stones. After the transaction was completed, Lung Tian didn't linger. When she left, Jiang Hao carefully examined the inheritance rune. Heaven's Secret's hidden talisman? I wonder if it's what I think it is. It would be very convenient if it turned out to be that. Currently, the thing he was worried about the most was that someone was constantly prying into his location. If he could make and use such a talisman, no one would be able to find him. As for its value, it was naturally worth more than 3,000 spirit stones. Even if he wanted to offer a higher price, he couldn't do so recklessly. At night, Jiang Hao stood in front of the table and took a deep breath to calm himself. He waited for midnight to approach. When the clock struck midnight, he picked up a brush and dipped it in water. Activating his clear and pure heart ability, he began to draw the upper half of the rune symbol. This would allow him to receive the Heaven's Secret's hidden talisman and comprehend it. This item was the treasure obtained by Lung Tian and her seniors through great difficulty and danger to their lives. His brush strokes flowed like running water. After a short while, the final stroke fell. A light shone from the character and entered Jiang Hao's body. Immediately, a vast golden light appeared in his mind and outlined the inheritance rune. Jiang Hao was unfazed by this sight. He carefully observed and memorized every detail. After a while, he had memorized the entire rune. When he opened his eyes, the stone slab on the table shattered. Tomorrow, I'm going to buy more materials and give it a try. The materials for the Heaven's Secret's hidden talisman were the same as those for the 1,000 miles teleportation talismans. Although they were not difficult to find, they were quite expensive. However, he had enough spirit stones to afford them. The next day, Jiang Hao bought the materials and started making the talisman at midnight. Just like the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman, the process of making this talisman was very long and arduous. It also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Crack! When Jiang Hao was about to make the final stroke, the talisman shattered. It failed. On the second night, he tried again. With his current strength, it was only natural for him to fail. Crack! The talisman shattered again. For 7 consecutive days, Jiang Hao tried and failed repeatedly. Why do I always fail at the last stroke? It was the same on the 10th day too. Jiang Hao could only gather more spirit stones and keep buying talisman-making materials to try again. He continued for more than 30 days. All his attempts ended in failure. This is just too difficult. As he looked at the last few strokes, he felt that something was off. It seemed like there were some unnecessary parts to the talisman. Did I remember it wrong? Maybe I don't need so many strokes. That's impossible. I remember everything correctly. Could the inheritance runes themselves be wrong? Jiang Hao decided to try again. When he reached the last few strokes, he stopped. In that instant, he saw the rune light up. There was a new understanding in his mind. He needed to add another stroke. Finally, he chose to gently sketch it. Soon, the runes brightened up. The talisman was complete. So, the extra strokes were used to determine the time. Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal on the newly made talisman. Indeed, it could conceal one's aura, but Jiang Hao was concerned about the drawback. The next evening, he started making the talisman again, but this time, he left 2 strokes at the end. The talisman was complete. He activated the daily appraisal to check. How many days will the side effects last? It seems like I can only use it in emergencies. Although the drawback was significant, it could still conceal one's aura for a while. It would give him an opportunity to venture out for a few days. But if I really want to go out, I should ask Lu Xingqian if the law enforcement hall is monitoring people's auras. If they weren't, then it was fine. However, if they kept tabs on it, he would be in trouble for leaving without permission. At the 100 Flowers Lake, a graceful figure dressed in a white and red gown stood among a sea of flowers. Her beauty outshone the flowers themselves. Sect Master. Baiji respectfully approached her from behind. The interrogation has come to an end. Hong Yuye walked out of the flower grove and sat on a stone chair in the pavilion. Tell me about the outcomes. Chapter 222. Chapter 222. Task for the one who grows the flower. Chapter 222. Task for the one who grows the flower. In front of the pavilion, Baiji stood with her head lowered. Her clothes gently swayed in the wind. The person appears to be middle-aged and should be from the Northern Divine Corpse sect. He cultivates the 9 Extreme Corpse Dissolution technique. Currently, most of his cultivation has been absorbed by the Lawless Tower, but his spiritual power still remains intact. From his words, I learned that he came here for the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, but the source of information is unclear. He refuses to provide any further information until he sees the heavenly fragrance Dao flower for himself. It can be roughly determined that his actions are unrelated to the Northern Divine Corpse sect. That's all we know for now. Although he is heavily injured, his overall strength has not weakened, so it will be difficult to obtain any more information from him. The Divine Corpse sect? What is his status there? Hong Yuye asked softly. Based on the identity token of his storage treasure, he is a teaching elder, Baiji replied. The fact that a teaching elder is so powerful that the sect master herself had to take action against him worried Baiji. If they were to be attacked, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. However, the sect was too far from the south, and launching an attack would require a massive deployment of manpower and resources. Unless someone capable of suppressing their sect master appeared, something like that happening was unlikely. If that were to happen, the Heavenly Note sect would undoubtedly be no match for them. Baiji could envolve. However, if it was of ANV concern, the sect master wouldn't have attacked the person in the first place. Did you learn anything else? Hong Yuye asked. I broke open his storage treasure and obtained some techniques, several treasures, numerous pills, and a box of strange seeds, Baiji said with her head lowered. All in all, it was a considerable gain. Among them is the first part of the 9 Extreme Corpse Dissolution technique. What about the seeds? Hong Yuye asked. Baiji extended her hand, and the items floated above her palm. Among them was a small box of seeds. Hong Yuye took the box and slowly opened it. It revealed 12 neatly arranged white seed. They resembled small pebbles and looked lifeless. Do you know how to plant them? Hong Yuye closed the box. Not at the moment. Baiji shook her head. She had asked around, but no one recognized them. She could only report it to Hong Yuye. In any case, the powerful individual was extremely wealthy. Distribute them. Hong Yuye tossed the box back to her. 1 seed for each of the 12 branches. Let their spirit herb gardens plant them. Whoever successfully grows them first will receive a copy of the 9 Extreme Corpse Dissolution technique as a reward for their efforts. Do you know what it is, Sect Master? Asked Baiji. After skimming through the 9 Extreme Corpse Dissolution technique, Hong Yuye casually tossed it away. Just let them plant the seeds. Baiji nodded. Continue with the interrogation. Even if he doesn't talk, it doesn't matter. Wasn't he eager to see the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? Asked Hong Yuye. Take the person who grows the flower to see the person and see what he says. Yes. Baiji nodded. She hesitated. Recently, I noticed that Jiang Hao's spirit beast is guiding an outer sect disciple in his cultivation. The technique being taught is the Star Moon Lifeblood Refinement Technique from the Bright Moon sect. This confirms that the person who had contact with the Bright Moon sect is indeed related to Jiang Hao. It was only speculation before, but now there was solid evidence. However, this was not enough to prove that he was a traitor. At most, he was just a suspect. That outer sect disciple has been stuck at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm for over 2 years. If he remains the same, there is a high possibility that he will be expelled from the sect. Should we let him stay to continue the investigation? Baiji asked. Let them deal with the issue at the Cliff of Broken Hearts themselves, Hong Yuya said. Baiji nodded and then left the place. The next step was to let Jiang Hao meet the person from the Divine Corpse sect. 7 days passed quickly, and Jiang Hao had created 3 Heaven Secrets hidden talismans, each with a duration of 3 days. It wasn't that he didn't want to make them last longer than that, but his strength was at its limit. According to his calculations, the maximum limit was 30 days. What's the use if I can only go out for 3 days? Jiang Hao sighed. 3 days were simply not enough, especially if he had to take care of Gui's matter too. If it was close by, he could send Shaoli and the spirit beast to run errands. But if it was far away, the 9 rings of heaven and earth in his hands were remarkable, but they were of no use in this matter. After tidying up, Jiang Hao went to the courtyard and sat on a wooden chair. He fiddled with the subrings. With the 9 rings of heaven and earth and the Heaven Secrets hidden talismans, he thought he could consider Shaoli's parents' request. He didn't really want to visit them. He only helped Shaoli because he was the one who recruited her, so it felt like she was his responsibility. It was just a small act of kindness. Helping her visit her parents was also the same thing. He didn't mean anything by it. But now it was different. Jiang Hao knew that Shaoli's parents wanted to entrust her care to him because they didn't have much time to live. That would be even more troublesome. If she provoked anyone and mentioned his name in the process, it wasn't safe. Should I go or not? Master! The spirit beast appeared on the wooden chair at some point. It was staring at the golden ring in Jiang Hao's hand. There are still so many rings left? Give me one. Don't you already have a collar? Jiang Hao asked. A collar is a collar, and a ring is a ring. They are not the same, the beast said. What's the difference? Jiang Hao asked. With a collar, others know that I am your beast, master. With a golden ring, others will recognize that I am beloved by you. So, it's different. Master, give me one. Jiang Hao glanced at the rabbit and hesitated for a moment. He then tossed a ring to it. It might come in useful in the future anyway. The spirit beast was delighted. Master, do I look like a great demon now? Jiang Hao collected the bubbles and ignored the spirit beast. He still needed to think about whether he wanted to visit Shaoli's house. He might just go. As long as he had Heaven Secrets hidden talismans, he could prevent others from spying on him. Jiang Hao arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden and found unfamiliar cultivators gathered there. Not only were there Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, but also several Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators. What's happening? Jiang Hao was bewildered. Judging from the atmosphere, it didn't look like anything bad had happened. Instead, everyone seems rather eager and excited. And all of the people gathered were disciples of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. There were inner sect disciples as well as true disciples. Unfortunately, the spirit beast hadn't followed Jiang Hao here. Otherwise, it would have recognized them. Senior brother Jiang, Qingqiu walked over to him. Why are there so many inner sect disciples and true disciples here today? Jiang Hao asked. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.